You and me together anyway. You and me together anyway. Cause you won't look after my wounds. I suppose you will never regret it. I should throw myself out from the roof. Cause you fucking love it when I fade. Cause you won't look after my wounds. I suppose you will never regret it. I should throw myself out from the roof. Cause you fucking love it when I fade. Cause you won't look after my wounds. I suppose you will never regret it. I should throw myself out from the roof. Cause you fucking love it when I fade. Cause you won't look after my wounds. I suppose you will never regret it. I should throw myself out from the roof. Cause you fucking love it when I fade. That you're safe, that you're here in my arms. I think that you should know that together we belong. No, 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 no. You are not mine all the time. I can wake any reason. Go, 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 go. Boy, I was born on the beat. I'm trying to miss you. That you're safe, that you're here in my arms. I think that you should know that together we belong. No, 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 no. You are not mine all the time. I can wake any reason. Go, 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 go. Boy, I was born out of glitters. I'm sorry when I miss you, babe.
Just do or die. Feel it in my veins tonight. Emotional suicide. You know it's an eye for eye. I didn't wanna walk the plank. No, but the Mariona, it came like the thunder. I was on my way to going under. Swimming in the pain, yeah, I was covered in a tidal wave, But I'm a fighter. Try to take me down, I'm going higher. Baby, you've been playing with some fire. You've been playing with fire. One day you will see what you made of me. Found my inner peace. You are peace in the dead of night. Maybe when it's still dark, you know it's an eye for eye. Maybe when it's real in the dead of night. You can save your alibi. I already know you lied. Oh no, no, don't even try. Watch the flame in me ignite. You didn't wanna walk the plank. But the Mariona, it came. Baby, it was dark, it was hard to see. And that's when a spark lit inside of me. Oh, I was lost from reverie. Oh, one day you will see what you made of me. What's inside of me? Oh, one day you will see I found my inner peace. You are peace in the dead of night. In the dead of night. Baby, when it's still dark, you know it's an eye for eye. Baby, when it's real in the dead of night. And one day you will see what you made of me, what's inside of me. Oh, and one day you will see I found my inner beast, and you are Tiffany's.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow touches sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow touches the sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. Fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number. Fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow touches the sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go.
If I could slow down the clock, I would. When I'm with you, I just feel so good. Every day, every single night. So for now, let's just take our time. Now that I got you by my side, tell me how you ready for the ride. Yeah, we know making you lose my mind. So let's just take our time.
touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? The truth. I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
Hey, what the hell? Why you hanging on the roof all by yourself? I have an open invitation, but you're telling me go get lost. I don't wanna see your face. Yeah, what the hell? So why don't we stay out to the morning light? 'Cause two wrongs can make a right. We're just doing what we're feeling right now. So Chardonnay, we camp in the parking lot. Need traces of plastic cups. We're just doing what we're feeling right now. So what the hell? Why you hanging on the roof all by yourself? Always waiting for the one, but I got news for you. I'm the best that you can get. So what the hell? Yeah, what the hell? So what the hell? So what the hell? You're pretending that you like somebody else, like you got boys waiting in line to take you home. But tell the
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Evening, morning, afternoon, I suppose it depends where you are, but it's somewhere in the day, and this is SSA. I didn't even plan that rhyme, I'm just that good. I broke it. I broke it.
He's that good.
Look, it had to happen. It's tradition. It is tradition at this point for me to slam the desk in excitement and break my microphone. My name's Tofu Elliott. This is SSA. For the final time this season, we're running it back. And, wow, look at this desk. Look at this panel. Greybeard, Muntz, Mr. Bepic, that's Ryan Hogarth, Luke George, and Blake Phillips joining me for what is shaping up to be yet another incredible day of Rocket League in the biggest region now. Yeah, I just forget the smallest region, biggest height. This is the biggest region in the world. It's the best one as well, so it deserves it. And Blake, look, it's morning for you, right? So we've got someone up bright and early for this. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm so excited to see this season come full circle, Elliot. I mean, Greybeard was there with me for the first regional. That was ages ago, and now we're here for the final one. I am so hyped. I had a cup of coffee, but I don't even need it. I'm just excited to be here for one last run of SSA.
I woke up this morning, brewed myself a very deep mug of SSA, and I'm feeling pumped. Luke George, you look a bit confused by that statement. How are you feeling?
I'm not going to explore it. I'm not going to do a deep dive into it, but I am feeling fantastic myself. Took the dogs out for a walk in the lead up. The energy is high. We've had some fashion conversations in the green room. It's absolutely pertinent to the region. But look, it's going to be a great day of Rocket League, fashion aside.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Greybeard looking like a rhino, as we were saying in the green room before. I don't know if you actually caught that conversation now that I think about it.
I missed it. I missed it. Well, you said rhino. I was thinking Tintin because I'm old school that way. But it is what it is. But I'm thrilled to be casting today. I love hosting, and it's been such a joy doing it. But here we are, Championship Sunday. I get to watch and cast the action. Very, very excited.
I know, I couldn't find a valid excuse to be out of the hosting chair today, so you get to cast these ones, Greybeard, and I'll just be here crying in the green room behind the scenes. Anyway, look, ladies and gents, we have 4 teams that you may have guessed. I mean, 2 that you definitely should have, and also we've got Orlando Pirates and Bravado Gaming. So, let's start things off by taking a look at the bracket. You can take a look, see how things have shaped up throughout the weekend. Pretty similar to usual. If anyone would believe it, we've got Orlando Pirates and Bravado Gaming in the upper final, Greybeard. Can you believe it?
It's a shock! It's a shock, I tell you! Orlando Pirates and Bravado Gaming, but not the usual, 3, 4, 5 regionals ago. It was like, okay, it was an easy decision. Not as easy as it used to be.
Yeah, absolutely not. Digital Devils. I mean, look, it just pains me looking at that result and it says 4-0 because that is not how, it just isn't how that game played out in reality. I mean, Muntz, look, you were here for the first half of yesterday's games and every single one of those 4 games was within one single goal. Definitely a lot closer than that series score reflects.
Yeah, it's difficult when you're coming up against a team like Pirates. Like, you do take the positives out of, hey, okay, yeah, we got swept, but all those games were close, and Digital Devils is a roster that we've seen challenge them in the past, and I do think that challenge has continued here despite the 4-0 sweep, but, I mean, Bravado, ATK down there as well. It's so difficult. Bravado were saying on Twitter we're playing badly, and I'm sure Pirates probably weren't too happy with every game being incredibly close with this series. But these 2 teams, even when they're playing badly, even when you're playing well against them, they've just got those extra gears.
Blake Phillips, you were just talking about casting our memories back to the very first regional of the season, and back then it was a lot more obvious that ATK were really pushing and vying for that 3rd spot, right, of being one of those top 3 teams, and they had a bit of a lull mid-season. They seem to be back now. They're in this top 4 again, looking much stronger this weekend than they have in the last few months.
Yes, ATK in that Bravado match, they turned back the clock. That was a vintage matchup. I thought it was the fall regional for a second between Bravado, formerly known as Water, and ATK, because they had some best of sevens that looked a heck of a lot like that winner semifinal they had yesterday. I thought ATK really had a chance. They were up in the series at one point, and Bravado just turned it on at the end, but still, close games, and they took care of business down in the lowers against DNMK, and now are really making a claim at the last second for that third place spot, which you're right, that lull of theirs really took them out of the conversation for a little bit, but I'm happy to see ATK's back.
ATK is back, and they are down in that lower semi-final. It's, we were talking about this yesterday. Upper final, Titans, Clash of the Titans. Lower semis, Clash of the Titan Killers. But are either of them going to be able to kill the real Titans? Because no one has been able to take down Bravado Orlando Pirates yet. I tell you what, though. Ladies and gents, our first matchup of the day is that upper bracket final to determine who is going to be our first team in the grand final of the season here in Sub-Saharan Africa, and who will be dropping down to that lower final to face off against either ATK or Digital Devils, looking very strong indeed. So we're going to take our first journey over to Stats Corner, and Actional couldn't make it today. He couldn't be here with us, but he has stepped graciously aside to allow Pyro J to come back and take his spot once again. And I think Pyro J has done an absolutely outstanding job this weekend in Stats Corner alongside the Queen of Violence, Jota, who doesn't need to be said, does it? She always does a absolutely outstanding job. So, Jake Bittner, Taylor Francis, how is this upper final shaping up?
Well, welcome over to the Stats Corner. Thank you for the lovely statements. I not only get carried in Rocket League as your first stat, I also get carried here on the Stats Corner because Jota has taught me everything that I have known. But hey, let's crunch the numbers. Let's give you something to focus on for this first match of Orlando Pirates and Bravado Gaming. They have a storied past, and most recently, when they met up, it was Bravado Gaming to force the bracket reset, sweep Orlando Pirates, but 3 of those 4 games went to overtime. Jota, we have a lot of reasons to believe that this match will be another close one.
Yeah, we do. We have a lot of evidence of games between these two teams as well. And before we dive right deep into the numbers, I just want to say that Elliot said that the SSA is a big region, and statistically, we can back that up by population. SSA has over 1 billion people available to it. That is more than EU and NA, so I mean, obviously by population alone, SSA destined to become the biggest powerhouse in Rocket League, and destined towards that similar journey at the moment is Bravado with their great upwards trajectory as you're introducing. And what else is on an upward trajectory for them? It's demos. You know I'm going to talk demos. It's a classic Jota corner, and Bravado bring me a lot of joy in that department because in winter, they were only demoing 2.5 times per game. They were in the mid-pack. It really wasn't a feature of their game, and against Pirates, when they went to Game 7 in the upper final, they took over 4 per game, which is higher than anyone's average per game. And then they went on to the reset series, and they took over 5 per game. They were demoing over double what they were doing in winter, and it was working brilliantly for them. And so far this regional, they've been doing the same against ATK. They were also getting over 4 demos per game, so that is clearly a new cemented part of their tactics and something that Pirates will have to deal with.
Gotta pay attention to those demolitions. I think it was Daisy to average almost 2 demos per game, so demos are great. I want to pay attention as well to who's going to be scoring the goals, okay? Shot percentage in the last matchups in this region. Who is on fire in this event? It is Daisy boasting a 50% shooting percentage on that last match in terms of Orlando Pirates. Snowy and Skill Steal with an over 40% shooting percentage as well. Those are the players to watch in my opinion. Daisy especially when you're looking at who's going to actually get those goals to be scored, and we're expecting a lot in this series. But Jota, in the storied past of Orlando Pirates and Bravado Gaming, there appear to have been some or a certain number of shutouts. I'm curious what kind of statistics you have on that end.
Yeah, so what we're going to do here is we're going to slightly gloss over the straight up sweep that came in the reset, because at that point it felt that Pirates were starting to fall apart, lose hope. But if we look at the 2 series before that, they were back-to-back Game 7s, and in those 14 games, there was only one game where a team was shut out. That was a Game 6 where Pirates beat Bravado 3-0, and that was very impressive from them, but only one shutout in 14 games, and we look the other way, of course. That means that Bravado were able to win the event without stopping Pirates scoring for a single game right up until that sweep came out. So you can expect goals from both sides. They've worked a lot on their defense and limiting shots, but neither of them have found the key to stopping each other scoring regularly. So expect the games to have plenty of goals and expect them to also be very close in goals.
All right, well, folks, we're expecting a lot out of this matchup. As a final point, timeouts not really called between these two teams in their matchups, though in the very last meeting of these two teams, Orlando Pirates did call their first ever timeout. So, will it come out again in this match? We'll just have to see. Elliot, back to you guys.
So much statistician stats corner. A brand new feature for any Rocket League Championship Series broadcast, and proud as ever to be able to bring it to you right here. The biggest region with the biggest hype. We love it. Okay, it's been confirmed. Stats Corner agreed with me. We are the biggest region. It's as simple as that. So let's move swiftly on before anyone can say anything about that. And I'm going to head down to the opposite end of the table. You always want to sit face on to your date, right? And that's why I put Blake at the other end here. Blake, we're doing predictions right now. It's the upper final. It's Orlando Pirates and Bravado. Who's taking it?
Well, while we're talking about memory lane, I was looking at the last time that Bravado swept Pirates, as they are the only team to beat Pirates in this season of RLCS. And the last time Pirates got swept, they went on a bit of a tear after that series. They went 19-1 in games en route to a regional victory. Plus, they got revenge on Bravado in that path. So, if I were looking at fall as my only source of information, I'd go Pirates here, but a lot has changed since then. Bravado is now an even bigger force to be reckoned with in this region. I'm sticking with them. I said it last time. If they prove to me they can beat Pirates, I'll predict Bravado. Give me Bravado.
Okay. We got one brave man giving it a bit of bravado. Luke George, who are you thinking?
Look, last regional, when we were in a similar situation, having to pick between these two teams, I said you cannot predict against Pirates until they've been beaten. They were beaten. I'm still predicting Pirates, though. Look, Bravado looked a little bit shaky against ATK, and we've been using, at least I've been using those upper semis as a barometer to see how these two teams are matching up throughout the tournament. And up till now, they've been pretty accurate. And right now, Pirates passed their upper semi-final test with flying colours with the 4-0 sweep against Digital Devils. Bravado, on the other hand, at one point, were losing the series against ATK. They all got onto Twitter after, said, we were playing bad, we're going to come back stronger tomorrow, but I do have to see it to believe it. So, yeah, we'll be locking in the Pirates for this upper final.
Okay. That's nothing but pure logic coming out of there from Luke. Greybeard, do you have something a little bit less logical for me?
No, I'm inclined to agree with Muntz over there. That's a solid point. Pirates have gone 10-0 in this regional. They're undefeated. They looked clinical against a Digital Devil side that was resurgent. Bravado making heavy weather of their semi-final, and that's not always the most accurate barometer, but based on that, just how they looked against the Devils, I gotta go Orlando Pirates.
Okay, alright, well I am 100% about to split the desk right down the middle because, well, you just can't disagree with Blake, can you? No, I'm joking, okay, right. I'm joking. Look, it's Pirates, they look very strong. They always look very strong though, don't they? This is why they're Orlando Pirates, and last time they got beaten in a regional grand final, they came back and they won the next 3 regionals back to back. So it's really hard for me to predict against them. And to be honest with you, my head says they're going to do the same thing here. They're going to bring it back and they're just going to have ice in their veins. But I need to see Bravado step up and prove that not only can you take down Pirates, but you can hold that crown away from them. So give me Bravado Gaming, and let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, the Upper Final Championship Sunday, the final regional event of RLCS Sub-Saharan Africa of the season. And our casters bringing you the action from Orlando Pirates XD and Bravado Gaming, going to be Greybeard and Muntz. Take it away.
Mr. Muntz, here we are again, the last day of the last regional of the last split. And we are, would you believe, casting Bravado Gaming, Orlando Pirates. And both of these got a lot to prove. We've seen Snowy not happy dropping 1. Now they've dropped 2, so he will feel like a massive wrong to be righted.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. We've seen Snowy be upset about the solitary loss that was earlier in this season. But now that's a double now. That's going to be a huge deal for them. And I think there's something that was touched on by the desk before the game. And briefly, by Bepic, even though he predicted Bravado. But Pirates have come back very strongly after being defeated previously. Again, it's a very small sample size, only one happening before last regional. But when they do come back, they come back motivated, and maybe that little kick is enough for them to pop off. I do think it's going to be close, and I do back Bravado to rebound from the poor performance that we saw yesterday. I'm just not sure that one series, and especially a series against Orlando, is going to be the chance they need to do that. I have a feeling we're going to see that bounce back start in the lower bracket, but I'm really interested to see if they can prove me wrong.
Well, I think if we go back to the last regional where Bravado did so well to take it in the bracket reset, they had a poor performance in the lower bracket final, and I remember you commenting on that, like, "Ooh, they didn't look like they had it," and so we all went for Pirates there. Then they did bounce back, so they certainly have the capability of doing it. But it's a combination of A, can they bounce back, and B, can Pirates continue with the way they looked against Digital Devils? They just looked, during the game being cast, the comment being made was they just looked like they were focusing on solid, proper Rocket League. They wanted to do the job, do it well, and do it effectively. And a 4-0 sweep, they certainly did that. So do they show up like that today? Then they're a very, very tough team to beat.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch no matter what. I gotta say, though, it's been a good time. I feel like I can schedule these dates in with you, Greybeard. The upper bracket final every couple weeks for SSA, you and I. It's just a combination that has just been ever present in my life over the last few months. And, I mean, it feels good to close out the season in the same manner that it feels like we began it so long ago. At least, okay, I wasn't here right at the beginning, but I came in. I weaseled my way in later on, and it's just so nice to be here again. It would have been nice to see a couple other teams maybe up here in the upper bracket final, but it wasn't ever going to happen this season. Maybe next season, who knows? But for now, it will be Pirates, it will be Bravado, and if my game screen is anything to judge, it's going to get started very, very shortly.
Well, here's a question for you, Muntz. So I do think, firstly, it's about 4 months between seasons. So there's going to be lots of conversation about what teams look like come the start of the new season. How does it all shape up? But here we are today. You and I have both predicted Orlando Pirates to take this. So assuming it goes according to our predictions and Bravado goes to the lower bracket, do you see any scope for upset? Because we've had a few I mean, the fact that the Devils are here in 80K was a bit of an upset. No DNMK, no Apex. Is there scope for a massive upset in the lower bracket?
Oh, you look at that lower bracket final, Greybeard, and whoever drops down from here is a definitive giant. I would love to think so, and I'm not going to rule it out, as both teams put up fights in their upper semis, but both Digital Devils and ATK do have some work to throw forward, to put forward if they want to beat either of these teams. And look, I'm going to sidestep the question and say, oh no, the game started. So we've got to focus on what's here in front of us. Pirates XD versus Bravado Gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, your upper bracket final has gotten started.
And you know what? After 2 days of hosting, I'm so excited to be back here casting. And what I love about these two teams is it's instant pace when they come out. It is, you know, they're out here. They're in a hurry. They're quick. They're looking for the early advantage. But 35 seconds in, it's pretty even as both look to get settled. No early start, early goal. Pass into the middle to die for. To die for's up. There's been a touch away, but it's awkward for them. Daisy off the back, trying to find a teammate. Happy Meal. All right, so this is Orlando Pirates early on, having to do a little bit of scrappy defensive work on their goal line. Surviving for now, but the pressure not over.
As this pressure continues, it's Bravado continuing what was their recipe for success in the last regional, and that was forcing that scrappy defense from Orlando, forcing those awkward touches from the Pirates, and then capitalizing on them. And what a way to do exactly that, to die for, with a disgusting angle from the left side of the net.
Great work from Happy Meal to get that pass in when he was backwards, but come on, what a ridiculous angle. Fantastic start from Bravado. From to die for, they find first blood, the early advantage. They're the team to settle the quickest. And now Orlando Pirates immediately have to find themselves chasing the game and fighting to get back in it.
They might have another opportunity, but Daisy's just beaten to it by skill steal. Darth with a great pass down to Snowy, a little bit too far in front of that ball to get a good powerful shot on, but good signs now for Pirates since going behind. They've eked out a couple opportunities. They've had an offensive possession. Darth with another shot and skill steal. Denied by the lone to die for.
All right, a ball high in the middle. Daisy and Snowy both going for it. Snowy gets there first. Will be picked up by Happy Meal off the wall. Skill Steal gets a touch, doesn't get control. It's headed toward goal, and another. Skill Steal and Snowy, a little bit of you take it, no, you take it, I got it. They don't get punished for it, and they manage to get it clear, at least for now. But here comes to die for, zero boost. But he's looking for Daisy in the middle, intercept by Skill Steal, and maybe something developing here for Pirates. Snowy looking for Darth, but it's far too wide. Over into the blue corner, we'll pick it up in the middle. Okay, and so it's tight and scrappy, half the game gone, but Bravado with the 1 goal advantage, maybe 2 here if Happy Meal can make something happen. He doesn't.
Darth, though, looking for something special, won't find it, and Skill Steal's denied by a wonder save out of nowhere from Daisy on his own goal line. Came from off my screen at least. I don't know if you guys can see something different, but my goodness. That was a fantastic save to keep that score as it is, but surely now the drop down, and it's actually an own goal. Skill Steal was diving in, and that's caused the defense to just snatch at it, and that will be a Bravado own goal. That's a big oof.
Yeah, it is. It's that sort of insta panic because they've had the best of the action for most of this game, and I think so desperate to get it out of their half quickly, get the pressure back on Orlando Pirates, and the pressure there getting to them, and now through a demo, the goal's open, another demo, but Skill Steal gonna bring this round the corner, tries to get a pass in front, can't do so, but the game now on level terms, so we can expect the temperature to rise. Does he find the double? Snowy can't. Almost a second for Bravado, but the pace right up there, Muntz.
Absolutely, both these teams finding the opposition backboard with regularity. No backboard required here, just a diagonal pass into a fantastic finish. Skill Steal takes the lead for the Pirates.
I wonder if Snowy was looking for Darth, but it had missed him, and then Skill Steal screaming out of his own half to find the end of that touch forward by Snowy and find the net. It's Pirates in front.
Snowy now restarting from his own back corner. Finds another direct shot to die for. Plenty of boost. He's going to refill regardless. Get that extra 50 in the tank. He's going to beat Darth to it. And he can't find that angle. Just rushed it a little bit. Knew the defender was coming in quickly, but had a little bit more time than he maybe thought. So instead, going to have to head back. They're going to have to take this back pass from Daisy.
Skill steal now, looking for somebody in the midfield. No one there. Daisy can get it away. He does get the clear before dying. The shot on target to die for with the second one. The 1-2. How many touches forward? 1 by Daisy, 2 by Daisy. Finds to die for, who gets the shot. Level game once again.
To die for, recovering a little bit of respect after that miss on the near post just seconds ago. It's going to feel good because it would have bothered him. It's a goal that he should have scored, and then to come around and find that equalizer mere seconds later will mean it doesn't matter. Back on level footing. Final 35 seconds, and I got to say, this series, these two teams, they just always seem to do this, Greybeard, starting us off with an absolute banger.
You know, every area and every sport has its traditional rivals, and this season is shaped up to be the Bravado Orlando Pirates show and their matchup. Orlando Pirates getting the best of it most often, but Bravado win here. If they win this regional, they'll have taken a third of all of the regionals, and I think if they were told that at the start, they would have been kind of happy with that. So excellent progression for them, but we do get a game 1 overtime. This is how close these teams are. The sweep in the last regional included a number of overtimes. So no stranger to the tiebreak are these two teams. Almost for Pirates. Darth, his shot's going to go high. Off the backboard, Happy Meal will get the clear. Toward it, briefly open. Net for, oh my word. Oh, it just looked like no one was going to get there.
Duff, all the time in the world, looks to fake the flick, drops it low, and tries to find a way through to die for. To die for with the ones practice there. Coming in big with the fake challenge, with the patient play, gets that block on the near post. And now Happy Meal's going to push forward on the end of that defensive sequence. He's going to look to play it slow around Snow. He does get over the top of one. Daisy tries to pick out the infield. Does find it, but To Die For's backed off wisely because he's going to receive that shot. The recovery, giving him the momentum needed to find the pass for Daisy, who's been the clutch goal scorer of the season up to this point for Bravado. Unable to find an angle. And here comes Darth. Never mind, shut down Bravado pushing forward.
Oh! To Die For with a miss. This might open things up. It's now high and loose in the middle. Happy Meal looking for it. It is touched away first. Darth will edge it on forward. Skill Steal looking for the loose ball. It doesn't really come, but they are trying to build some pressure here. Darth going to bring it high around the corner. And in this overtime, about equal time in front of each goal line, I would think so far, neither being able to break the other down. And how many times have these two teams played each other? They know each other so well. Gonna get finished here, it's not.
I have no idea how To Die For's kept that away, but you said it, they're both having about equal chances. Maybe Bravado have had a couple more really significant opportunities, but even over the course of the entire game, only 2 shots separating them now. That's just going to creep in! The Orlando Pirates defense just went missing, and somehow Happy Meal just finds a way through. Oh, Skill Steal's pushed up so far.
Yeah, I think he was sort of edging to look for the play there and saw quite late that Darth was going, so had to track back. But by then, he was caught in that horrible, horrible no man's land of like, oh dear, I can't get it going forward, and I don't know that I'm going to get back in time, and he did not. The ball goes in. And a tense, close game, as we've come to expect with these two teams, but it is the first defeat for Pirates in this regional.
I mean, it is, and what a way to take it as well. Clutch. In overtime, I think up to last regional, Pirates had been undefeated in overtimes against Bravado. So now that's 2 that they've taken from the Pirates, coming up huge, and it's a big step forward because we've seen a lot of overtimes between these two teams, and if Bravado can start turning what were guaranteed, just about guaranteed losses into wins, I mean, that's huge for the matchup as a whole.
All right, so Bravado take first blood. Can they extend the last time these two teams met? I mean, right now, if we count the last regional, we're looking at five consecutive losses at the hands of Bravado for Pirates. So that's got to be really irritating for them.
Absolutely. And I'm looking at the last regional. That was really when they turned those overtimes around, really started winning. And it was the difference in the series in a very close 7-game series in that upper bracket final. Bravado took 3 overtimes. And then in the grand final, across 2 series, they took another 3 overtimes. All 3 of those actually coming in the second series. So a huge deal to be turning these, what were probable, well, they were guaranteed losses at one point this season, into what looked to be guaranteed wins. I just can't emphasize enough how big a step forward that is. And they're going to look to keep the momentum going here. Game number 2. This is your upper bracket final. The winner moves on to the grand final. The loser has to make that lower bracket run.
Yeah, and I've been reminded by stats that if we look at the before the bracket reset and the sweep, it's actually, I think we're on 6 or 7 unresponded losses for Pirates against Bravado. So they're going to have to break that, because that's going to be a part of the mentality for them here. And we're about to come through the first minute of the second game on Aquadome. And it is nothing. Snowy with an angle. And I think he had that on target, but watched carefully. Save skill steal's going to put it high.
Daisy's just going to look to catch that. The bounce off the ceiling not doing him any favors, but To Die For's there to follow it up. Happy Meal with the drop down. He misses completely, and so does To Die For. They made contact, but not on target. From point blank range, defense doing a good disruptive work there. That means Bravado having a restart from the back. They do have possession. They're going to continue with it despite skill steal's interjection. They're doing a good job at keeping that ball in that corner, though. 2 demos is going to provide some space for the Pirates. To Die For respawns and shuts that space down.
And I just love the stats that come out of Stats Corner. It's amazing. Game one in the upper bracket of the last regional. Bravado won Game 1, 3-2. After 1 minute and 50 of overtime. This time they won 3-2 after 1 minute and 55 of overtime.
It's unreal. It's absolutely unreal that these teams so closely replicate past results, previous results. I mean, we even said it, I think, last regional. You said it. Any situation that you can possibly imagine in a Rocket League series, these 2 teams have played that out. And continuing to do so. Now they're just starting to double up on those situations. Because at this point, what new content is there? But I gotta say, this is kind of like the favorite TV show, the favorite movie that you just keep going back to it, a favorite book series that you can't stop rereading every couple years. Because I could watch these 2 play Rocket League against each other all day long. Oh, Daisy.
Oh, this is going to be the first goal. Daisy finds it. And a game that had gone a long time without a goal. This is all about Daisy. He's working to the build-up and then finding the angle. Bravado, 1-0 in front.
I mean, long time without a goal. A long time without anything really offensive happening. I mean, Pirates have had 3 reasonably weak shots. That was Bravado's first shot, and it culminates in a goal. So both teams kind of settling in here with a bit of a defensive playstyle, maybe. Afraid to push things forward. Pirates especially were caught out a couple times trying to push forward too early out of defense. Maybe they're looking to lock it up at the back a little bit, but the problem is Bravado's offense, when they are getting chances, they're big ones, and that was a huge chance there, but the passing play not quite coming to fruition.
But it is Bravado pushing higher and higher up, putting Pirates under pressure. A little bit of a clear here, but Daisy's going to bring it right back in. And locked in for the time being. Skill steals forward. Not a lot of help. Darth here. Does he find a teammate? Skill steal going up. He misses Snowy. Oh, no one there. So just a little bit of the Orlando Pirates players not being where their teammates are expecting them to be, and now under pressure they touch it away. Well, we see the scrambling in front of the goal line again, Munz. We saw this a lot in the first game. They get it away, and when they are going forward, struggling to find each other.
Well, so a big part of forcing a team into a scramble defense is forcing those even soft double commits, right? When two players have to go for a quick save. One of them does call eventually, an equalizer nearly coming in there, but two players expending even 15 boost is a huge deal to die for another chance at that near post with the fake in the slow play, not making its way through, but Bravado, the only team that I can think of that can force those kind of soft double commits out of Orlando Pirates, and it's a huge deal that they can, and they are capitalizing on those time and time again. But here we go, Darth with the equalizer, just as I was about to transition into a little bit of play-by-play. He's like, no, you know what, we don't need a play-by-play, here's just a play.
Well, the late show here by Pirates XD getting the equalizing goal 25 seconds from time. No goals scored in the first half, 2 in the second, and now close to the end. Good kickoff for the Pirates. Darth trying to take it all the way. Oh, what a miss from Skillsteel. It was a beautiful setup. It was almost on a plate, but Skillsteel couldn't finish it off.
I've no idea how that didn't end up in the back of the net, but Pirates with a rocket of a shot all the way down the other end. It's high, and it's wide, and the follow-up save, but Skillsteel finds a way to erase his former mistake, and no better way than finding the winning goal in the final seconds of game number 2.
And Orlando Pirates hunting in a pack, shots on goal, picking up the rebounds until they find the back of the net. And in the last regional, we thought we might get a copy-paste from there. Oh, is this going to be in for an overtime? Oh my God! Oh my goodness, I thought we were there, but the ball hasn't bounced yet. Oh, but maybe another one for the Pirates. A ball is going to bounce. In the last regional, Game 2 went to Bravado Gaming 2-1. But Pirates have now flipped that script. They win 2-1 in Game 2, level the series. And we will go to Game 3 all tied up.
Graybeard, I love this matchup so much. Like, it might be... I cast a lot of Rocket League. This matchup right here may be the most entertaining that two teams who match up regularly can be. Like, it's just the drama is non-stop. We can never predict what is going to happen other than it's going to be awesome no matter what. Even the Bravado sweeping of Pirates after the bracket reset, even that was awesome in its own way. You wouldn't think that of a one-sided series like that, but there were 4 overtimes. Like, it's just... It's never just orthodox, run-of-the-mill Rocket League. These guys, they don't grind it out. They are constantly pushing the boundaries, pushing the barriers of what we think is possible for a rivalry to become, and it's just so fun to watch. The crazy thing is, right, how have we not run out of things to talk about with these two teams? Like we said, they're just constantly butting heads. They've done everything that you can possibly think of in a Rocket League scope, but still surprising us, and in every single game.
A frustration for Orlando Pirates will be that they're out shooting Bravado quite substantially, but not winning, not getting the goals. So if they can improve their shooting percentage, they will be taking this easily. If they can improve their accuracy on their shots, they've just had 3 right now. None of them have gone in. Massive pressure from Pirates on the Bravado net. Another shot is saved. They will try once more. Happy Meal gets something of a clear. He does complete. And I think, how many shots did we just have there? 3 shots already registered for Pirates, but they can't find a way through.
3 shots and countless touches to the woodwork. Snowy holding on then. It was a little bit of a messy opportunity there for Bravado, but they've turned it around. They've shrugged off that early pressure from Pirates, looking to apply some of their own to die for. Won't pick up that mid boost, so he's just going to smack it and chase after it off the ceiling bounce. Snowy finding Darth, but shut down by Happy Meal. Awkward now. Snowy in his own corner. That's an angle! And the defender's just crept off the line the tiniest amount. Won't be able to find the touch heavy enough to keep it away. That's a fantastic goal from Daisy, who has a history of scoring these big goals.
And we have had 3 very, very acute angled shots and goals from Bravado in the series. It's been quite something to watch, and for the third game in a row, it is Bravado that score first. Despite the early onslaught we saw from Orlando Pirates, couldn't find the net, and here they are again, crossing the ball across the face of the net a couple of times. Another shot on goal, saved by To Die For, and the shots just being saved. Pirates knocking, banging on the door. But Bravado have been so good at keeping them out. Daisy now with an awkward save does get it. The follow-up's not there, and now Darth puts it high. Oh my word, and they just need to improve their ability to get shots on target with power. They could have at least 3 goals at this point.
And Greybeard, just with the talk of angles, I do want to say that if you were one, you'd be a cute one. But look, right now, Pirates not finding any kind of angles, cute or otherwise. Well, interesting, they're finding the angle, they're just shooting high, and not a little bit. They're not finding the inside of the crossbar and it bouncing down and away. It's going like 2 or 3 car lengths above the net when the net's just about wide open. So, as you said, they could have more goals. They could be level, if not ahead in this game. But again, Bravado doing what Bravado does, and that's just about hold on and then score efficiently. Happy Meal looking for a double, but it will be taken away by Snowy.
All right, well, speaking of Snowy, the pass to Darth and the save. What a read from To Die For to get in front of that. Skill Steal now coming, looking for the air bump to get Daisy out of the way. Doesn't connect, and now they got to get back quickly. Just Darth back. Skill Steal has made his way back. To Die For misses in the mid, but so does Darth. And it's, a consequence of when the game gets as high-paced as we're seeing here, you start to see a few misses, people not completely reading the ball, but my word, the pace is frenetic, and here comes Snowy for Bravado once again into the front! Skill Steal can't get the acute angle that he was looking for there. A little bit too tough to deal with, but they will try once more, and Bravado will deny once more.
I mean, we are all looking for a cute angle, aren't we? But look, stats, I'm just getting so much mileage out of acute angles here, and I'm going to stop it. I'm going to reel it back. But right now, in this game, right as we are, the series, or the game scores between these two teams in the last 2 splits, that's spring and winter combined, it's at 28-28. It's like literally inseparable. Wow. And Bravado currently in the lead, looking to just inch ahead to make that 29-28 in their favor. But we've seen 2 late equalizers from Pirates already in this series. Will we see another in the final minute? Only time will tell, and that time ticking away quickly.
But there is still plenty of it. Just 1 goal. The net's open for now, but To Die For does get back and make sure that nothing onerous comes of it. Another attempt, a nice intercept there from Darth, getting in front of it, keeping the ball in a dangerous zone. Snowy toward the goal. To Die For on the backboard, pushes it into his corner, and now we're seeing the relentless pressure from Orlando Pirates. But my word, Bravado have done well to just keep shutting them out every time they look for a goal, and now a shot from Bravado on net is saved away. And now the time really running out. Last 15 seconds. Can they find a way through?
But right now, Bravado looking more likely to score, frustrating the Pirates in their own defensive third, preventing any kind of play away. Snowy's finally latched onto some boost. He's managed to beat one, but no one getting back to it. And it will be Bravado taking the lead in the series, now sitting on 2-1. Another win from them would put them on match point.
And we're seeing a downward trajectory of the number of goals scored per game. In the first game, we had 5. In the second, we had 3. In this game, just 1. Which means in the next game, we should be having a goalless overtime. If it goes the way it has been, because it's getting tighter and tighter and harder to score.
Absolutely. Look, a huge thing for Bravado is keeping Pirates scoreless. The concerning thing is I do think that was maybe more on Pirates than it was on Bravado's defense, right? Pirates, we talked about it early, they had those opportunities. Just verifiable definitive goal-scoring opportunities where all they needed to do was hit the right side of the net, and I do just mean like the right half of the net, don't even need to hit that top corner. Skill Steal for one definitely would have had one. Darth, another big miss, and I think Snowy even could have had a chance to slot it into the top shelf, but hit the bar instead. 3 big opportunities, one from each player, that could have caused absolute shenanigans, changed the entire outcome of this game and maybe of the series. So right now, as you've pointed out, as I've pointed out, Orlando struggling with their shooting. Bravado holding on defensively, but they've got to watch out, because if the Pirates do start to find their eye, then it could be very different.
And once again, Orlando Pirates outshooting Bravado substantially. And that has got to be incredible. It's got to be infuriating for them that they're not converting the amount of pressure that they're building, the number of shots they're getting on that they just can't find. And then on the other side, Bravado not having to work as hard to find the net. Darth now, can they get an opening goal? They can't, because Daisy will pinch it away off the crossbar.
That was a great read from Daisy. He's coming down the other end. Shot not on target, but Snowy getting in the way regardless, stopping with the follow-up, the immediate follow-up, because a delayed one is currently incoming. Speaking of delays to die for, delayed by Happy Meal, but it set them up for the perfect play. Daisy with the double, maybe even the triple, pinch it off the defender as well, and finds that opening goal.
My word,
my
Darth going for the
goodness.
in and out, can't find it, and for the 4th consecutive game, Bravado with first blood.
It's so difficult going for the in and out there. Well, if that ball's just a little bit further in front of the attacker, it's the right play, but in a 50-50 like that, if you're not positioning yourself perfectly, it's going to be trouble. Maybe just going up for the block there, getting the entirety of the car in front of the ball would have been better. Right now, Pirates on the defense yet again, despite a strong start to the game, despite having an opportunity to open the scoring. It was Bravado that struck first, and it's Bravado that's looking to strike again, but Pirates maybe with a chance here as they push forward.
Well, they're trying again, as they have, and to highlight the outscoring situation, Pirates, up to the end of last game, 28 shots on goal to 17 from Bravado, and somehow they find themselves a game behind here. So getting in front of the net, build-up play, not the problem here. It's their shooting, getting it past that final last line of defense, the blue line of defense of Bravado. All right, here comes Skill Steal. Just has one to beat. Almost gets it around to die for, but it's not to be. For the moment, it's a little bit awkward for Bravado, but they do get it away. But more pressure coming. Darth looking for the disruption play, the bump play. Does clear out one player, but again, Pirates not finding a way through.
Daisy looking for that delayed flip. Snowy plays it around one and just about around the second. Gonna open up some space with the demo. Darth snipes the top corner, hits the crossbar, hits the post, and nestles firmly into the back of the net. As we approach halftime, not leaving it this late this time are the Pirates. They find the equalizer.
And I wonder there if Darth was, if he in his mind was, I don't think in his mind that was a shot. It was like, okay, I'm going to pass it. Hopefully one of my teammates finds it. But it is one of those where initially, not a great pass, but a perfect placement to get the goal. Oh no, an open net here on the other side. Snowy should get back. He does, and will clear it via his own corner. But Daisy's going to have an opportunity. He can't find it. And Pirates now falling over themselves to get the clear. They'll have an opportunity if they can keep their heads here and organize themselves for an attack, which for the moment they don't do.
Daisy with the big dunk. He's going to put some pressure onto Snowy, but Snowy cool and calm on the defensive end. The defender was there. I think it was Darth, and no momentum in net. Out of position, cannot get back to it, and that's a Bravado gift.
It is, and Darth all the way back at the very back of his net, trying to see how the play develops, but then just too slow to react. And it is Bravado now. So my prediction of a goalless overtime gone out the window. We've had 3 in just over half the game. And it is once again Pirates behind. Snowy will have a shot after a passing play, but with 2 defenders. Oh, the double doesn't come. 2 defenders in net. It was never really going to get past them.
And both those defenders combining to get it away. A little bit of a team bump on the way out. Right now, Bravado stuck in their own net, boostless, momentumless. They have a chance to break out. They've all managed to pick up some resources, but Snowy has none, and that means the big clear from Daisy is going to cause problems. Darth's awkward. We'll get the play away. Snowy with the fantastic touch. Just high enough to keep it out of reach of the defense, and in Skillsteal's reach, he goes off the sidewall, off the ceiling, and the shot comes in. Happy Meal, though, with the demo on Darth, will give him a chance to clear this one out. He's going to look for the 50. It's not to be. And right now, a bit of a midfield battle. Neither team able to latch on a possession. To die for, though, doing his best to give Orlando the chance they need. And this was all Bravado making mistakes. To die for has just teed up the shot. And then the defense, the goalkeeper, has put this one in off the post.
You know, Munts, we've all been there. You make the mistake, and in your frantic effort to make up for the mistake you've just made, you make it worse. To die for passing that, touching the ball away from his teammates, setting up that goal. But either way, is it an insta? Oh my word, Daisy with the dribble puts them right back in front.
Daisy with the magnet on his car just refused to let go of that ball, and I think everyone expecting him to just drop it down or maybe go for a double, and instead just the direct line into the top of the goal mouth. What a time to score. After some shenanigans, some defensive frailty, a gift given to Pirates, Bravado turned it around. They earned that one. That was all offense. Well deserved, but now needing some defense, and Daisy it is! Coming up big once more with the one to save.
My goodness, and that, for me, this is what has separated these two teams for the time being here, because Pirates have peppered that net again and again, but the defense holding so strong for Bravado, whereas on the other side, a little bit of fragility and frailty in the Orlando Pirates defense has allowed Bravado through. To die for. It's not enough on it. 10 seconds. Can Pirates get it over to the other side? They have possession, or at least they did. Clock running down, long clear from To Die For. It'll be saved, but it won't matter because the ball will bounce and Bravado will move themselves over to upper bracket final point.
3 points, 3 match points, 3 games that they just need one win in. And I gotta say, the odds in their favor right now, especially when you look at the recent matchups between these two teams. The last 3 series, this one included, Bravado dominating. Okay, one of those series went to 7 games, but we don't have to take a deep dive. Don't be fact checking me live, guys. But look, it's been in Bravado's favor and dominant in the last 2 at the very least. And they're looking right now to clinch that grand final spot. A reminder, the winner goes straight through to the grand final, the loser dropping down to that lower bracket. And if they are to make the grand final once again, to lift the championship trophy, they would have to beat their opponents in 2 consecutive series. So whoever wins here, sitting pretty in that grand final with a huge advantage over their opponents. Pirates, we haven't seen them in that lower bracket too often, and it's going to be a fresh little tidbit for us if we do. But still a job to be done for Bravado. Pirates not out of this one yet.
And if we do see an upset here and Bravado go on to win the grand final here, the only disappointment, Munts, is that this is happening so late in on the very last day of the season. You know, because imagine there were another 2 splits to play, and how close and tight the rivalry would be between these two as they each look to, settle their place for, Worlds and all of that already decided. But man, does it make it a mouth-watering proposition for our next season in SSA. In the meantime, Orlando Pirates looking to open the scoring. For the very first time in the series, they have not been able to find the opening goal and have been chasing for most of it.
All right, Greybeard, I got a question for you. You like to throw them my way occasionally, and sometimes I'll find one to throw back at you, but here's one. If Bravado do, theoretically, hypothetically, win 2 regionals in a row, that being the last regional and this regional, the final 2 regionals of the RLCS 2021-2022 season, would you call them, points aside, semantics aside, would you call them the best team in SSA? Oh, goodness.
Well, Skill Steal is going to get an opening goal for Orlando Pirates. They do have first blood, and I am going to come back to your question, but this is very important. Orlando Pirates leading first in a game for the first time in this upper bracket final. And to answer your question, Muntz, I don't think so, because I do, as fantastic as Bravado have been, they have to do it in the heat of competition where there's a lot more on the line, and taking nothing away from their performances, but it has to be in greater competition and possibly over a longer period of time.
Absolutely, I think that's a fantastic answer. Daisy might have his own answer to the goal that was Pirates just moments ago, but instead denied a second air dribble goal in the series. And Skill Steal might have an open net, but he can't find the power to beat, to die for. But hey, Greybeard, whatever the answer, whatever anyone's answer is to that question of which team would be the best in the region, Happy Meal is going to score that goal. Whatever anyone's answer is, Happy Meal scores that goal. But, so what I was actually saying, it's so fantastic that we don't have a definitive answer anymore. It's not 100% yes, Pirates are the best. There's a discussion about it, right? Like, 6 months ago, if I'd asked you that, you'd be like, what? What do you mean? Like, no, of course Pirates are the best in the region. But now there's nuance, and it's just a huge step for the region as a whole, and a huge step for Rocket League.
Yeah, it speaks to the growth of the region. Now what we've got to see in the second season is that messy middle that I love so much. We need to start to see teams coming out of there to challenge at the very, very top. And almost a Bravado goal. But this time, Pirates defense holding up to die for, goes under one. Can't get it past Skill Steal. Oh, magnificent play in the build-up, but great work in defense to keep it out.
We cross that halfway mark. A huge game, specifically for Pirates here, playing for their upper bracket lives. They lose this one, they will drop down, and Darth trying to tee up Skill Steal to find the go-ahead goal that could secure them their spot in a game number 5. But Bravado just need a goal, maybe 2, to secure their grand final spot. Happy Meal trying to make something happen. It's been Daisy more often than not. But anyway, tease it up for To Die For, who says, you know what? Daisy scored enough. How about you provide some for your teammates? Daisy says, yeah, no worries. To Die For with the go-ahead.
That was the art of misdirection right there, Muntz. Daisy playing around the ball, little touch here, little drive around, and really just waiting for To Die For. It was a magnificent play. All the attention sucked up by Daisy, and no one seeing To Die For coming in there with the banger to put Bravado in front.
Orlando looking for the immediate response and physicality there, but no contact actually made, just the threat of it. Snowy staying back, and now it's Skill Steal alone. The 50-50 comes in and he wins it decisively. Happy Meal can't get it past Skill Steal, who's just staying on that ball, setting up Darth, and that's another goal-scoring opportunity gone begging for Orlando Pirates. An equalizer, another one missed here by Skill Steal. And the follow-up wide as well, and To Die For going to latch onto this, gonna get the flit reset over the top, but Snowy should have that save.
In the last regional, they were Bravado went 3-1 up and then went on to lose the upper bracket final. So they're going to be wanting to break that curse. And they broke a lot of curses in the last regional, so I don't think they're going to be overly concerned. Certainly not as much as they would have been in that last regional. And right now, with 50 seconds left, they are in the driver's seat, especially if this one goes in. Happy, beg your pardon, Skill Steal getting back for the save, and that would have been tickets. They're still in it, but Bravado have all the momentum, all the pressure, all the territorial advantage. In the last 30 seconds, it is Pirates fighting. They will find themselves. They have not been. They have not been. Have they been? Oh my goodness gracious.
I think Pirates were in the lower bracket back when Bravado took their first regional from them. It was a 4-2 in the upper bracket for Bravado. Indeed. And a 4-2 in the final, if I recall correctly. So there has been precedent. We have seen Pirates down there in the lowers, and with 26 seconds remaining, they're going to need a miracle if they're not going to find themselves in that lower bracket at the end of this game. Bravado need a final stand, and they look to be getting that one started. Darth plays it forward. 13 seconds now for Pirates. They need the goal. It's not coming in. There's just not enough time left, and it's Bravado looking to seal the deal with the fourth. That's not coming in, but it doesn't matter, Greybeard. It doesn't matter, viewers. Chat, Bravado will be the first grand finalist that we see in this regional number 3, and Orlando Pirates, for the second time in the entirety of this season, will go to the lower bracket.
Wow, wow, wow. Okay, so you and I wrong. Tofu Elliott and Mr. Bepic right. And the only thing that's missing here, which I'm sad I didn't see in the chat, the last time this happened in Regional 1 of the Winter Split, as Bravado won, to die for put in the chat to Pirates saying, see you guys in about an hour. They're fully expecting to meet in the grand final. We'll see how that plays out. But in the meantime, Elliott on the desk, we have... Is it an upset, though? I don't know. But, well, certainly from my perspective, one.
It's tough to say, right? I mean, as smug as I am right now and as smug as I look, even I hedged my bets, right, before my prediction for Bravado. I said, well, look, probably Pirates are going to come back and just step up and smash it, just exactly like they did after they lost last time. But they didn't. It wasn't even really like Pirates played badly. It was just that Bravado, I mean, we're in the green room, and even our graphics operator, Roland, is just saying, like, man, what happened to Bravado? They're absolutely popping off. Like, this is insane. I mean, Blake, what are your thoughts? You were a lot more confident.
Well, I told you a lot has changed in this region, and a lot of that stems from how Bravado has just upped their game. Daisy especially, he was on something that series, offensively, but defensively as well. There were so many times where he had his back to the play, but still got up to that crossbar level and made a really important touch to disallow any kind of follow-up immediately from Pirates. That happened over and over and over again. I was a little shocked as to how many times that happened, but they did so well from those awkward defensive positions, and then they struck way more than Pirates did with a whole lot less offensively. It's just unbelievable to see Bravado playing that well.
And we had that point, right, that they were 3-1 up against Pirates in the upper finals last time and lost. But they closed it out 4-1 in pretty dominant fashion. Or at least that's how it looked to us. But is that how it looked on paper? Statisticians, inform us, please.
Would be our pleasure, Elliot, to inform you on how this match turned out. Bravado Gaming 4-1. Absolutely incredible at this point. Remind me in any Rocket League game to score first, Joda, because aside from one game, that is exactly what Bravado Gaming did. They were the tone setters in this game. And I want to mention one other thing as well. They were hitting their shots. Yes, Pirates had more shots than Bravado Gaming in almost every single game there, but it was Bravado, namely Daisy, who we called out to boast that shooting percentage. It was 50% earlier. It was 44.44% this time around, but you gotta applaud it.
Yeah, the first game that Pirates took less shots than Bravado was the final game. And Bravado, even after winning by more than one goal, still only had one more shot, 8-7. It's borderline equal in that regard. So Pirates definitely able to create the chances, just not able to create the quality of chances that Bravado were. And the other thing we got to see lots of that we were right on, important smug moment coming out, is Bravado did bring the demos that we expected from them. We were getting them consistently up around 4 or 5 per game, which is matching what they did to Pirates last time that worked so well. It seems to be that is part of their winning formula, and it's not something that Pirates have been able to find an answer for yet.
Not quite. If you're up against Bravado, got to look out for those demolitions. But this storied past of Bravado Gaming and Orlando Pirates, it's an incredible one. And it really is one that's shaping and turning into something different. I mean, Muntz did pose the question of, are they the top of the region? And Greybeard and Muntz going back and forth about that. But in the last 10 games, Bravado has won 9 of them. And in this storied past, it's 31-28. Pretty close for Bravado against Orlando Pirates in the spring and the winter splits. This is just a rivalry. It's got to be one of the top rivalries, Joda, in the entirety of Rocket League professional esports. And it's one that is turning into the favor of Bravado as of late.
It is indeed. And this is the first time that Bravado have actually been ahead in that head-to-head at 31-28. They've been trailing the whole time until this huge resurgence in the last regional in this one. So you can definitely understand the hesitancy from the panel to be too certain on it. But the final thing I wanted to highlight is that other than Pirates out shooting every game, they were also getting more of the boost consistently, 20 to 30% more picked up. And Snowy was putting up huge boost per minute use numbers, which is his comfort zone. It's what he likes best. But Bravado were spending less time on 0 boost and more time on 100, despite having so little. So although they were getting constrained a bit, they've clearly got used to it, and they were using it very frugally to make it stretch.
Well, there you go. Bravado, they did not win the boost or the shot number game, but they certainly won the demo game and the match itself. Elliot, back to you.
Thank you so much, statisticians. I mean, that is a moment for the history books. Bravado holding Pirates at arm's length. Greybeard, did you think you'd see this? And at this final juncture?
I'm just wondering, what I'm not sure of is it a function of being right at the end when everything else is already settled? I alluded to this a few days ago in conversations. Or is it really, are we at a point now where that top 2 is as uncertain as it is seeming right now? I just don't know, but I want to see that. Can Pirates bounce back from this? That is what they've got to do. Bravado have done a bracket reset. Can Pirates do it?
Can they? I mean, I'm very excited to see. It's certainly shaping up to be exciting. Luke, who stood out for you in that game? I mean, for us, it was Daisy, but what was your perspective watching it, really casting it and covering it?
I've been sidestepping Greybeard's questions all series long, and I'm going to sidestep yours a little bit here, because I don't really want to talk about a specific player on either side, rather than instead I wanted to focus on the scramble defense of both sides. For me, that was the difference in the series, right? We saw, even though Orlando outshot Bravado and had so many scoring opportunities, Bravado as an entire team, and I guess Daisy, if you want to nail down a defensive player, was right at the heart of that. Their scramble defense just looked more confident. We weren't seeing soft double commits. We were seeing clears out to the corner or high above the net, giving second players time to come in and get those clears, those secondary clears away. But for Orlando, those soft double commits coming in, the communication not there, awkward saves were coming back out into the danger area. And there's no other team that can do that to Orlando Pirates other than Bravado. So Orlando need to find a way. They need to work on some counter to that pressure and dealing with their scramble defense. It just needs to be better at this point, because we're seeing Bravado able to score more goals in less opportunity.
Well, one of the Titans knocked down into the lower bracket, and not the one that I think many of us expected. Pirates in the lower finals, and Bravado Gaming for the second time this season straight through the uppers into the grand final, where they will await for quite a while, and with some trepidation, I imagine, their opponents to make it. But we still have to find out who Pirates will be facing off against in the lower final. So ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. After this break, we'll have all the action from the lower semi-finals, where ATK will face off against Digital Devils.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. I wanna taste your content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption, honesty is a
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's Sub-Saharan Africa. It's the spring split, and we have just seen Bravado Gaming knock Orlando Pirates XD into the lower bracket scenes here in the SSA stream. And wow, what an exciting couple of series we have now for you. ATK about to go head-to-head with Digital Devils in the battle of the Titan Killers. And, well, hang on a second. Greybeard, I just want to ask you very quickly before we get started talking about this series. Do you think either of these Titan Killers could become true Titan Killers in the lower final and maybe take down Pirates?
Well, the answer to the question is sure, absolutely. There's always that potential. And I don't know. Do you know what? Bravado have overcome a mental hurdle in the last regional, I think. You know, that finish line, not being afraid of the finish line and being able to cross it. That's a massive gulf that ATK and Digital Devils have yet to cross. So I think that might be the only thing that stands between them and that possible upset.
Well, before we jump really into this conversation, let's have some people who are much smarter than us inform us so that we can maybe speak a little bit less ignorantly. Pyro J, Jota, what have you got for us on this matchup?
Well, Elliot, we just came off of the matchup Orlando Pirates and Bravado Gaming that we've seen time and time again, but ATK and Digital Devils have not met in this split yet, in the spring split, which is very interesting given the long runs that they've made. Just have not matched up. They did match up, however, in the winter split twice, and they're 1-1. One of those games going to game 6, the other going to game 7, with their storied past of it going very long, and both teams coming off of a sweep. Jota, this match is looking to be quite a close one.
Yeah, it is, and I think that now that we've seen Bravado versus Pirates, suddenly ATK stocks should be going up in everyone's mind, because their loss to Bravado 4-2 a little underwhelming, but may I remind people that ATK were 2-1 up in that series. They lost the next game by 1 goal to go to 2-2, but that could have been 3 series points had that edged the other way. The next game, game 5, they lost in overtime, so things really close there. That series easily could have gone the other way, and then watching how good Bravado have been, that actually shows that ATK have been delivering big time, and then of course that big sweep over DNMK. I think they have to be coming in on the more impressive form.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more that ATK looking really strong after that matchup against Bravado Gaming, who are looking top of the echelons here. I want to talk a little bit about players to watch as well. What are those consistencies that we can look out for in this match? Number one on my mind is Wordy, the top assister in the region this split, hitting those numbers as well throughout the day. So keep an eye out for Wordy teeing up Archeon and Skulkchi on ATK. And on Digital Devils, 0. You have got my eye as well. The shooting percentage is through the roof. Top 5 in the region this split and boasting a 45% shooting percentage in the last match. So 0 and Wordy are on my mind. But Joda, what else do we have from the stats corner before we hop in this match?
Well, previously we talked about that actually Digital Devils don't take a lot of shots, so they rely on 0 to have that really high scoring percentage or someone else to step up, and we stressed that as a potential weakness for them. But coming out into this specific Regional 3, they've averaged 25% more shots than they did in Regional 1 and 2, which has put them from near the bottom end, they were the weakest team still in, to right up around the 8 number where they should be. And that is the same number of shots per game as ATK have been taking, which is very solid stuff. And when we look at ATK's shooting, they've also had a style change, very important to notice, which ties in well, which is that they used to be a team that relied on conceding very few shots. They didn't make many saves, but they tried to limit the shots that came in the first place to get away with it, and they seem to have opened up more since then. They've been conceding more shots in this regional than they have been historically, but they haven't been conceding more goals. So both teams, it seems, going to be happier to have a higher shooting game all round.
We'll see if that is the case. It's looking like a very close matchup, but we said that about ATK and DNMK. So, Desk, back to you guys. Good luck.
Thank you so much, statisticians. Always informative, always an absolute pleasure to listen to you talk numbers. But now it's time to talk some nonsense. No, I'm joking. We have valid opinions here on the panel. Blake Phillips, Digital Devils, ATK. ATK really, really impressed me yesterday. They looked incredibly professional against DNMK. Is that going to be enough for them to come back and truly solidify that number 3 spot in the region?
I don't know, because they have to beat Digital Devils first, and DD looked incredibly professional against Pirates in the winter semis, and against Nibble as well, who was on a tear with Lion filling in the empty spot on that roster for the weekend. So I honestly do not know who was going to win this. When we were making our predictions or thinking about our predictions, I was so torn, because in all honesty, there's no telling what's going to happen in this best of 7. It's about who steps up and who executes their game plan the best. But since I do have to pick a team, I'm going to go Digital Devils just because I really hope Nibble was going to get this far, and then DD took them out. So put me down for Digital Devils, but it's going to be a close one.
Coin flip there for Blake.
Yep.
Luke, what do you think? Are you any more certain of this outcome?
I'm not, but if we're using those DNMK results, both teams here have had class sweeps of that team, of DNMK, in the lead up to this. But looking at Digital Devils, looking at how closely they played Pirates, despite the overall series score being a sweep, I think that's a really good sign that they might have refound that form, or rediscovered that form, rather, of the earlier regionals last split. It's been a little while since they've been here. It's not since winter that they've made it to the lower semis, but I think now they're here, they're looking good for that run to the lower bracket finals. So I'm going to go with Digital Devils.
Okay, all right. 2 for Digital Devils so far. I'm smiling, but Greybeard, are you going to put a dent in their dominance so far?
Both of these teams are here by reason of creating their own upsets in order to get here, putting aside Apex and DNMK to find themselves here. So that's a little confusing. We thought those two teams were like solid, but now they've been overcome by these two. So I'm going to pick Digital Devils for the most ridiculous reason, but an important one. It's because of Eugen, Original, and Zero, the senior citizens in RLCS. I want them to win for that reason.
Incredible. All right. Well, I mean, I don't even know if it needs to be said at this point, but for anyone who's new here, I'm predicting Digital Devils, as I have done every single time they've played for the last 6 months, even before they were called Digital Devils. I was a fan, and I'm still a fan now. But look, at the very least, if you're an ATK fan, take this to heart. They have been playing unbelievably well this weekend, and they have the underdog story on their side now to come back and beat not only Digital Devils but the entire desk as well. Will be quite a story if they can manage it, so let's see if they can. Ladies and gentlemen, fighting for their spot in the tournament, fighting against elimination for the final time this season, Digital Devils head to head with ATK. Luke George, Blake Phillips, take it away.
It is a lower semi-final set up for drama. Both of these teams seem to get this far on the regular, although, like I said, it's been a little while for Digital Devils, and hasn't happened that often recently for ATK either. So both teams really wanting to make it here and really wanting to progress to that lower bracket final against what we've seen is a beatable Pirates. So it kind of feels like this might be the best chance of either of these teams to make a grand final in a little while now.
Not only is it the best chance, but it's their last chance. So you're trying to make the biggest impact possible going into this impending offseason. And Digital Devils, ATK, both battling for the stories of the largest resurgence. Of course, former royalty, Digital Devils looks so good in winter. ATK looks so good fall and winter. And then they both tapered off, not making roster moves coming into this split, maybe impacting them as other teams did and stepped up with those new faces on their squads. And now they're back. And I said it again months, but the logic here gets so convoluted because you think one side might have an advantage and the other side has an advantage that cancels that logic out. It's confusing, and I just want to see 7 games between these squads going at it for a chance at Pirates.
But look, confusing and difficult predict is the perfect recipe for a good Rocket League series, right? It's what we want to see. It's what we've seen with Pirates and Bravado in that upper bracket final, and I feel like a Digital Devils ATK, they could be 2 teams to make this lower semifinals their own next season. If they are to stay together as they have all season long, if they are to continue with that foundation, although, you know, Greybeard mentioned the Digital Devils are looking a little bit long in the tooth at this point, so who knows, but they're still playing up to the standard needed. They're here right at the top of the pointy end of the region, and it's fantastic to see. I can't wait to see who takes the win in this outcome. We've all gone for the Digital Devils, and I kind of did I threw my prediction into like putting it together. I kind of felt like it was a bit rushed. I didn't have a chance to really think about it, and I'm surprised that everyone went Digital Devils, if I'm honest. I kind of thought that would be the underdog pick. It made sense in my mind, but my mind doesn't function quite like anyone else's, I think. But hey, it's going to be one huge story if ATK do manage to upset the entire desk and make it to that upper bracket final, or lower bracket final rather. But we are now in the action. This lower bracket semi underway. Your teams are the Digital Devils and ATK.
Yes, indeed they are, and that's original. Stepping up, challenging Wordy early on, but the man in the lengthy yellow car is able to win a couple of challenges and push it into that Digital Devils. And Zero, though, on minimal boost, 0 boost, in fact, as a pass over to Original. Oh, not quite on the same page. That would have been a clanger of a start had they connected there.
Yeah, right. Now, ATK needing to defend. And I like him with 100 boosts in the tank on takeoff. It's a scary proposition. But ATK shutting it down. Skulk might get on the end of it, though. I like him. Doesn't miss it on the sidewall. And Archeon gonna play that out, but it's a weak play, and Wordy's overcommitted for it. Original with the chance. The weak shot denied by Skulk G.
Zero. Now goes past the ball. Skulk G, big couple of wins. No, not through Eliakim. And the second challenge one, confusing the ATK offense, throwing them into a disarray. But speaking of, Original, a team bump, still controls the ball nicely until let's take a challenge. Zero, missed shot. Hasn't been doing that too much this regional. So a transition now ensuing. Archeon into the corner, and Original will make up for the lack of offense into solid chances from Digital Devils with another clearance, and they'll try to find another one, but that pass across the box, too tall, and Digital Devils will not get a chance to regain after that missed zero shot.
Yeah, and a lack of offense, as you say, actually seems to be the story of this first half. Even this goal not really coming from offense whatsoever. In fact, it was only the third shot of this match, all three coming from Digital Devils. If you can call this a shot, it's just a midfield challenge that's just pinballed in. And yeah, Digital Devils starting off with the opening goal.
Zero doesn't go into that saying, all right, I'm going to shoot from this position as he attacks whoever's orange car that was. I've already forgotten. Oh, Archeon. Another close opportunity. Almost given Digital Devils. That one the same. Wordy out to Skulk G, though. I like him. Nothing in the tank. No beans. No save. 1-1.
It didn't take too long, but ATK find the equalizer, and it comes from their first shot and from their own half as well. Long-range effort. Just enough to beat the Digital Devils, whose defense was caught out just a little bit there. But we're about to enter the second half, all locked up, and it's a great way to start off this series.
We are we?
Yep.
Locked up, you say?
Yep. Hey,
how about no?
Hey, there's still time.
Yeah, 5 seconds. Maybe we see another kickoff goal, but that was nicely set up by Zero. That 50 taken onto Archeon read him like a book, and I like him just had to move in and hit that shot on net. So, 2-1. Let's wait with bated breath to see if Muntz will be right. Time ticks down, and we are in the second half. Not quite locked up. Sorry, Muntz.
I'll remember this. Don't worry about it. we could have just moved on, skipped forward, and kept commentating, but no, we had to dwell on it. I will have my revenge, Bepic. I will have my revenge.
Well, I only get a certain amount of series in the booth with you, so I got to take full advantage of them. And
fair.
Digital Devils helped me out with that. I appreciate that, fellas. And they could actually get another goal here. That demo not going to open anything up. We're still 2-1. The scoreline that has cursed Muntz here.
That's Original, though. Gonna push forward. Finds an infield ball, but Archeon in the way. Right now, Digital Devils may be satisfied with just playing this out slow, throwing one person forward in a solo attack and having a conservative rotation, and they're going to need it here as the offense from Wordy. And ATK comes forward via the pass into the shot. They nearly find that shot through the defense, but defensive back passing plays coming out now for Digital Devils, and they're going to look to break away themselves. It's a slow play and a flick from Original, but Archeon denying.
That was so nice from Original. Won the race to the ball and then maneuvered through a couple orange cars to set up this offensive, though his shot's not quite as nice as his exit from defense. And now a pass over on an exposed net was just behind Archeon. Wordy going to be kicking himself for that one, as that was a good look in counterattack mode. Instead, Original challenge one. Wordy a big miss, and that midfield boost given away to Original so he can contest that ball. Fortunately for ATK, Skulk G had his wits about him, was able to control it to that back wall, and Archeon, a dunk off the post. That's about as close as it gets.
Inside of the back post and away. Thought for sure he was finding the angle, but just Pixels denying him. And now ATK with the chance in the final minute here. That they would have had a chance if Zero didn't drop down for the dunk. Archeon, though, with the perfect timing on the boost, although he did just have to wait a few moments. He's going to push forward. I like him. Cuts into it. Beats one. Beats two. Skulk G, though, will catch it at the back. And with 20 seconds remaining, ATK struggling to find shots on net, let alone goal-scoring opportunities.
Look at all that space given to Original, and the backboard undefended as well. That was ATK, I think, focusing a bit too much on the offense they were going to have to play to tie us up, and forgetting about the defense that they had to play right there. They let Original come at them with all that space, and Original knew he just had to play it high. Eliakim hits that shot every single time.
That's a way to close out a game number one for Digital Devils. Going ahead and then sealing the deal late on. As soon as ATK needed to push forward, they needed that goal, that equalizer. It seemed like Digital Devils just found a lock-up defense high up the pitch as well. ATK unable to break out of their own third, even their own half, even their own third at times. And Digital Devils reaping the benefits of that aggressive play style. And here they are, going in to game number 2 with that game lead and looking good in this series.
That's a good start for Digital Devils. I think that's the best way I can put it, because game 2, another big one. ATK didn't feel completely warmed up right there. There were some missed chances on that side, but Digital Devils certainly were the more warmed up of the two. We saw one miss from Zero, and then that felt like about it. The rest of their opportunities were either shots that missed to set up other shots or shots that went in. Especially at the end there, Eliakim and Original combining for that dagger in game 1. I'm interested to see how they rebound. Perhaps more possession, because it was largely controlled by Digital Devils.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see what stats the Stats Corner give us mid-game. Again, just a huge shout-out to them, providing us with statistics live.
Thank you.
While we're commentating, if we pull out some big numbers and comparisons and historical precedents, please know that 99% of that is Stats Corner hand-feeding us this stuff. I don't store all of this stuff in my brain, that's for sure. Bepic might, but I definitely don't. Skull G Dudo.
Well, he wasn't too keen on allowing Stats Corner to have all the praise here in Game 2. Takes advantage of the miss, and that is a hard shot from a difficult position to really garner that much power. So, nicely done by him to pop that over Zero's head. And ATK, I'd say they've rebounded nicely.
Yeah, you could say that. That's a good way to rebound, as you say, taking the lead in the opening, 5 seconds, 10 seconds or so of game number 2. And maybe finding a way through, but I like him. A little bit awkward. Had plenty of time to make the save, but for some reason, seemed to take some time to get there. And now, Digital Devils looking to move on, but Skull G just will not let them out. The bump onto Zero. It's just scavenged, just scraped away by the defense from Digital Devils, and ATK suddenly turning into transition monsters.
I don't know what happened last game. Digital Devils were reading the game better than ATK and escaping their half with relative ease, and now it's difficult to cross that center line for DD. ATK at that center line, building up a brick wall of large impenetrability, and now 2 go on the near post. This is looking a bit scrambled for Digital Devils. Same case there, but Skalkji wasn't quite expecting it, still wreaking havoc. Oh my word, he bodied Zero, then he bodied Eliakim's touch. Original a miss, and ATK cap off 45 seconds in the offensive half with a goal.
It has been absolute dominance from ATK here in game number 2. They find a second goal, deservedly so. And my goodness, you said a rebound. This is a massive one. They're bouncing higher than where they were dropped from, it feels like. But there is still plenty of time here in game number 2. We're barely 90 seconds in, and Digital Devils have all of that time to figure out what's going wrong, push forward, and find a couple goals of their own.
The stat script has completely flipped in the first 90 seconds, but I'll hold my tongue. They were going to be used to compliment ATK, but as always, a player hears us about to praise someone, and they sap it up for themselves. Zero and Eliakim, nice combination there to catch out ATK's back line.
And right as we hit that 90 seconds past time, the deficit down to 1 now. ATK have to have it in the back of their minds that maybe it was just a bit of a slip up from the Digital Devils early here in game number 2, as Digital Devils look to bring it forward, though Original can't keep up with it. Zero looking for another dunk into a goal-scoring opportunity. It's not quite happening yet, and ATK are having to scramble to get this out of their own half, but Original stopping them from doing so.
Oh, wow. Eliakim the pass. He took a journey to find the spot to be, to put that ball center. Zero just couldn't quite put it in, as there was a nicely positioned defender there for ATK. Will there be here? Zero, a pop to the back wall. In comes Original. But Wordy, there was nicely positioned to send the ball away at that center line, though, and Digital Devils starting to wrest some control back of that center line. Zero is a big proponent of their possession game victory in game 1, but he is bested here as ATK finally finds a clear without conceding.
Wordy plays it high. It's awkward for Zero, who will get there in time. I like him with a fantastic follow-up. Awkward enough that Archeon has to play back and turn into the clear, so not a lot of power on it, and results in an opportunity. Original continuing it As we approach the 2 minutes remaining mark, the miss comes in from Zero, and Archeon pounces on it with the open net, beats the defense, but not the post.
No.
The follow-up as well hits the same post and is played away by the ATK attempt on net. And here comes Eliakim and Digital Devils looking to punish after a fortuitous sequence of events.
Oh, ATK, you better win this game now after missing that pair of open nets. All right, Eliakim, not too keen on allowing that to go unnoticed. We're tied up here, and it should be 3-1.
Oh, it's so rough for ATK. You have... they hit the same post twice, Bepic. And then another goal-scoring opportunity put onto the crossbar, and... and then you come down the other end and you capitulate almost instantly. It's just heartbreak now. And all the momentum in Digital Devils' favor after it looked to be a dominant game 2 from ATK, but it was almost like they were dominating too dramatically in too quick a fashion, and then they've cooled off immensely in the second half, or even the middle minute, I guess you could say, because Digital Devils look on track. It's another huge dunk, and it's just going to find its way in. It's Eliakim this time who finds that monster ratio into the back of the net.
The Rocket League gods do not smile upon open net misses. ATK finding that out the hard way. I don't believe that 50 finds the back of the net. You can't even break that down. That's just another challenge from Digital Devils that just happened to go on target when ATK wasn't expecting it.
I found the reason. I think it's Archeon's decal. That's why ATK is struggling. He's got a brown car with a white splatter design on it that just looks like a bird has taken its leave all over it. Like, it's rough. When you look that bad, you can't play that good. And right now, I do think ATK, it's time for a decal switch up, maybe a bit of placebo to get back into this, especially if you drop this second game after such a confident, dominant start. But big props to Digital Devils who have really nailed down their decal game.
Yeah, if you need a coach, all you teams out there, Muntz is available. He will tell you what decals and what decals to not use, but that's one apparently that you should be using. Eliakim has been on it this game and the last. Honestly, he's played solid, done his job, hit the shot. So, Muntz, is his decal suitable? His performance certainly is.
It's acceptable. His performance is outshining it for sure, but it does the job. And so are the two defenders here for Digital Devils. Both players, Eliakim and Zero, getting involved with that clear. They're going to have to get involved further because there's a chance for ATK at the last. They will be denied the opportunity to level up the series. A resurgent. We've used that twice in the same game, but for two different teams now. A resurgent performance from Digital Devils to take the victory.
ATK outshot Digital Devils in that game, and yet we still see DD taking it. That, not a good sign for ATK because they had just about everything going right for them in that first 90 seconds. They had the flurry of shots. They had like about 100% of the possession. They had the 2 goals. The buffer was there. And then they slowly receded. And then Digital Devils, by way of a hat trick from Eliakim, I will add, took it all back and took game 2. But the open net miss, Muntz, that's what you really think about when you think about game 2.
Especially when it's an open net miss into like a big dunk goal, right? That you can say like, okay, in a physics-based game, there's no luck. But it was a fortunate sequence for Digital Devils and just hugely unlucky for ATK. So when that kind of sequence goes against you, it just hurts so much more. It's so easy to get tilted. And I'm not sure that's what happened then, but even a slight dip in mentality is going to be enough at this level of competition for the opposition to just separate themselves a little bit. And that's what Digital Devils did in the last.
That's why I've taken advantage of every single opportunity that presents itself and why the top teams do that a lot of the time. Digital Devils, they are trying to go to match point after this game. ATK, no timeout taken. Muntz, I know you're a big proponent of taking a timeout after going down 2 games, if you are going to take the timeout at all, especially if you drop game 3, because that just makes it look even worse.
Digital Devils now looking to close this one, or put themselves on the precipice of closing this out. A win in this game would give them 4 match points to move on to the lower bracket final, where again they'll be matching up against the Orlando Pirates. Weird to say, but it has now been said. And I gotta say, with the performance, if they were to sweep ATK here, I'd be thinking, oh, okay, maybe they will make a fight of it. Maybe they'd even be able to take down the Pirates in that lower final. And look, they're marching on towards that sweep right now, taking the lead in game number 3 and really putting ATK on the back foot.
I'm starting to think Zero's Octane's above regulation size, because that's another big dunk that he's had to set up a goal. That's 3 in a series, in about a game and a fifth of one, and that doesn't happen all that often. For it to happen 3 times, and there's another one, like, that's a tough save to make. His Octane must be a little bigger than normal, though. I like him, just had a pretty nice block himself, and Archeon missed there. I don't know what's going on, but Zero, something fishy.
Well, I mean, you mentioning Zero, and yeah, okay, it does seem like he's got the Merc hitbox on the top, on that Octane body, but I like him right now. The stats coming in, along with his 3 saves, he's scored 5 goals across the first 2 games, and he's also got 4 demos from that last game, and 62% shooting. Like, he's just having a monster performance in this series. And if he continues like that, it's going to be very difficult to stop. The good news for ATK is it's pretty hard to keep that level of performance sustained over the entirety of a best of 7, and they're just going to have to hope he cools off, because I don't see much stopping him. He's even going to get back to this. I like him having a massive series.
But if there is a player to sustain that kind of ability, it is Eliakim. He's the star of this Digital Devils team, and ATK do have to shut him down. This is a good start. I mean, all this possession leading to a plethora of chances for ATK. They're controlling the ball nicely, reminiscent of the first 90 seconds of Game 2. Can they get a goal, though? That's the big question that's yet to be answered, and with that clear, looking like the answer will be a no. Although Eliakim underjumped that one, stayed underneath it, and Original couldn't place it back in the orange half. That pass over will help the case of Digital Devils in terms of finding an escape route, and ATK still goalless.
Still goalless for now, but putting together a nice little sequence of passing. The shot in the end lacking. That final pass just a little bit behind the play. Really difficult to find power and precision on that kind of bounce. It's going to give Digital Devils a chance to push forward, at least push out to halfway. They do get shut down. A demo here from Skull G might open up some space. It's another shot to the inside of the far post, and it's another chance for Digital Devils to strike immediately, but this time Archeon coming in the savior.
Oh my, I'm talking about a fishy Octane size. How about a magnet on that post attracting every single ATK shot to that left side? I don't believe that. That's the 3rd ball to go off of that post in the last 2 games. Unbelievable. And ATK scoreless as a result. So maybe shoot to the right side, boys, because that left post is moving slightly inward to block your shots. And there's another one. That one was a bit more off target than previous shots, but ATK still struggling to get their shooting accuracy under control.
Might have another chance here. Skull G doesn't find the challenge, though. So Original free to play that away. Free to take an opportunity. Look for the bounce, or look for the bump on Archeon. Didn't find it. ATK pushing forward. Werty, though, does get the 50-50 here. Skull G's up early. Original can't beat him to it. Zero should play this to the sidewall, but he's shut down in turn. ATK refusing to go down without a fight, but right now struggling to get shots on net again. The crossbar denies. The follow-up from Skull G, not enough, and the chance gone by. Digital Devils pushing out in the final 30 seconds. ATK have to get desperate.
ATK have 9 shots on target, and 7 of those have been saved. There was one off the post, and I'm sure probably another one off the post, but still, yeah, 2 off the post. And they have tripled the shot total of Digital Devils in this game, are still scoreless. Unbelievable numbers, keeping DD in front here. ATK, they need something in the final 10 now. This clear will help their case, but Zero out to the side. Eliakim's there, and he'll find a second touch. Fortunately, Archeon back, but he's dunked by Eliakim. Ball still up on 000's. Original trying to change that. Zero will help out, and Digital Devils 3 straight games. ATK after reverse sweep.
Digital Devils on the precipice of that matchup with Orlando Pirates. And look, okay, we talked about Eliakim having a monster performance in the opening 2 games. Cooled off a little bit statistically. There are only 2 saves, 0 goals, 0 assists, and 0 shots even in that game number 3. But I do want to highlight a little piece of his play that's a little bit less glamorous, and that's that secondary clear. We saw it right at the end in that final 10 seconds. The clear comes in from the initial save or the follow-up of the save, and then Eliakim just seems to always be pre-jumping it from a sidewall to get a secondary touchdown field and deny the chance for the opposition to keep pressure on, to retain that pressure coming forward. And it's just such an underrated part of any player's game, is that ability to break that pressure, really pop that zone, and push forward on the transition. Eliakim showing up big, but 0 with a huge goal, the only goal that separated these 2 teams. But my goodness, what a matchup it is. I don't think the 3-0 tells the whole story, but Digital Devils definitely looking like a deserved lead in the series.
They definitely do have a deserved lead, thanks to those aforementioned mechanical extensions on the clear from Eliakim. And update, timeout ATK. You guys probably guessed that based on how long we've been talking here, but ATK will be taking that extra minute or so to discuss what the heck they need to do to avoid hitting that darn post on the left side of the goal. They're getting good looks. They're getting a lot of shots. They have outshot Digital Devils by a significant margin across the last 2 games, but still nothing to show for it. It's 4-2 in those 2 games in terms of goals in favor of Digital Devils. So maybe the stats have something to tell us once, but ATK, honestly, the biggest stat is their shooting accuracy.
Yeah, it's difficult for ATK, right? Because you take that time out, and what do you figure out? What do you talk about? It's like they're getting themselves into goal-scoring opportunities. Enough goal-scoring opportunities that they could have been winning games. They had those 2 shots off the post, off the inside of the post even. So that single inside of the post miss, that's enough to level the game. And then a second miss onto the post, the other post, that's enough to be winning the game. So they're finding the opportunities. They've got the offense. They're putting it all together. They just can't quite find that final piece of the puzzle that's going to take the win. And, I mean, if you're in that timeout, like, again, the tactical difference is just hit your shots, lol. Like, what? They know that, right? They're not trying to miss. It's not part of the plan. And yet here we are, ATK down by 3-0. It's crazy right now.
I didn't expect this. I mean, the desk completely picked Digital Devils to win this series, but I don't think any of us were expecting a sweep. So ATK better step it up a little bit here. And Joder's letting us know right now that Digital Devils, though they were stuck in defense for a large chunk of that game, they were able to maneuver their way into the corners for a large part of their defensive play. And that definitely does help weather the storm, even if ATK is getting shots from those positions. They're not the hardest shots to save because you should have a player on the near post ready to get a block. So if DD can keep that up, then perhaps they continue the struggles of ATK. And out of the gate, a fake kickoff. You don't see that all too often out of the team that is winning. And Eliakim came across my screen right there, Muncie. He's a little bit far away from the play, but I thought for a second he had that.
Close margins there. I do like the fake kickoff to start off a game of this kind of import. You expect that kind of shenanigans to come when you are a goal down or right at the end, maybe to start off an overtime just for the shenanigans, but to start a game, like, why not take advantage of the only set piece in Rocket League? And you are only really guaranteed that opening kickoff because, I mean, if you go to an overtime in 0-0, there's not gonna... I guess that's a kickoff as well. So you're guaranteed 2 at the very least. But, yeah, why not? Why not throw it in there? If you're confident with it, if you do have something you've practiced, mix it in. It's a great little wrinkle to throw into your tactics. And unfortunately, it didn't really work out then, but got us off to a good start.
Well, you never know if you're going to need a good fake kickoff against Pirates if there is no reverse sweep from ATK. So practicing that mechanic for the future, perhaps. But ATK right now, starting off nicely, played some defense. Now it's their turn in the offensive side of the pitch. But 0 Find the first touch, quickly has his car removed from the ether, or sent to the ether rather, removed from our plane of existence. But he's back. Thankfully, he didn't stay in the ether for very long, just about 3 seconds, and that'll lead to a clear out back into the orange zone, and Digital Devils can set something up here. In fact, an opportunity, original too high. The rebound, though, it's good.
It is indeed. The ATK defense just getting pulled off the post a little bit, maybe expecting this next shot to come in immediately, but in the end, Archeon slightly better positioning there. Would have meant he'd get a touch, but great goal from Digital Devils. A couple opportunities in quick succession, making the right decision on either or on all of them, just delaying that shot until after the defense is scrambling.
Oh my, I like him. To 0. He's blocked by Wordy, but what a setup that was. And Wordy on his exit finds a bump. Original outspeeds the next man up. And that all started with a gorgeous flip reset from Eliakim.
Actually missed the flip reset on the first passing. But fantastic play there. That flip allowed him to delay the pass off the backboard and keep his car out of the way of the pass as well. So the perfect decision making there, but Wordy finds a way over the top. He just latched onto the ball and drives it into the top shelf.
All right, well, I've talked about the fishiness on the blue side of the field, but is it legal for Wordy to put glue on his front bumper? Because obviously, that's how he got the ball to stay there the entire way to the net. Defense could not get back in time, and oh my, that is how you get a run started if you're ATK.
And I got no idea how much boost he had in the tank when he took off either. It felt like he had an infinite amount, maybe an extra 20 boost in the DLC pack that only the professionals know about. But I don't know, that was a fantastic play from him. Kind of almost faking that he had that much boost because he kind of delayed his air dribble attempt and then just boosted through it. So, as we approach halftime, I'm not going to say we're locked in at 2-1 as we pass it, but we are now locked in at 2-1. ATK on the comeback trail and looking to keep their tournament alive.
Well, Muntz has learned from his mistakes. We'll see if ATK can do the same. Already beaten there. It's a race towards the net. Archeon from behind swipes the back pocket there of Original and will allow ATK to play some more settled defense as opposed to the counterattack defense that would have been a bit scrambled had a couple of shots come through for DD. That's a bit of scramble, but I like him. Making up for it with a quick demo onto Archeon, and Digital Devils controlling this play nicely.
Original unable to get a second touch on that, so it's going to have to be 0 with the infield. It is indeed. Archeon, again, just kind of peeking up off that post for me. He's just got to delay that just a little bit. If that ball had gone top right, it was going to be difficult. But he does get the touch away. And they do get the transition and an opportunity to set up a little bit of pressure, but I like him. So good again at breaking that pressure and pushing forward. And now he's got a goal-scoring opportunity, but Wordy just snatches it away at the last.
That was an important touch from Wordy, but ATK can't follow it up with a clear until now. Likem's actually all alone. That was an important decision to boom that to the corners. If he caught it, he was in a dangerous spot to be collapsed upon by ATK. Doesn't result in a clear, though. Just time for his teammates to get back, and we're about to hit the 60-second mark. Left in this game, potentially left in the season of ATK if they can't clutch up and score a late goal in this game for and extend this loser semifinal. Digital Devils starting to see a pirate ship emerging in the distance, but still 50 seconds to go until they do reach the crest of that wave.
And I just want to note that Archeon has indeed changed his decal. It looks a lot better now. We'll see if it's enough to push forward and find a leveler here in the final 33 seconds. They have an opportunity. Original misses it, but Wordy's backwards. Does manage to turn it into a pass forward. Archeon, though, also reversing. And it's just shenanigans for ATK, but it might work out for them. Skulk G can't find the angle. 0 to play it away. And suddenly, time almost out for ATK in the tournament. If they can't find a goal in the final 10 seconds, it will be Digital Devils moving on. And right now, it is all Digital Devils in the offensive third. ATK can't get close to the ball. I like him denying them. An Original trying to find a third, but this ball will not hit the ground. Archeon the latest, and 0 finally grounds it and finds a 4th game win in the series with the sweep over ATK and booking that spot in the lower bracket final.
Wow, I'm a bit sour that only was 4 games. I wanted so much more out of that. Though we did get a very back and forth series, ATK just couldn't quite keep up with the pace of the Digital Devils. I mean, the speed was about even in terms of gameplay, but I mean pace as in walking pace. Digital Devils just a step ahead of ATK. It felt that entire series long, and you know, we were all right on the desk, so we get to be smug in that regard, but I feel like the 4 of us should be wishing that went 7 games. Elliot, what are you thinking?
Know what to say, to be honest with you. When I was predicting Digital Devils, it's I expect them to win. I did not expect them to sweep. ATK have looked incredible all weekend, Ryan, but this time Devils just stepped up.
We've had there's been chaos this weekend, no doubt. In many respects, I mean, we weren't massively surprised by finding ATK and Digital Devils here, but along the way, there's been chaos with the upset with Nibble, and then Apex going out, DNMK going out, and now a sweep. I mean, we all predicted Digital Devils, but we thought, Bepik, you mentioned it, we thought it would be close. This should have been a Game 7, but Digital Devils waltzing their way into a lower bracket final.
The Titan Killers step up and they take down ATK. Move on to claim 3rd at least in this final regional. Maybe the real Titan Killers now? Well, look, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's go over to Stats Corner, where Jake Bittner and Taylor Francis are going to give us the roundup in numbers from that series.
That's a huge congratulations to the Digital Devils. What a match that they won. No, that was not an accident. Demos, come on, Joda, we gotta talk about it. Eliakim is popping off.
Yeah, he is. In that series total, Eliakim took 11 demos across the 4 games. The other 5 players combined took 9 demos. He was on an absolute rampage. Digital Devils in general, pretty high demo numbers. That is basically all on Eliakim, and we talked about it a bit in the green room that demos are not made equal. If you have one player getting tons and the other player's getting less, it instills a lot more fear into people, because the defenders have to know that whenever Eliakim isn't directly on their screen, they need to be afraid. And when you have that fear, it changes up your defense, and whatever changes it made to the ATK defense clearly came out good for Eliakim himself, didn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Eliakim on demolitions, sure, but if you want to talk completely 42% in shooting percentage, that's 5 of 12. Immense pressure from this player. We're talking, what else from Eliakim? 7 saves. It's a lot coming out from Eliakim. So we'll look forward to see what role Eliakim plays against Orlando Pirates coming up next, especially when we're talking Zero so much as the striker. They're looking to be a fully formed team, but we do have to say goodbye to a team of ATK. Can we get some semblance, some sense of what happened? I mean, listen, Joda, I saw Wordy out there who was not even assisting, trying to air dribble their way into a win for ATK, but just they couldn't muster one up.
Yeah, Werty's their main assister, so when they scored very few goals, it shouldn't be surprising to find out that means he didn't get many assists, so his points tally was not up to his usual standards. But we also have what I think will possibly go down as the most tragic stat in SSA history, that Werty had a game 3, where he spent 60% of the time in the Digital Devils half, only 30% in his own, and they still lost. That is the most time anyone has ever spent on offense and still lost. All the other games in the top 10 for time on offense were victories. There were games where like Pirates beat teams like 9-1 and silly things going on in first day's action. So that is just ridiculous stuff coming out. The heat maps tell the similar story. ATK, Archeon was the second most aggressively placed player on the pitch overall behind Werty, but having the most aggressive players just didn't prove to be enough for them. Whatever they did, they could not break through. None of their players above the low teens for shooting percent.
The pressure was unrelenting from ATK, but somehow not enough. It was the resilience of Digital Demos and the sweep for them to give themselves the win. Desk, back to you.
So much, Jake and Taylor, statisticians making us look a lot smarter. Although I suppose not, since we brought them on camera. We shouldn't have done that, should we? Now everyone knows it's just them.
Yeah, we should restrict them to the back room, providing us stats through Discord like they do during the series.
Yep.
I think that's the play.
Agreed. All right, Stats Corner is scrapped. We're back to being the ones who tell you the stats on screen. Look, oh my word. What a series that was, Blake. I can't believe it wasn't closer in the series score, but you've got to give so much credit to Digital Devils.
Yeah, plus their post. That post had a lot of saves on ATK shots, and we talked about it. The shooting accuracy from ATK was so low. Stats Corner, I'll give them credit just one last time before we go back to taking it all for ourselves. They mentioned it. All three players of theirs in the low teens of shooting percentage, and you could feel that. Digital Devils, they shot an average, if not better, it felt like, and even with their fewer opportunities, that was enough for them to overtake ATK with how many times they hit that post. That was unbelievable how many times that left post was clanged.
Considering ATK's performance this weekend, Luke, and considering how solid they looked yesterday, particularly against DNMK, is this a surprising result to you?
The sweep, yes, but again, like to reiterate a bit of what you guys have already touched on, it was a lot closer than this game score suggests, right? Digital Devils kind of doing to ATK what Pirates did to Digital Devils, and that's take a very close 4-0 sweep. Just one goal in it for 3 of the 4 games, and then that first game where there was 2 goals in it, it really did come as ATK trying to push forward and find that equalizer, right? And you can't really discredit their defense too much in that kind of situation. So yeah, a couple bounces different, and this is a much closer series. So in that aspect, it's a surprise, but I mean, it's also not, right? Digital Devils have been playing well all weekend long, and they do look poised to put up a big old fight against Orlando Pirates.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have our top 3 teams remaining in the Sub-Saharan Africa Spring Split Regional 3 here at RLCS. Bravado Gaming already through the upper bracket and into the grand final. And coming up after this break, we'll be finding out who will be joining them. Is it going to be Orlando Pirates XD, I think, as probably everyone expects? Or are we going to see the Titans well and truly slain by Digital Devils? You don't want to miss it. Come and find out right after this.
I need a quick escape. You know where I can go. Take me to that place.
since 1991. Birds and people are living together in seemingly perfect harmony, until one day a young man catches fire. This is Phoenix.
You've been knocked down and got up again. In a corner, you're surrounded, no defenders. You've hid your fury and kept it in. But it's time now, you ignite and turn to embers. Like a phoenix, you burst in a fire burn. A thirst and desire, you transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings and rise from the ashes. Phoenix, you burst in a fire burn. A thirst and desire, you transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RLCS. This is SSA. That's Sub-Saharan Africa, for anyone who is new and not sure quite whereabouts in the world we are. We are officially, as confirmed by Status Corner, the biggest region with the biggest hype as well, and definitely the best community and the biggest upsets. We've got Digital Devils going head-to-head as huge underdogs against Orlando Pirates XD, our not reigning champions. It's not often you get to say that, Blake, is it?
No, it's not. I almost forgot for a second that was the case, but Bravado sitting pretty. I mean, they didn't sit so pretty last regional until they were up 3 games in the final best-of-7 of it, but now waiting to see what Pirates do in the lower bracket. It's kind of incredible, and Digital Devils, they've got a tall task ahead of them to see if it's a completely fresh grand finals with them in it and against Bravado. Elliot's, but Pirates, I think they're pretty hungry to get that rematch against Bravado.
I'm sure they are, but will they get it, Greybeard, or are we about to see the upset of the season here in SSA?
All right. Well, the story overall in the season has been the ascendance of or the dominance of Pirates, but Bravado catching up, and now sort of level pegging. But we have that messy middle that we've spoken a lot of, and we want to start seeing people emerge out of that to challenge the top 2. So, is this the time at the last hour of the last region of the last split? Does it happen? Maybe, but it is probably the least certain it's ever been.
A resounding maybe here. And let's see if the statisticians agree. Pyro J, Jota, how's this matchup shaping up?
Well, we've got some statistics to just enforce your maybes in terms of the predictions, but we'll do our best. In terms of Digital Devils matching up against Orlando Pirates, they've done it so many times in the upper finals it's hard to count, though in the last 6 endeavors they have lost, many of them going 1-4. But in the latest matchup, it was a sweep against the Devils. Though, Joda, I hear what Greybeard is saying. Each of those games in that sweep was only won by 1 point. You could argue that the Digital Devils could make this a closer match than others are expecting.
Yeah, and there's a bit more in their favour to argue too. They average 2 goals per game against the Pirates, which is not a feat that many teams imagine at all. Only shut out in one of those 4 games. They weren't struggling to find the back of the net too much, but as well, they were also had a really good shooting percentage. The issue purely came down to the raw number of shots they were getting. They were only able to find 6 per game against Pirates, which, simply put, isn't enough. It's very clear that it's not enough if your shooting percentage is good and you still get swept. So that will be the key thing on the agenda for them, is to raise that. And they have raised their average in general over the regional. They have been on an upward trajectory in terms of shots taken. So that's my first piece of copium for Digital Devils.
Very well. So Digital Devils, they need to up that shooting number, the number of shots on the net. The other thing they need to do is win a game. Digital Devils, they've only swept or been swept in this event so far. They've swept teams like Millennial Times, like DNMK, like Nibble, like ATK. A lot of momentum on the side of Digital Devils at this point. If they win a game, do they just win it all, Joda?
Well, I think it would be a huge mental hurdle to immediately get out the way if they can take game one. It will leave them feeling great, and sometimes feeling great is all it takes, because they are only fine margins away from Pirates. Consistently fine margins off, but they haven't been too far behind, and there is more to it as well. I can reveal that in the boost battle, Digital Devils did actually edge that department. Eliakim able to get everything he needed against Pirates last time out. And they managed their boost well. They spent less time on zero than Pirates, which again, a feat that very, very few teams can put themselves up to having achieved. So, look, they've got some of the puzzle pieces they need. I think that they're just missing that final ingredient to make it all come together.
Historically as well, the Pirates, if they do give up wins to the Digital Devils, it does come early on in those games. So I am highly anticipating the beginning of this series. Desk, it's back to you.
Thank you so much, statisticians. What a series we have on our hands. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pirates have fallen into the lower bracket. They fell last time as reigning champions. Bravado Gaming, reigning champs here in Sub-Saharan Africa, are in the grand finals awaiting their next meal. I mean competitors. They expect it to be Orlando Pirates. But let's find out what the desk expects. Blake Phillips, I'm coming to you first for your prediction.
I expect that Pirates will win this series. I hope Digital Devils make a go of it, maybe take down the Pirates, and honestly, I'd have mixed feelings if that happens, because the last regional of the season, you want Bravado and Pirates to go at it again for potentially 2 more best of 7s, but you also want to show the progression that this region has had with a team like Digital Devils, who's always been a part of that, below top 2 conversation, making an appearance in the grand finals and beating Pirates. So I'm very mixed. I'm picking Pirates in this series because 6 straight losses against them, Digital Devils have suffered. That kind of sums up my thoughts here, but I'll be hoping Digital Devils make a good go of it.
It's a pretty fair prediction, I would say. Pirates with a pretty strong track record. Luke, would you agree?
Yeah, Pirates generally win Rocket League matches, most of the time, at least. A very high percentage of the time, a higher percentage than any other team in the region to this point. But look, if there is going to be a time to beat them, this is it. Greybeard touched on it. It's the end of the season. They've secured not only the world spot, but the first place in the region, no matter what happens here. Have they taken their foot off the gas? Is the motivation that we have kind of lauded them so much for having? Because it's really difficult, right, to stay motivated when you're so definitively at the top of the region. Is that motivation just dropped a little bit in these final series of the final tournament of the final split? And if so, does that motivation take a bigger hit, dropping down to the lower bracket, playing against a team like Digital Devils, who you're very comfortable against previously? So maybe you just take your foot off the gas a little bit. Maybe Digital Devils sneak in. I personally don't think so. I'm gonna predict Pirates. I do think they're just too good, right? And despite the fact that all of those 4 games in the sweep earlier in the tournament were close, Digital Devils just losing out by 1 goal, I do think that that's just indicative of Pirates' ability to win Rocket League matches.
Again, very fair analysis, and maybe I can count on Greybeard to have the backs of the underdogs. What are you saying?
I'm always a massive supporter, as you know, Elliot, of the underdog. But this comes down to me How do Orlando Pirates approach this mentally? We know they're not big fans of losing, but they have shown that when they do, they do have the strength to come back, and I think they will. And on the case of Digital Devils, for them it's like a case of sweep or be swept is kind of how their weekend has gone. And Bravado, the only team to take games off Pirates this weekend. So I do think it's going to be Pirates. And maybe a sweep again? Oh, I don't know, but I think Pirates take it.
I don't know. Maybe it's just the host chair that has the underdog story written all over it and just injects it into my veins. Or maybe there is just the fires of the underworld running through me right now. I don't know. But all I do know is that Digital Devils are taking this. Give me Digital Devils, the underdogs all the way. They're going to take down the Pirates. And I'm going to win some juicy channel points from all the doubters. But let's not waste any more time. Digital Devils, Orlando Pirates XD for a place in the grand final. The last time this season here in RLCS SSA. Greybeard, Mr. Bepic, take it away.
Well, Greybeard, a lot of pressure on Digital Devils to capsize this pirate ship that is right in front of them, and a pirate ship that is looking for vengeance, some booty in the grand finals awaiting them. I don't know if they can do it. A lot of talk, a lot of maybes for the Digital Devils side, but we're about to get a whole lot more certainty as this series gets kicked underway.
Yeah, and you talk about pressure. I don't know that Digital Devils have pressure on them to win this. They would dearly love to, but in a way, I think the pressure is more on Orlando Pirates. They've been kicked down to the lower bracket. It sucks for them. They hate it, and they will be wanting to prove a point. I think Digital Devils, last game of the season, go out there, have yourself an absolute blast, and see where it takes you. I think if they approach it that way, maybe they have a better chance of that massive upset, which it would be if they were to pull it off.
Well, their defense really showed us championship level in that last series against ATK, keeping them so pinned in the corners even when ATK had those mounds of pressure on that DD defense. And if they could do that against Pirates, they could really stunt an offense that has been very good throughout this season. But as we get started, it's all about execution at this point. Speculation out the window. The clock says 5. The scoreboard double zeros, and Snow is already trying to pass center, though no one there. Good defense.
All right, well, we're underway. This is the time. Pirates in blue for the first time. Didn't have a lot of fun in orange in the last game, but it is now. Oh, Digital Devils looking for an opening opportunity. Eli Kim taking his eye off the ball, whips it, and allows Pirates to move over to the other side. Snowy going for the demo, doesn't get it. The ball sails across the net, and they survive an early onslaught. And I'm sure the Pirates will come again. They love to build that suffocating pressure on the opposition goal. They've just had the one opportunity, so haven't built it yet, but they'll certainly be looking for it.
Well, this is a real chance, too, though. Snowy, no second touch. That could have been big to get that center to an awaiting skill steal. Instead, it's him and Darth that try to fight for the ball in the corner. I like him. Big win there. If there is an immediate clear, then a chance gone by the wayside for Digital Devils to really set something up. Instead, starting from their back line, Eliakim, huge cutout of that pass, and Skill Steal has to purchase a large share of time for his teammates to get back, and he does so phenomenally, wasting so much opportunity of DD in that corner. Darth and Snowy get back, though. They can't clear the zone just yet. DD, a solid job, pushing Pirates back for the start.
Yeah, and listen, the longer it goes without them conceding, the better it is for them. The more chance they have for the surprise goal. Skill Steal gets a shot on target, way too soft, easily dealt with. Same with the return here, 0 with the long clear. Picked up high into the middle by Snowy, but Original touches it backward. Luckily, no one from Pirates there to punish, but a little bit of a scary moment survived.
Ooh, like him all alone right there, trying to force that ball in. Instead, it finds its way to the corner where Original was waiting in the wings, biding his time, and once he gets his opportunity, he makes the most of it.
And there we go. Original getting his team in front. And this plagued Pirates throughout that upper bracket final, conceding first and then having to chase the game. And the 5 games they played, it was only once did they score first, and it was in the last game, which they ultimately lost. And now they're behind again. So they got half a game to right the ship, but a little untidiness in the midfield there, Mr. Bepic.
Certainly. Now Zero trying to make it worse by finding demos, and he doesn't ultimately make contact with anyone, but that double demo opened up some space for DD to keep possession. Snowy back to the play, turns on it, sends it down the field to no one in particular. It's just a boom into space where there were actually orange cars waiting on. That's something I noticed in the last series against Bravado. Snowy in particular was throwing away possession a number of times, and at this level of Rocket League, you have to make the most of every single ball, and I'm sure he knows that. I hope he sorts that out and starts finding teammates down the field. Perhaps his teammates have to get in position for him to find them when trying to clear the zone. Instead, they're going to end up giving up a decent chunk of possession to a team that can do damage if it's given their way.
And it does look to me like a function of frustration. You know, when you're not playing the game you know you should be playing or doing what you want to do, you tend to try and fix it by rushing things. And perhaps that's what we're seeing here. A shot from Skillsteel, saved by Original. A very good team opportunity built up, but denied by the Digital Devils, and they will have a brief opportunity on the other side. 1:20, plenty of time for Pirates, but they are behind and have been behind too many times today.
Devils still with possession. It feels like it's not 50-50, not even close, as Digital Devils another opportunity to score. The shot tally's the same at the moment. Like him try to add another one. Zero will, and they'll find the back of the net in the process. 2-0 Digital Devils, and this game 1 looking to close soon.
Oh my word. Well, I said at the start, it's sweep or be swept. If Digital Devils go on to win here, if that follows, if what I said holds any water, it means they go on to sweep. And wouldn't that would rattle the timbers of the local scene here if that were to come to pass. But I'm getting way ahead of myself here. Oh no, somehow it doesn't go in, and Darth is going to put it wide. Oh dear, it's not been a good day at the office for Orlando Pirates, and a certain goal is just not there.
I don't believe it. Digital Devils carrying their defense from the last game into this series. Pirates, that was quite the onslaught. It slowed down just a bit. I like him, actually will find it clear. I didn't expect him to win that challenge. An Original now stepping up to press the ball even deeper. A team bump in the midfield right there with Digital Devils. A real opportunity to score. Original 1v1 versus Darth, and that was essentially a penalty kick. Had Darth scrambling on his back line, and he scores.
I'm trying to make sense of what's going down here, Mr. Bepic. 3-0, 15 seconds from time. Pirates are down 3 goals in the opening game. And this is a really important moment for them to regather themselves, find the mental strength, because they're not often been in this kind of position, but they're being punished at the moment.
They are, and their offense not quite at same strength either, as Digital Devils found a lot of easy saves, plus a couple of difficult ones as well to keep the Pirates scoreless, and a 0-second goal here would actually be pretty significant for Pirates. There it is, Skillsteel and Darth going to be the 2 on the board here, assist and goal. So, I mean, Greybeard, how much stock do you put into a 0-second goal like this for a team like Pirates?
You know what? I don't know. I often think too much is made for it. What I did like about it was the team nature of it. Everyone getting involved, and where they've been struggling in finding each other, they seem to get it right in the lead up to that. But it's a goal that didn't matter. I mean, we can't ignore that fact. Maybe they take a bit of heart from it. We're going to know the start of this next game is really important for my money. You know, the opening minute. Pirates need to sort themselves out and reaffirm their dominance, because right now Digital Devils are going to be feeling already. They're starting to think, really, maybe.
Well, 2 regionals ago, I remember casting the upper semifinals between these same 2 teams, and Digital Devils took game 1, and me and my co-caster, I don't recall who it was. It might have been you, Graybeard, but we started talking, maybe this is it. Digital Devils just took game 1 over Pirates, and then Pirates won the next 4 straight in pretty convincing fashion. But maybe this is different. I don't know. There is no telling with this region sometimes, and Pirates have been having an off day today.
You know, sometimes we make too much of the 0-second goal that didn't really matter. I do think we also in danger sometimes of putting too much on the first game in a best of 7. There's such a long way to go, and you know, notwithstanding, undefeated were Pirates up until that Bravado game. Generally speaking, though, they do have a tendency to lose games early. It was alluded to by Pyro in Stats Corner. So they do have a history of, if they lose a game, they'll lose early, the first game, the second game, and then get themselves into gear and sort things out. So let's see how this opening minute goes in game 2.
All right, you're right. This is an important second game, and Original had a chance to start it off with a bang, but Skill Steal in the way, thwarting his plans. Eliakim in the air, a lot of space, instead descends to the ground very quickly, try and find a second touch, but could not. The defense read what was going on, and we'll at least find a clear to the center line. Zero a miss. Snowy some space. Skill Steal a demo. Snowy a beat. There's a lot of open room here for Snowy to work with, but Original a fortunate spawn to be in the area off of his demo penalty box time. And that was another real chance for Pirates. 2 up in the air to try and score. They could not. Instead, a pinch the other way, and Pirates playing defense.
Yeah, but you know what? That double commit in attack concerns me, because that is not the Orlando Pirates way, and it's just indicative to me of frustration. Darth there trying to force the game, trying to make something happen, and when you're forcing the game, you're putting yourself out of position, you're double committing, and you're putting yourself under stress at the back. Darth does get the clear. Eli's going to be right there to try and bring it back, and that Orlando Pirates not yet looking settled.
No, not quite at all. But it is still scoreless at the very least. Their defense has held together enough against Digital Devils to keep this game manageable for whenever the Pirates do right that ship and get on their merry way once more, if it does happen. And Skill Steal, he tried to work through that corner. Zero the same, but Snowy a pair of nice blocks on those 2 attempts. Now Darth a block center. Skill Steal nor Snowy in the area to contest. I like him. Big dunk to set up Zero. Darth wins that race outright. Now Original under a lot of pressure, but he will get to that ball first, puts it into the corner, and will allow his teammates to get back. Though I like him in the area. Didn't quite do too much. It was Zero carrying the load in defense right there.
And Orlando Pirates, their struggles up front continue. They consistently outshot Bravado in every game, but couldn't find the net. They're having a similar problem here, and there we see another example of it. Darth will get the clear, so they don't have difficulty finding a way over the halfway line up to the final third, but crossing the line, like right there is where they struggle. We see another trance is stopped dead on the goal line, and we remain, as we cross over halfway, locked at 0-0.
To the Pirates' credit, though, they have not nearly had to make the same amount of diving saves as Digital Devils has. It feels like those hairline saves are mostly coming on the orange side of the field, but DD's making them. And Pirates aren't putting in enough goals to really negate that fact or allow that fact to be in their favor. So they got to start putting in some goals soon, in not garbage time, as they've had looks, just can't get it through that orange back line. Some incredible stuff developing right now.
All right, well, it still is in the orange half. Well, it was, and now it moves over onto the Orlando Pirates side, and the struggle continues. Eli with a shot from distance, and there we talk about the diving saves. There was one from Darth having to keep it out, which he does, and now Pirates desperately trying to get over to the other side and not doing it proficient. Oh, and another double commit, and this... what is going on here? We don't see this in Pirates. They will finally. No, they won't surely now. Yes, it's taken an age and many, many attempts, but Mr. Bepic, they finally have a goal.
Oh, I thought for sure that was out, and then the Pirates would just continue the slump that they seem to be in at the moment, but they found that ever so important first goal, and I'll put quotations around that verbal word, as they did score 1 in the last game, but again, in garbage time, and That was a clutch goal right there. Final 90 seconds, just swarming the DD defense, and now another double commit. Darth a chance to double here, runs out of boost. Snowy the rebound, Zero the save, Eliakim. The follow-up there. Digital Devils still playing good defense despite having conceded here, but they cannot find a clear at the moment. They are stuck on their back end, and in the final minute, not where you want to be with a resurging Orlando Pirates.
And you know what? They find themselves 2 goals in front, and big up to them for it because they've been up on the ropes here. But lacking the finesse we normally see. I mean, we saw some touches from Darth, you know, where in another time he would be doubling those with ease, with one hand on the controller and half an eye closed. But now they're really having to work. But you know what? They're putting in the work. They found the 2 goals, and now they just got to hold on to level up the series.
This could be a series not dissimilar from the Bravado DNMK one last week in the same spot in the bracket, 2 weeks ago, rather, where Bravado seemed to be struggling against DNMK, but it actually just kind of took them a second to really shake off all the cobwebs for having lost to Pirates, and then in the next series, they got to the grand finals, upped their speed back to championship level, and ended up bracket resetting and winning the whole darn event. So perhaps Pirates just thrown off a touch by the Digital Devils at the moment. Though, to counter my own point another time, Graybeard, you said it, they normally take series like these and look so much better than they do at the moment. So this game, too, I think very important for the Pirates, and the fact that they shut out their opponent here and scored 2 of their own is big for them.
It is. They've leveled up the series. They can grow and build from here if they are to go forward for that rematch in the grand final, but their issue continues here. 13 shots on goal, scoring just 2 of them, outshooting Digital Devils easily 2-1 here, and they shouldn't be struggling this much. But they've done the work. They have at least won, but it's a weak point. They gotta patch up and deal with pretty chop.
It's in the right direction, though. Their problems, at the very least. Because in the last game, their problem was they allowed way too much Digital Devils offensively. Here, Pirates got a lot of that possession back and had plenty of shots of their own. They just couldn't put them in. So that's, I would say, a better problem to have. Though they do have to rectify it going forward, because I'm sure Digital Devils are going to storm back with a number close to double digits on the shot tally, if not in double digits in Game 3. So we'll see what happens in the 3rd game of this series. But Pirates seem to be back a little bit, not back to full force, but they seem to a little bit more of themselves if you kind of ignore those double commits they kept committing.
Yeah, well, at least we will see 5 games at the very minimum. Yes. Sweep is now off the table for either team, so now we can go forward and see if it gets close, or if, you know, Pirates could easily just run away with it all from here. But Digital Devils should, as I said at the beginning, be the team with the least amount of pressure. Go out there, have a little bit of fun, make Orlando sweat, and chase the game.
All right, very important. Game 3 right here. Don't know who's going to take it. Digital Devils will have to rebound, but they've shown us that they have what it takes. Darth tag here. Oh! That opens up a shooting lane for Eliakim, and we know what he can do with space in the arrow zone.
My goodness gracious. Eli getting involved, kissing the crossbar, and down. Digital Devils, 9 seconds, find themselves in front.
That's why this DD team picked up Eliakim right there, so we can hit shots in moments like this to set the tone of Game 3 early on. And here he is again, interfering with the Pirates' attempts to put the pressure on. Snowy will put an end to all that nonsense and all the extra nonsense of Digital Devils taking a lead in Game 3. He'll put an end to that as well.
And there we go. Oh, Snowy typing this perfectly as waiting for it to get under the crossbar, tapping it in. But a very physical game. Lots of demos in the last game. We had 10 demos in that game, 5 apiece. But it's not just the demos. We saw that, just the bumping around, just trying to throw players off their game, off the ball, off what they're trying to do. And there we see it coming to some fruition here, and now another opportunity. Darth going via the corner. Does he get the read? Not quite, and Eli will have a long distance clear. Pirates scrambling back into possession now. Original looking to take his time and have a shot, but he is intercepted. Skill steal. How far can he take this? Eli under pressure, and composure to carry it out round his corner.
Composure is right. Not only did he kind of read his teammates' miss, but he stuck with the play and cleared the zone all by himself. And now Pirates have to contest against Digital Devils, who are pushing for a lead once more. They had it briefly in this game, trying to find it. Now to start again from the center line. Original chasing this ball down the field, finds a dunk, but it's into the corner where Skillsteel could take a challenge, wins it outright. Darth a chance to shoot, and he will. That ball floating there will be put in by Snowy. Nicely done by Pirates.
Yeah, I want to see how this goes. Darth, as I was saying, normally would have buried that, but you know what? The demo, it was a beautiful play. They went forward en masse, and there was determination to find the net. And between the touches on the ball and the clearing out of players, they find it, and they take a lead for the first time in Game 3.
Like him, strong boom down the field. Snowy up at the top of the mountain to meet it. Skillsteel up there as well. A miss from Zero. He's bailed out by Eliakim here, who has been doing work on both sides of the pitch. As I've mentioned a couple of times now, that's a miss from Skillsteel. Not only not a miss, he redirected it hard into his own box. That could have been scary had anyone been prepared for it other than Snowy right there. But Pirates, they recover from it. They clear the zone and play some offense.
And it does seem to me that they're being a little more coordinated. Oh, my word. Oh, my word, I've just got so punished as a caster curse. That should have been a goal for the Devils. I was talking about the Pirates looking a little more organized, and then a massive whiff in front of the goal, but they're not punished, and wow, they've gotten away with one there.
They certainly have. Going to be wiping a little bit of sweat off their brows after that play. Digital Devils perhaps kicking themselves a tad for not being able to punish that. No, they've got half a game of Rocket League to really make up for and tie us up here, especially with Eliakim winning the ball in the midfield like that, though couldn't keep it close to his car, and so Snowy a lot of chance to clear it out of the blue half. Zero and Original linking up, Eliakim chasing. Not be able to take it away from Skillsteel, actually, though. Original moving forward, next man up. Miss second touch, though. Zero, a doink off the back wall. Can't do anything with it. And Digital Devils, they're just millimeters off from the perfect touch, and it's costing them opportunities.
All right, well, it is Pirates in front. Original looking for Zero. Zero up! Does he get a touch? Yes, I think he did toward the goal, but it was too soft. Cleared away, but I like the intent. I like the play. It looked very promising. Doesn't get past Pirates, but they're trying again. Zero toward the net. Touch away from Snowy, but the rebound by Eli levels the game up.
Who else but Mr. Eliakim, set up, of course, by the chaos that Zero created in the box there, but he put that ball home emphatically, and we will be all tied up. We have a pause, though, coming in, so Digital Devils, they're the ones that called it. Unfortunately, it's looking like a little bit of technical difficulties affecting the momentum they just gained.
Yeah, it looks like Original having a technical issue, needs to go and sort something out. And a reminder, I think there's an 8-minute technical timeout available to both teams over the course of the series. If there are technical issues, you can take time to sort it out, as long as it doesn't exceed 8 minutes over the course of the series. So the first time here, and their 8 minutes starts now, but a level series and level in Game 3. So certainly not the walkover that happened in the upper bracket semis there, Mr. Bepic.
No, I'm surprised Digital Devils are playing this well against the Pirates, but perhaps I shouldn't be, because that was one of the biggest points on the desk in favor of DD, was that winners semifinals matchup from yesterday. Yes, it was a sweep, but they were all one-goal games. Perhaps they've figured out a play style that works against the Pirates, and here with Orlando looking a tad bit off, there are double commits and other mistakes abound in the game of the Pirates at the moment, and Digital Devils playing well enough to capitalize on those opportunities and then some, create their own to boot. So tied up here in Game 3. If they can take another lead in this best-of-7, Greybeard, that would be huge for Digital Devils to not just have one lead against the Pirates in a best-of-7, but two.
Well, I think their best result in a best-of-7 against Pirates has been 4-2, if I'm not mistaken. So we are back underway, resetting from kickoff, 2 goals apiece. And Digital Devils looking. Would this be a bigger upset than Bravado winning the whole thing in the Winter Split Regional one?
Ooh, I think so, because Bravado was always a team in contention to take down Pirates. They finally did, but Digital Devils, I suppose you could say they've always been in contention as well, but it's never been this close before. Like you said, it's never gone to Game 7. And I believe Bravado had beaten Pirates before, not in a championship game, but in a Swiss matchup back in the fall split. So it was possible there, but this, less so, I think, Greybeard. And Digital Devils, they could do the unthinkable.
Well, I'm inclined to agree with you, but it would be a massive one. I mean, I think Bravado were always nipping at the heels, getting closer and closer. Oh my word, a whiff. The third man for Pirates does get the touch on it, a very necessary one, but they've been put into huge strife here. Original can't get on it, and now Snowy doesn't get a convincing touch, but it's shot from Darth. Oh, it hits the post. Snowy with the follower saved. Oh my word, Digital Devils hanging on here, But, oh man, they are giving themselves the best possible opportunity to find some way to beat the Orlando Pirates by keeping those balls out of their nets.
They must have been watching the Bravado Pirates best of 7 that happened earlier on, because that's what Daisy was doing. Those clutch saves. Now a chance to take the lead. Skill steal, a miss. Elia Kim's backflip set up a ghost orange card that wasn't there to follow it up. I can't blame DD for not being there, biding their time for this opportunity, but player committing. Ball needs to touch the ground to disallow the Pirates' counterattack that would have ensued. It does. Greybeard, imagine how massive this overtime would be if Digital Devils was able to take it.
It would be huge. We're in overtime, sudden death. The next goal counts, and it's so nervy because sometimes you come up with a brilliant team plays, a brilliant solo play, but sometimes it just pinches weird and goes in. So, there's always the opportunity for that. Oh, and Pirates almost finding the winning goal 23 seconds in. It doesn't come, but they are in the ascendancy. They have the pressure. Skill still looking for the rebound, taken away by Original. Darth keeping the pressure on, and Eli, long distance. Zero tries to complete. It's awkward and high. Cleared away, but again a double commit, and they get away with it at least for now.
Original gave a lot of space there to Darth. Played it hard off the sidewall. Pirates still a chance. Snowy didn't need to get that second touch. Skill steal was up behind him. Now a 2v1. Zero was chasing a ball that was too far out in front. Now a double commit from Digital Devils in the midfield. Pass over to Darth. The shot under the crossbar and in. Pirates back on top.
And finally we see Pirates of old, the touch forward and wide from Snowy and Darth with the perfect redirect. Again, they had to work hard, but they come out on top. That's 2 in a row for Pirates. They lead the series 2-1.
11 shots to 11, and I said Digital Devils likely to have a rebound game, if not in this one or the next one. It was this one where they did put up double-digit shots, and they matched Pirates in that regard, Greybeard. The difference here, though, Pirates gained a little bit more ground in terms of how well their offense was performing, and they put home enough shots, albeit in overtime, to down Digital Devils here and take their series lead back.
Well, all goals count. The double flip reset musty counts as much as the scrambled one that rolls over the line at 17 k's an hour, and scrappy wins count just as much as games that are won with aplomb. So it is Pirates in front. Maybe they settle now, and there were good moments for them in that game where they started to look like them old selves, and certainly the closing goal much better. Can they continue it? Or Digital Devils, though, will still be looking to upset that apple cart.
Still, every game huge in this series. We saw it there as Pirates with the series lead now could really do some damage to Digital Devils' hopes here on Utopia Coliseum. But, really quickly, I have to bring up one of very few stats that doesn't have to do with gameplay. That was the 750th game covered by our lovely statisticians since they joined on in the winter split. So a nice little anniversary game right there in the midst of a heated battle at the moment, Greybeard.
Yes, look at this! Original's gonna sneak one into the net, and there we go, Digital Devils up in front. Oh, Original did so well to follow his clear, and then look at this, undoing skill steal, a wonderful Original solo goal.
I do not believe that. The defensive Pirates caught out by a play that's typically reserved for their offensive players. That's sort of unexpected ground pinch, and they will be down early on here. Might be by 2, but Skillsteel has that read. It's easy, especially with all that boost in his tank, but still a pass attempt center will be cut out by Darth. Now the back wall of the orange side of the field is where the ball lies. Now sent quickly the other way. Eliakim still doing work defensively to process that ball and put his team in an offensive position. Darth, though, full control out of the corner. Just got a whole lot in the tank. Gives it up to Eliakim. Skillsteel on the back wall. Keep it close to his purple Fennec and attempt to clear the zone.
All right, and Digital Devils have done the first job, and that's not concede an equalizer early. Pirates like to do that. Any team does, to try and get the return goal as quick as possible. They've kept them out, but can they now extend? Oh, my goodness gracious. If that angle had gone in, I would have been mightily impressed. It doesn't. It is touched away. There's been a demo in the midfield. The pass to Skillsteel. Skillsteel shot. It's going, looking good, but high and wide. Had an opportunity if he had got it on target, but it is the Digital Devils goal under pressure, at least for the moment. Oh, look at this work from Zero. If he completes this, it'll be magnificent.
What?
Oh, it's floating. It's in. Eli with the finishing touch, but magnificent work from Zero, like Original before him, to take it all the way, and just that little touch by Eli to finish it off.
So much was behind that 50-50 taken from Zero. He caused panic on the back line. Snowy came in from his rotation out and bumped his teammate to disallow the save that was likely coming through. So, great work by Zero. That's all I'm saying. And now Digital Devils, a 2-goal buffer between themselves and Orlando Pirates, and that is always a valuable little item to have up your sleeve, albeit with 3 minutes left and a Pirates squad that has to be red in the eyes, Greybeard, trying to make this comeback happen.
Well, they certainly got their work cut out for them, and it continues to be a very physical series. Oh, look at this, Darth! Yeah. How did they find this? I think it was just 2 Digital Devils defenders caught a little nap in here. While Eli, to be fair, coming down. Original waiting for the play to develop, and Darth sniping it through.
Man, Darth had no respect of the back line of Digital Devils right there. So perhaps red in the eyes, the ears, the forehead, they are steaming towards this comeback at the moment. Eliakim passed down to Zero. That was an uncharacteristic miss from Skillsteel, but nothing doing. Chance to make up for it, but that is an open net miss by the book, and that will not help Pirates' chances of coming back from this deficit.
And that'll be infuriating. And you know what? That one little play sums up the day for Orlando Pirates. I mean, beautifully set up and then just squirted wide. And I know Skillsteel will be... He will be banging his head against his desk. He'll be so frustrated with that. But they got to put it behind them. They've got so much time here, Mr. Bepic, to find Snowy. Let's call it a tactical fake, but it doesn't happen. And now there's an open net. That's going to go in. Digital Devils, 2 goals back in front. Original with his second.
Okay, Original just straight up beat Darth right there, and there was no one back. That is a Pirates ball that they only go for if they're confident that they can win the battle of the midfield or at least neutralize it. But Original completely outsped Darth there. No one was back. Digital Devils, despite conceding a beautiful pre-flip goal, have themselves their 2-goal buffer back and 2 minutes to defend it.
And that may well be enough. Okay, maybe not, though. As Snowy finds the net, the work here from Darth, banging it forward. Snowy, look at that touch. Beautifully touched and in. And you know what? It looked like such a soft, gentle touch that banged in at 106 k's per hour.
Not too shabby, Snowy. That was not a bad shot whatsoever. Though, Pirates are only scoring on really nicely struck balls, and that one's off, and Darth, the rebound does find its way in. That'll invalidate my point, and that will invalidate the Digital Devils' lead.
And Snowy there, putting it wide, it has to be said. He would, any other day, he is banging that in. And then the shot that went in from Darth, a little soft and almost saved. So they scraping their way through here, Mr. Bepic, but they have leveled the game. So they've done the work, not necessarily with aplomb or with finesse, but doing it for now.
All right, Devils, you got to win this game. I mean, 3 match points for Pirates is usually a safe bet for them. Instead, Digital Devils had to contest against a skill steal that looked like he had a promising setup there for a quick, snappy shot off his front bumper. Instead, he misses, and DD a chance on the other side of things. Double commit there. It could be an open opportunity for Zero to shoot, and he does, but the ball a little weak. Skill steal. Easy chance to clear there. He takes full advantage. Darth not faked by Eli there. Original, a corner. Strong touch, but that just concedes possession away. Should have kept it a bit closer. Instead, skill steal moves up and allows Snowy to then join the fray. Darth the same, but DD staying afloat at the moment. Maybe trying to get it to an overtime as they are low on boost at the moment.
All right, and it's Snowy prowling. He's going to know about the boost situation. Tries to take his time there. It doesn't come off Original. Can he get the hat trick? No, Darth is going to get the clear. 30 seconds now. And as you quite rightly point out, Digital Devils, they reverse swept ATK. But, it would be a best of 5 reverse sweep. Coming back, winning 3 in a row against Pirates is a tough ask for anybody, even for Bravado. But here we go. Last 8 seconds. Are we going to see an overtime? Probably yes, Mr. Bepic.
Yeah, but hold that thought. Pirates are playing offense at the moment. We'll let them work, see what they can give to us. That's a good beat, though, by Eliakim. And actually, this is a real chance going the other way. Oh, Original. He misread that corner bounce, and he could have had a shot had it been maybe millimeters to the right. Instead, we do get overtime.
Yeah, those are just corner things, and the best of us get flummoxed by the damn corner, and there we saw it. So we are into our second overtime, which that in itself something of an accomplishment.
It is. Pirates, though, if they go 2-0 in overtimes, even if you get there, Digital Devils can't be pleased about just getting to overtime and then losing them. And if that happens, not only are they 0-2 in extra times, but they're also down 3 games in the series, or 2 games in the series. They have 3 games to try and win it, but I digress. We're 40 seconds in, and Pirates have been playing a heck of a lot of offense, Greybeard. That's a good escape from Zero, and the boost steal, and the demo, and looking for more. Just know he's awkward.
Oh,
no one was there to follow up. So close.
My word, the miss from Snowy. I thought they were dead to rights, and they probably should have been. They get away with it. Snowy now does get in front, so will kind of put a bit of a stop on the Digital Devils attack, the demo. But now the clear from Skill Steal. Does he have the follow? He doesn't. He'll turn and pick up boost. An offensive play from the Pirates developing here. Snowy, can he find a teammate? Not really. And
Zero can.
Oh, okay, that was a little awkward. They are still going to have an attack, though.
Oh! A chance here! The shot weak, though. Eliakim goes back to that back wall fountain of goals, but it is dry at the moment. Original sticking with it. Actually called into action Zero right there and stuck with the play into the corner. A bump on Darth, but a miss allows Eliakim to take it. Digital Devils will get a game back, will match their best mark against Pirates here. That was a great bout of pressure, and they will be 1-1 in this series in overtimes against Pirates.
All right, so the up and down play of Orlando Pirates continues. Uncharacteristic mistakes, whiffs, not on top of their game, but Digital Devils, for the most part, taking the opportunities when they have been given, and that is really important because Pirates don't often give you opportunities, and you've got to take advantage of them when they do, and they're giving them here. We're back to a level series, the best of 7, down to a best of 5, down to a best of 3, and this is as far as Digital Devils have gone against Orlando Pirates, winning 2 games. So can they go a little further today?
They're doing a great job of catching Pirates out with these weird touches, these nice balls that find gaps in the defense. I mean, I have to mention it, but that final offensive that ended up winning the game for Digital Devils was started by Zero, just kind of clearing the ball for the sake of clearing it, but then Original fell on. I mean, we were laughing at it at the time, but that made Pirates have to really rush back and play some scramble defense, which they couldn't do well enough to find the save, and it led to the win. So Digital Devils, they're playing creative, improvisational Rocket League at the moment, and Pirates are keeping up, but they shouldn't be keeping up. As Pirates, they should be destroying DD at the moment.
All right, well, we are guaranteed 6 games now, and we will go into game 5 of those guaranteed 6. The winner here goes on to series point. They will win the lower bracket final, and not to put too fine a point on it, whoever loses here in the series is done. They're out. Their Rocket RLCS 2021-22 season is over.
Okay, Snowy will get that ball out. Digital Devils had an insane save when Skill was trying to fake them out on the other side, and now this offense resulting off it. Eliakim, a double attempt, sets up Original for the score. He got it to go, and who else but Eliakim to set him up?
Oh my goodness. Perhaps. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but it is Digital Devils, goal number 1. With first blood once more and have the advantage. Once again, Pirates chasing the game, fighting to stay in it.
Let's see if they can get a quick answer here. That ball up in the air, Original slow to it. Wasn't even really in the area. Skill Steal was, but didn't put it towards net. Instead into the corner. Eliakim controls it there and puts it over the center line. 0 in tow off that corner wall. Hard bounce, but Snowy will add a little bit of fluff to it, taking a soft touch and clearing the zone momentarily. 0 down the field, Snowy back wall. That's a hard touch out of him, but it hits the ceiling, taking some momentum off it. Tries to do more work to cover it up. Instead goes the other way, and his teammate's a little sketchy looking there in defense. I don't think quite expecting that again from Digital Devils, which has been the story of the games DD's won.
All right, and the boost game being fairly even between Eli, Original, Darth, and Snowy. Oh my word, almost Digital Devils in front. A banger of a shot, saved off the goal line, and it stays a 1-0 goal. Oh, Eli's had a miss here. That might open an opportunity. Original tries to tidy up. It's untidy and loose in the midfield. Again, high and loose. Who gets there first? Snowy kind of does. Darth picks it up to Snowy. Snowy shoots. Snowy scores. What a play out of a terribly messy midfield from both teams.
Wow, great step up there from Darth. Had Snowy in his sights, I'm sure, the entire time that he was hurtling towards that ball. Great find, and Snowy knows what to do with a well-placed pass like that. Digital Devils, I don't care how good your defense is, how many of those crazy saves you've been making. That's a tough one to stop. That one as well, but defense does its job. Can it do it again? Eliakim, a 50 taken, but it's won by the Pirates. Subsequent challenge, though, Digital Devils favor. Pass out, clear found. And we're approaching the halfway point of a pivotal Game 5. Still locked up. We'll see if that changes anytime soon.
Oh my word, I wasn't sure if that was on target or not. It does go wide. Darth trying to keep it in. Original with the long clear is going to find Eli. Eli missing now. That's the second time we've seen him do that. The last time it ultimately resulted in an Orlando Pirates goal. They do have possession. Well, they did briefly. Now over into the Digital Devils corner. Here comes Snowy, looking to put something threatening. It's high and loose once again. Darth can't get there. It is blocked away. And it is Pirates in the ascendancy to a slight degree here in this game. Darth looking for Snowy once more, and this is looking better from Orlando Pirates, but overall brief good moments, surely that goes in. How does it not?
No!
Oh my gosh, what is this? And you know what, this looked a little bit like out of one of my Champ 2 lobbies, this sequence of play here.
No, I like him. Rotate back post. I know it's a moment of panic, but driving into the ball like that is so painful, especially when 0 had the save right there. I'm in head in hands right now. You and I both, Graybeard. Can't believe that. I'm sure fans as well in the same position. But Pirates, they set that up wonderfully. All the possession to get to that point. Now can follow it up with hopefully a touch towards net, but that was not what Darth was able to provide. They will maintain their 1-goal lead with 90 seconds left, but with this Digital Devils team, I was going to set up a comeback narrative there, Graybeard, but that shot might have put it away.
And you know what? We keep seeing glimpses of this from Orlando Pirates. The Orlando Pirates we're used to seeing where they're finding each other, the perfect touches to either find each other or set up an attacking play. And then most importantly, the touches finding the goal. But they've struggled to do it consistently over an entire game here. Is this going to go in all zero with the clutch save? So it is, Digital Devils got time. But that time won't matter if Pirates can find their old form consistently for the remaining minute and a bit.
Well, I like him. Good chance. He's got plenty of boost, which has been a trend throughout this series. He has had a whole lot to work with, which is a big reason why he has been the dominant force that we've seen in this, well, so far 5-game best of 7 between these two squads, or I guess 4 games and 80% of one, but Eliakim has been a menace throughout it. Now a 2v1, he's carrying towards net, skill steal evades the bump. If Original found contact with the last man right there, that was a goal for certain, but great defense there by skill steal, and Pirates will escape.
Magnificently done. It is so hard. You're watching the ball, you're timing things there. This is going to be a return goal. It's floating on the goal line. It does find its way in. Snowy gets a hat trick. Oh, and the scoreline's going to look dominating in the end. 4-1, that's a good scoreline in any game. But my word, it belies the sheer scrappiness of what we've seen here, Mr. Bepic.
That is a Pirates goal. Bar down and in. This has been a Pirates game, I feel. The passing plays have been connecting. The crossbars have been kind, but Eliakim will get one back to make it a little bit more of a Digital Devils game, but that's off kickoff, and they're going to need one more for me to really put any stock in this comeback story.
All right, okay, well, one for kickoff to make it really sweaty for the closing 20 seconds. Why not? Let's go. Let's see how it pans out. It's gone fairly neutral, but Snowy, turning on it, has been bumped on it. They are under pressure. If Digital Devils can find the net here, Original's going to put it wide. That would have created havoc for the closing seconds. But now, surely enough done here by the Orlando Pirates to put themselves on set point, series point, lower bracket final point, grand final, going to the grand finals point. Whew, well, a good win for Pirates. It was, as you've pointed out, I agree with you, a Pirates game, but not convincing for all of the 5 minutes, though, Mr. Bepic.
No, it was a Pirates game. Like, they seemed close to full form, but there were still mistakes littered throughout that gameplay. But I will say a lot of those mistakes were caused by Digital Devils because they are playing quite well. They look like a team that maybe not so much this season, but next season certainly could really contest for a top 2 spot, maybe even a top 1 spot if they keep trending in this direction. We got a timeout called by Digital Devils. We'll see if that helps them out, as the timeouts have been relatively favoring the teams that call them in the subsequent games. So we'll see if it helps DD at all in Game 6.
And Mr. Bepic, I see you allude there to next season and what might happen. There is so much time. I think we're going to see absolute chaos in the off-season. And I would be surprised, and I want to go on record saying this now, I would be surprised if we see any existing roster as it stands now start the next season from the top to the bottom. I just, this is our first season in the big time. We're in the RLCS. Half of the season was a complete scramble. Some of the teams competing in quals and getting into main event were formed days before the qualifiers. But we've had the season to kind of start finding ourselves. And in the off season, and it's going to depend on what format comes and what the prize pools are going to be.
Right.
But it is going to be juicy and exciting, and I can't wait for it.
All right, I've got it written down in my notebook. I don't know if you're going to be able to read this, but Graybeard says chaos. It's official. So you're down on record, Graybeard. We'll see if it ends up happening, but it is known to everyone on stream right now that you think there will be no remaining teams in the same form. That'd be shocking. I think. I don't know. I feel like there's 1 or 2 maybe. Like Digital Devils, a team that's on the uptrend right now, but they did have their struggles. And honestly, you could probably say that about anyone.
Do you know what? And it's not even a case of particularly more orgs are going to get involved. Players, and there are going to be people scouting for orgs. There are going to be orgs scouting for players. You're going to have a big org come in and want to poach top players, whether that's a Snowy or a To Die For, or, there is interest. We've gone without notice for so long. Now we've stuck our head up. The world's taking notice. And as they start sniffing around, I really think it's going to be incredibly interesting. Anyway, we're getting ourselves very distracted here, but Digital Devils have been one of the massive storylines. Has been the Digital Devils royalty. They came in that second split, caused chaos themselves, and here they find themselves competing for a final spot, behind but not over yet.
This is a big one. I mean, on Neo Tokyo, so many classic games have been played on this map, and it seems fitting that this series, which I dare say, I'll go on record and say that this has been one of the best of the season, this best of 7, so back and forth, Pirates being contested by a huge underdog in Digital Devils. If it ends in 6, I'll be a little disappointed, but Digital Devils a real chance to make that not be the case, but so far, on their defensive end, this is an opportunity for Pirates, taken away by a nice demo found by Eliakim.
And interesting point made by Stats Corner. The big story in that last game is Zero being constrained. Oh, Zero! We were just talking about him. Has a shot, but now everybody's up. Eliakim with a very important touch to slow down a counter-attack. And it comes to naught, but a scary, scary moment there. Not over yet. A miss by Eli. Original has to tidy up. Oh my goodness gracious, it's tense.
Okay, another one off. Zero can counterattack this ball, but it's stopped by Darth, and he finds skill steal. Not good, but Eli attacks early. Darth, though, right behind the play. Original out to the safety in the corner. So close. So many times for both teams. Zero really had a great look. We can't gloss over that. He missed what was an exposed Pirates net. That could have been an early lead for Digital Devils out of a timeout. Instead, we stay tied. The Eliakim, he's got some ideas about where this scoreboard should be.
Yeah, I do think here the first goal going to be pivotal. If Pirates score it, I think they easily go on to win. If Digital Devils score it, they have a chance. So here we go. Original looking for it. Oh, his car, that short little Fennec, just not long enough. Maybe the Dominers would have got a touch on that. We don't know. But it comes to nothing, and now they have to track back and defend. Zero trying to get, does he get on it? There's been a double commit, which is unfortunate, because if Eli had been grounded, he might have been able to do something with that ground pinch. But it does come to an end, and now the redirect may cause trouble. Eli struggling on the backboard, Mr. Bepic.
Several Digital Devils players are struggling on the backboard at the moment. There's another miss from Eliakim, but not punished. They are punished with pressure, but Digital Devils have been able to handle that with some, I don't want to call it relative ease. I use that term a lot, but I don't think it applies here. And there goes all the ease out the window. Pirates now putting Digital Devils in one of the toughest positions you can be in, down a goal in an elimination game.
And there we go, a play from Skill Steal off the wall, and Darth almost worming his way into a position to get a shot on goal, finding the net. And I think from here, Pirates should be winning it. It would be, I think, a throw from them if they find themselves going behind and losing this and allowing Digital Devils to force a Game 7. There is the biggest asset that Digital Devils have right now is time. They've got half a game. But first priority, don't concede. They almost do to Snowy. Snowy putting it high and wide. The ball still loose in the midfield. Original panicking, getting a touch away, but... all right, they survive for now. It's not tidy, but they haven't conceded again. Or have they? Oh my goodness gracious.
Don't know how much of that they drew up, but it was almost a creative second goal for the Pirates. But at the moment, I didn't think I'd say this, Eliakim is a weak spot for Digital Devils on the defensive side of things. Faked out there, that's not his own fault, but he's had a lot of misses. Pressure might be getting to the star of DD at the moment, as this is a pressure-filled game on Neo Tokyo. Why? This is such a historic map for Rocket League. Esports, Zero a good carry, Original a good touch, center Eliakim a bad takeoff. The wrong way he goes with that ball. Digital Devils going to have to fight to maintain possession here as they've thrown away a decent look.
All right. Well, I said they had the asset of time. They still do, but it's getting to that point where you start to have clock pressure from the clock. You realize you feel every second as it ticks down. Oh my goodness. Digital Devils wanting to be composed, but on the edge of panic in front of their line. They do get the clear.
Oh my.
A scrappy looking Orlando Pirates get half a clear and more defensive work to do. Snowy looking for the flip, reset clear, doesn't get it. Skill steal from distance. Eli struggling, but does get there. And finished off by Original. We're now sub 1 minute. It's do or die for the Digital Devils. This for the grand final. Snowy finds a second, and that might be all she wrote.
Pirates choose death for Digital Devils. There is no do here unless Digital Devils put together one of the more miraculous comebacks with how they have looked in this Game 6. They seem to be fumbling just a tad bit under the pressure. Someone needs to step up and make a play happen that will instill some confidence back on this DD side. It's a nice pass, but skill steal in the area, just being a nuisance to the escape plans of Digital Devils. And now in the box, a miss, 0 a touch, but 30 seconds left. This is the wrong side of the field if we want this comeback to happen.
All right, and Orlando Pirates just 25 seconds away from a date with Density in the rematch in the grand finals against Bravado Gaming. I don't know if Digital Devils can find a way. It's on the wrong side of the pitch for them right now. Eli trying desperately, but they don't get the clear. Oh, they may have something here. It needs to be in right now, and then a kickoff goal that goes in. Oh, is 4 seconds enough? Can we have chaos, Mr. Bepic? Is 4 seconds enough time for chaos?
Okay, temper your expectations, everyone, but this could be a historic moment. 4 seconds, it's enough time, Greybeard. It is most certainly possible. This kickoff of the utmost importance, though, and 0 to the ground, alike him to the skies. Original, that side wall, and the ball, unfortunately, to the ground. Pirates move on to the grand finals. They survive a surging Digital Devils team. They end their season, and will move on to face Bravado, and every single series between Pirates and Bravado Greybeard is a historic one. I think this one might have just joined a long list of Bravado versus Pirate series on that best series ever list.
And coming as a surprise to absolutely no one, a Bravado Orlando Pirates grand final. But we have to put in a word here for Digital Devils. They didn't have a great start to the split. Regional 1 and 2 were massively disappointing. What a great regional they have had. And the performance they put up here, they made us doubt. They didn't make us believers, but they certainly made us doubters. And Tofu Elliott, your time will come. It's not now, but it will come.
That was unbelievable, wasn't it? I can't even really be that sad. Yes, it's frustrating. Yeah, genuinely, very, very frustrating. I can't imagine how the players feel, but oh my god, what a performance. That was unreal. They did so well. They got it within a goal of Game 7 against Orlando Pirates. Orlando Pirates. Eliakim is playing on a console. Can I just... we have to remember that, right? This is a player playing against the best team in the region, quite possibly, right? At least historically, on a console in RLCS for elimination. Wow. Just absolutely unbelievable. Digital Devils deserve so much credit for their performance here. I'm not upset in the slightest. Congratulations, Pirates. You did manage to step up. I'm excited to see what you can do in the grand final, but I mean, Munt, what a series.
This is just such a fantastic thing for this region, having not just close upper semi-finals, not just close upper bracket finals, not just close grand finals, but close lower bracket finals. We haven't had too many of them previously. It's usually a bit of a one-way affair, but look, Digital Devils really stepped it up and they were able to score, and that was literally the key to the game, right? Just score, lol. Their other thing that they needed to do was win games, because Pirates very good at winning Rocket League games. We saw that in the first series that these two teams played, where every game was really close, but Pirates won 4 of them. Digital Devils, They did pretty good at winning some games of their own, but in the end, it wasn't enough. I know, brilliant analysis. I know. Just win, just score. But somehow it feels apt.
Well, be careful, statisticians. Luke might just be coming for your jobs with analysis like that. And let's actually go over and find out what Jake and Taylor have to say about our incredible lower final matchup.
Well, I'll happily elaborate here in the stats corner towards Muntz's point about just win, because it is rare that the Digital Devils do it more than once against the Orlando Pirates in a match. Only once before had they taken 2 games off the Orlando Pirates, so a wonderful nail biter of a match that we had witnessed. Part of the reason that DD were able to stick in it, though, let's talk about that. We saw Lycan popping off in the boost usage. It was a demo-heavy game, but the shots coming out from Digital Devils, I think 13 in one game at that point, Joda. It was unrelenting.
Yeah, so before the series, we set as our #1 criteria for Digital Devils. I know you said Digital Demos again. I got too much into it now. In the upper bracket match against Pirates, they were only taking 6 shots a game, and it just wasn't enough, even with good conversion, to get them games. We said they have to raise that. Their benchmark average for the regional has been 8, and we said that's the sort of number they need to be pushing towards, and they hit that perfectly, 8.33 shots per game. It's just that coming out of the other side, Pirates were taking nearly 11 per game, and the shot percentages were still converted relatively evenly. I do think that Pirates' defense looks shakier than we've seen of them, quite uncharacteristic, but as always with these things, we have to give partial credit for that to the Digital Devils, because they were really disruptive, and I think they managed to challenge Pirates to play their playstyle, even if it wasn't enough to get in the series.
They certainly did challenge Pirates to work at their best, and eventually they did, on average, force Digital Devils to make 6 saves per game. They spent a lot of time. We took a look at the heat maps, folks. They spent a lot of time on their opponent's goal line. A lot of that tussling around that line, just trying to get that ball in, and only doing it on a few occasions, but a few enough in that sense. So Digital Devils, that is how they'll go out of it. But the Orlando Pirates, they were able to rival back towards the end of the series there. Their defense shaping up a little bit better, and especially working again at those demos, Joda.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a shame to see that sort of they threw down the gauntlet, challenged Pirates and said, can you survive? Can you handle the heat? We're going to throw everything at you. 4.5 demos per game. A little bit of a shame to see that turns out the answer from Pirates was just, yes, we can. Because Pirates did come out and give nearly 4 demos per game of their own as well. Great for the viewer. Bit of a shame to see for Digital Devils that they did everything we asked and it wasn't enough. But what it did give us was an absolute slugfest in the demos department. And it might be warm up for Pirates. I'm starting to think, I'm not going to get ahead of myself and ruin our next stats corner, but if you remember Bravado, so many demos on Pirates, it worked really well, and Pirates almost just with this series starting to learn how to deal with it, maybe.
Well, we are eager over here at the stats corner to nibble and bite at the grand finals that is about to be before us, so Des will throw it to you so we get there quicker.
Lovely little concise ending to that. My goodness. What a series. Greybeard, give me your thoughts on that. That was a banger.
You know what? In so many ways, and I mentioned this to Muntz during our last cast, is that I'm just disappointed we're seeing this on the very last day, because we scrambled into the season, but at the end we got that messy middle. We got the top 2, but now the top 2 may be being challenged. Imagine this was Regional 1 of Split 2. With all the places not decided, I think we'd have so much more uncertainty. But it's fantastic for the region, and wow, and I'm so excited for the next season on where this will all go, because it is not going to be so clear cut next season.
Blake, I don't have a question for you either. I just want to know your thoughts.
I can't wait for the grand final. I mean, the same kind of thing happened 2 weeks ago. I said it during that series where Bravado was contested by DNMK, who was playing pretty darn well that week. And Digital Devils, the same thing here against Pirates. So I'm thinking, there might be people in chat doubting Pirates' abilities now. No, I think they'll be just fine going up against Bravado in that grand finals. And I'm with Pyro. I just want it to start now, please.
Well, in haste, we will move on to our short break. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our top two, and no one is surprised. It's Orlando Pirates and Bravado Gaming, but maybe a little bit of surprise just sprinkled in on top of this standard dish, because Bravado Gaming made it through the upper finals, and Orlando Pirates XD will have to bracket reset. Will they be able to do it? Find out after this break. what might be the final time this season. Welcome back to RLCS, Sub-Saharan Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, we have borne witness to some incredible storylines, some outstanding Rocket League, but only 2 teams remain. The Titan Killers have been squashed, and only the Titans remain. Orlando Pirates XD through the lower bracket this time, facing off against a Bravado gaming side that is looking stronger than ever and sitting pretty with 1 extra life. Coming through the upper bracket, this grand final shaping up to be one of the most exciting in the region's RLCS history. Blake Phillips, give us your thoughts.
Oh, I can't wait. I said it before the break that I just want it to start now, but of course we have to get all the information about it on the table first so everyone knows exactly what's going on. But this is huge, and I don't want it to end in just one series. Like, I've been a Bravado believer after they beat Pirates, of course, in the last regional, but I have to root for Pirates here because I don't want it to end with just the 2 best of 7s played between these 2 teams. It has to be a full best of 3 of best of 7s, and what is there to say anymore? Like, I'm just excited. I'm a fan for this one.
It's honestly, and especially after we didn't get that game 7 in the last series that we were all craving. We want a bracket reset now, but I don't know what I want. That's the truth of it, Luke. Can you tell me what I want?
We all want that. The 2 series, both series going to Game 7, both series going to an overtime in the decider, and then one of the most epic finishes that we've ever seen. Look, even if we don't get that, we've had fun. It's been shenanigans all tournament long, all season long as well between these 2 teams. And even though we'd love to see different teams in this final, it just wouldn't quite feel right if it wasn't at the very end, at the death, if it wasn't to be Bravado and Pirates. And it's just such an honor and a pleasure to be here yet again, but now at the last.
Greybeard, we've seen Orlando Pirates take 6 regionals this season. That's 2 complete splits they've won. Not actually, in terms of winning the splits thoroughly, but on aggregate, they've won 2 out of 3 splits. Can we see Bravado take a split off them? Or, I don't know, are you surprised that they've been forced down through the lower bracket this evening?
Yes, I have. I did think they would do a lot better, but what I do know without a ditto of a shout is that whatever happens here, we are sending this region's best teams to the Worlds.
Without a doubt. And look, let's see how these 2 best teams in Sub-Saharan Africa are shaping up in numbers before this final grand final. Jake Bittner, Taylor Francis, what have you got for us?
Well, how could we show our overwhelming excitement for this grand finals once again without giving you the numbers? Here in the stats corner, we are ready for it. 9 grand finals in this splits, this region's history, and 8 of them being between these 2 teams. The last time, Joda, that that Bravado had put Orlando Pirates in the lower bracket and the Pirates came back, Bravado won in the very first match 4-2. You wonder if they do that again now that we're starting to see Orlando Pirates maybe fall apart a little bit?
Yeah, look, the evidence we have is that Pirates not necessarily have a tendency to give up, is probably a bit harsh, but have a tendency to struggle when they're down because, yeah, as you said, they weren't able to bring it back when they were sent into lowers that time. If anything, they looked better in the upper bracket. The final was not as close as the upper bracket series. And then, of course, only 2 weeks ago, when the bracket reset came out from Bravado, they then, after winning that first series, Pirates looked a bit deflated. They got off to a slow start, lost the first game, which could have gone either way. And then the heads just seemed to drop. They seemed to fall apart. The momentum, Bravado steamrolled through. I mean, maybe you want to say, oh, it's all Bravado momentum. But either way, it doesn't matter because it's the same 2 teams back again. Either way you slice it, the evidence points towards this being in Bravado's favour. But I do have something else to to worry about in that department. I think maybe a reason that we can point towards is that in their wins historically, 10 games have been won by shutout from Pirates where they haven't conceded a goal. Only 4 on the other end from Bravado. So not conceding at all is a very key part of the Pirates game. And the defense has been a bit shaky today. I think that could be their number one thing they need to clean up if they want to win this.
Well, not conceding goals will be a difficult measure to have when you have players like this on the field. I want to talk briefly about players to watch and the ones that are going to be putting the goals on the board. In the long history of Bravado and Pirates, and let's summarize as well the winter and the spring splits, is 31 favoring Bravado, 28 towards Pirates wins. Snowy has led in quite a few departments: shot percentage, goals, and 400 plus in boost per minute. But on the Bravado side, I'm looking at To Die For, leading in score, 446 shots, 3.22 per game, and saves, over 2 saves per game, the only one doing that. I've got my eyes on To Die For in this next match. He could be the antidote to take down Pirates again.
Yeah, he could. And the other thing, of course, is the demos. We can't stop talking about them today because we've had electric series full of the violence, and Pirates simply could not handle the Bravado demos last regional, nor this one. But they handled them very well against Royalty. They seem to have their number and not worry about that, and brought violence of their own. We're not used to seeing Pirates get demos on Bravado, so that might be something you need to look out for.
Demolitions, the players to watch, the storied history of these two teams. Let's do it again. That's it from the Stats Corner. Back to you.
So much statisticians, our final pre-series stats corner of the season. Unless we go to a bracket reset. I'm actually not sure what we do about that in that case, but look, let's not think too far ahead, okay? Let's just live in the moment. A moment I think we all hope is never going to end. SSA, RLCS, it's been an incredible season, and we are finally at the very pointy end. Bravado Gaming, Orlando Pirates XD, the Titans of Sub-Saharan Africa, will fight it out one more time to see who will finish on top. Blake Phillips, who's it going to be?
Alright, this prediction, I'll preface it by saying this is not personal, it's hardly professional either. I just want to see a bracket reset, so I'm going to pick Pirates, purely just me praying to the Rocket League gods we get 2 series extra of these 2 wonderful squads that'll be competing on the world stage in August. Cannot wait for that either, but give me Pirates. Bravado, I love you to death, and I'll probably predict you for the 2nd series if you get bracket reset, but first of all, going Pirates.
And I should qualify that this is just for the first series in case there is a bracket reset, not for who will be the outright winner of the weekend. But Blake taking Pirates. Luke, who are you voting for?
I dislike this so much. I want the bracket reset, but I do think Bravado, they've had Pirates' number in the last 2 regionals. They seem to have figured out a way to win against them, and they're doing it more often than not. And they looked utterly dominant in that first series that we saw. They seem to just have the keys to everything. They figured it out on offense, they figured it out on defense, and I don't see Pirates taking a win at all, let alone 2 series consecutively. So I'm going Bravado for this first series, and I think that's going to be the end of it.
All right,
sure.
One apiece so far, Greybeard. You got to split us.
Well, you know what? I don't think, whatever we say here is actually pointless. It's going to come down to these 2 teams and how they show up for this next best of 7. I do think I have to have faith that Pirates can dig deep and find a way. So Pirates for the reset.
Okay. Oh, I think I am after a reset here, but I said it in the upper finals and I'm saying it again right now. I want to see Bravado Gaming hold the title. That would be incredibly meaningful for the region. As much as I would love to step in and solo cast this grand final, I can't. I gotta continue to be the host. So, for what might be the final time this season, barring a bracket reset, Greybeard, Muns, take it away.
The final, grandest of all finals, is what we are coming down to now today. Look, again, the placements are secured, world position is secured, but what isn't is reputation. And if Bravado managed to upset the apple cart for 2 consecutive tournaments in a row, then they do have a case, in my opinion, to call themselves the current best Rocket League team in SSA. There's definitely an argument against it, but what will put that argument to bed is if Pirates come through and they just win it. They just win it all right here, right now, in 2 consecutive best of 7s.
Well, all the eyes on them, really, and the pressure on them. Can they come back? They've not reset. Bravado have reset them. Pirates have not been able to do that, and the one time they had the opportunity to do that. So all up to them now. And how does it open? We saw glimpses of the Pirates we're used to seeing when they were playing the Digital Devils, but just not enough of it. Oh my word, and Daisy trying to do more of the shenanigans we saw from him earlier to score there, but it is blocked and sent away. So we do remain scoreless, but as we've come used to with these two teams, immediately eventful.
And look, I think for me, what I'm looking at early on in this first series is the 2 defenses I talked about. I touched on it in the previous series. Is the difference to me between these 2 teams right now is their ability to scramble on defense, and already we're seeing Pirates stretched. Their clearances not the greatest. They've managed to get out now, but in the lead up to this, they had 2 or 3 opportunities to play the ball away, and instead it spills out into the danger area in front of net instead of out to the corners. And if that continues, Bravado are going to punish, and already have today.
Oh, and they almost punished there. Oh, that was so incredibly close. What I'm going to be watching is the shooting percentage here. In that last series, which Pirates lost, they consistently outshot Bravado, but struggled to find the net. And then in all but one of the games, they conceded first. Bravado were able to score the opening goal. So they need improvements on both those scores. They're in a bit of strife here. Okay, it is cleared away. But again, the pressure building in front of their net, and just what you're talking about, not getting convincing clears.
And Bravado racking up the shots, currently sitting on 5. Orlando yet to find a single. As I say that, they do eventually put a weak shot, it has to be said, on net, but at least it's a sign of intent. The second shot coming in a little bit more significant. Darth can't find a way past to die for, but it has to be said, it feels like so far it's been all Bravado. They've had chances to score, to open up the scoring in this grand final, and it's just been the barest of margins that Orlando Pirates are holding on with.
All right, but hold on, they have, and that's important for them. Happy Meal trying to upset that equilibrium there. It doesn't happen. And so much of the last series looked to me like a frustrated Orlando Pirates. Just not, struggling to find each other. The team plays not quite being there. And if they can get that right for sustained periods, that's going to be their best chance of finding this bracket reset. And here they come now. Snowy can't get the play to move the ball forward. Darth here with an intercept into the middle. Does find Skill Steal, but Skill Steal, awkward angle, can't do much with it.
And Bravado have been held off here for a little while now. A good 30, 45, maybe even 60 seconds without a shot on net or an opportunity to kind of work something in the offensive end. Gonna look to change this here. Happy Meal's got the boost steal and a bump to die for. Looking to turn it into something dangerous. Does find the crossbar, and the follow-up from Daisy plays it into to die for's hands, and he will be credited with the opening goal of this grand final.
Yeah, as soon as To Die For had that, it just looked... It just felt like a goal, right? It was like, okay, how's this going to happen? But surely that one goes in.
So, it is... The onus is on the Pirates to start off this grand final. They're the ones needing to push forward for an equalizer. Bravado with the slimmest of cushions right now, but looking solid for it. Orlando Pirates, they would have been feeling a little bit bolstered in the fact that they had held off the Bravado offense for a good minute or so in the lead-up, but then it just took a single opportunity. Bravado able to take the lead. And now, as we close in on the final minute of game number 1 in what could be the final series of the SSA RLCS season, Pirates are the ones starting on the back foot.
Yeah, they've spent a lot of these series, and not just against Bravado, against their last series of Digital Devil, they spent so much time behind chasing the game, and that's got to get exhausting after a while. And another attempt comes to naught. They're going to have to scramble back. There's been a demo, and Daisy will pop it into the open net, and that has, 40 seconds still, but maybe enough now to have taken game 1.
I mean, it's absolutely doable, is the comeback here, and I feel like on so many occasions we've said, but it just feels like Pirates have a goal in this game. With that said, I don't think I can use that line here in game number 1. It has felt like a struggle for the Pirates. It's as it did in the last series. They might find something. They could prove me wrong, but right now, Bravado seems switched on, locked in, ready to rumble, and here they come yet again looking for the third, and that would put it out of doubt. To die for will be denied, and Darth has a chance, but there's just no resources to be found for the Pirates right now. And the time ticking away. They will not come back here in game number 1. Bravado take the lead.
And they take it with a shutout of Orlando Pirates. In the grand final, they did lose the first game, and a 0-second goal from To Die For. His second will just put the kibosh on it, and a little bit of an exclamation mark on a Bravado game, which they win fairly consistently here. And Pirates did lose the opener against Digital Devils. They found the way back, but they did lose the opener against Bravado in the upper bracket final and didn't find a way to win there. So all options open here, and for the first time, undershooting Bravado were the Pirates.
I mean, Bravado just set up shop on the offensive and peppered the net and crucially peppered the backboard, and that really opened up that Pirates defense. That Pirates defense that we criticize for not having a super solid scramble, if that makes sense. When you've really put your back against the wall and you're holding on your goal line, they've just not performed to the standard that a team like Bravado has. And Bravado just taking every opportunity there to punish them for it, popping off To Die For with a crucial 2 goals. But 6 shots from Daisy, that's what you want to see from this Bravado side, especially with a Daisy that has been coming up in the clutch with massive goals all tournament, all season long. If he can find his shooting form yet again, then Bravado are looking very good moving on.
All right, well, here we go. Aquadome. Seldom a player favorite, this map, but this is where we find ourselves. And Orlando Pirates finding themselves in a position that was unthinkable to them just a few regionals ago. But up against the ropes here, they are looking for a bracket reset and didn't get off to the best of starts, finding themselves a game down.
Oh, big fake there from Skill Steal to pop into the shot. And Pirates get on the board, take their first goal of the grand final, and take the lead in game number 2. My goodness, what a play.
An exquisite demo as well, and lovely finish from Skill. And maybe 8 seconds in, that's the settler. That's what Pirates needed to get them settled in. But let's see how Bravado respond. Or can Pirates find a way to extend and get themselves fully back in and maybe find what we're used to seeing from them?
Oh, not used to seeing misses from either of these two teams, but both teams with a little bit of a miss in that corner. Snowy's going to play it away. Darth, nothing in the tank, so he'll look for that mid boost. Will find it, but he's going to have to defend in a 2v1. Does so with a plum, and Snowy's gotten back to back him up. He's going to look to play this around the defense. Instead, goes over the top, has a chance to double. Surely doesn't have that angle. Even if he did, it was cut out, and Daisy looking to transition.
All right, and Daisy, he's looked dangerous all night long when he starts going forward. Oh, to die for to Daisy! Daisy with the finish! Absolutely lethal!
It is going to be so hard to stop this Bravado team. Whenever they're either setting up pressure, starving your boost, looking for bumps and forcing double commits, or they're just transitioning into an infield passing play. Like, how do you stop that kind of variability on offense? The answer right now for Orlando is that you don't. And it's something they're going to have to figure out if they want to keep Bravado at arm's length. Because Bravado, although they're holding on defense by the skin of their teeth right now, offensively looking monstrous in this matchup.
They are indeed, and well, look, it's level. That's the good news for Pirates, is they're not trailing the game. They're not chasing it, or are they? That's heading toward an open net. It is a catastrophe. Daisy, this time from long distance, spies the open net on the other side and sends the ball sailing.
You don't see that very often. Orlando Pirates chasing a ball all the way down the length of the pitch into their own net. Bravado, they just do things to this Pirates team that this Pirates team have not had done to them before, and right now, that is just scoring goals. But here we go with a big dunk from Snowy and the read. Nothing the Bravado defense can do about that. Orlando Pirates strike back quickly and get back level.
All right, well, that's good news for them. They've struggled to do that. They've struggled to find their way back in, but they do. They weren't behind for long, so there are positive signs continue here for them, but certainly nowhere near anything that would come close to being plain sailing.
Skill steal. Big, long diagonal up to Snowy. He's going to look for the double off the ceiling. Instead, it's a pass down. Causes the soft double from Bravado, but all three players between the ball and the goal means they're going to be able to follow up on that 50-50. Skill Steal needs to do something special here to keep hold of that, and he can't. Tadaifor denied the boost, though. It's going to take a little while to get back here, and in fact, doesn't get back in time. Darth taps it in, but Tadaifor, I think, must have gone for the offensive corner boost or something? I honestly just cannot tell.
No, it was very, and it looked like such a regulation play forward, and you go, okay, well, they're coming forward, and Bravado's going to pick it up and send it away, and then suddenly there was this net with no one there, and Orlando Pirates have a second lead.
Unreal. Pirates looking to extend it. Snowy, no angle on it if he'd found the target. It was a goal. No defender in sight, ready to defend. Daisy with the miss, and Bravado looking shaky now on the scramble. Darth backtracking. Happy Meal looking to delay the flick. Does find Daisy, but his teammates unable to push it forward towards net. And Orlando Pirates looking comfortable right now on defense, albeit under a bit of pressure, and that's going to cause some issues. There's a double commit, but it's going to go the way of Orlando Pirates. A skill steal pushes out into the offensive end and tries to force some pressure back on Bravado.
And we've seen a couple of plays from Bravado with some uncharacteristic mistakes, a little bit of a whiff. We saw there from Daisy, a shot on target, it's going to be in! Snowy finds a way past, and for the first time, a little bit of Daisy getting such a heavy touch in the corner, and the shakiest little period of play we've seen from Bravado.
And this could be the difference in the series, right? It felt like in series number 1, maybe Snowy would have rushed that shot and hit the post. And, okay, hit the post in the finish, but then it goes into the net, as does this 5th goal for Orlando. But those margins could be enough to wrest away the momentum from Bravado and put it into the Pirates' favor, because it's so tough when you do carve out an opportunity and then you hit the post or you hit the crossbar and you're denied that goal, and then you got to head back down your other end, and Bravado more often than not scoring on a transition play. But Orlando Pirates, if they find those angles, if they find those finishes, then look out. We're in for a treat.
Yeah, and the danger, of course, here is that if if Orlando Pirates can finally settle into and get themselves together, the sort of form we saw them against Digital Devils yesterday, then it's danger time for Bravado. And a 5-2 win will go a long way to helping that cause. I mean, a three-goal lead in the context of these two teams tonight is massive.
Absolutely. It's a 3-goal lead that looks to be solid for now, although Snowy doesn't find the redirect. Skill steal is there to back it up. And Daisy, needing something from this offensive play, sends it goalwards. The touch from Happy Meal, heavy, and a defender, I think, getting a little skim off the roof of their car. And that's going to send it down the other end and open it up Snowy with Orlando's 6th.
There's a weird sense of, you know, when you play Rocket League, you sometimes feel all the loose balls, the 50s, the weird pinches and touches seem to go against you, and there just seems to have been a slight shift going toward in favor of the Pirates right now, which is a weird thing, and it can change back as just as quickly. But they're enjoying a little bit of a purple period here, are the Pirates.
They are certainly now a 4-goal lead here in game number 2. I'll remind our viewers that this is the first of a potential 2 series. For Orlando Pirates are to take this first best of 7, we will see a second series. If Bravado win it, that will be it. They will be crowned champions. Right now, Pirates putting up a big fight after going down by 1 game early. They fought it back, and this game is in the bag. Pirates will level up the series, and we will head to 1 game apiece.
And Munts, I am reading nothing into this. A great win for the Pirates, no doubt about it. In the context of these two, it's a stonking, it's a dominating win. But I'm reading nothing into this because you just don't know with these two teams. And you any other team, you go, okay, well, this is probably the beginning of the end of them against Pirates winning a game 6-2, but. Yeah, I just don't have that same level of confidence with these two teams.
And look, this is a bit of a pattern that we've seen with Pirates Bravado. Pirates tend to, throughout the series, have at least 1 blowout victory in a game. And it does seem like Bravado just shake it off, GG, go next. Even in the last regional, when Bravado won 2 of their 3 series, there were still at least 2 games that were 4-1 for Pirates. And okay, that's not 6-2, but in the past we've also seen 6-1s and 7-1s and things like that in the Pirates' favor. And then we see Bravado just come roaring back in the next game and then, sneak out a 2-1 win. So I think you're perfectly justified in not reading into this. I will put a little bit of a but on that, though.
Okay.
Because Pirates, for me, there was no offense in game number 1. And although it did feel like the bounce was definitely favoring them in game number 2, it just looked like a much more calculated push forward. It does seem like they've found a way to pick up boost and transition in such a way that they can take the boost away from Bravado as they're moving forward and put on pressure of their own. And that's a big sign for Orlando Pirates XD and their fans. And they're going to open up the scoring here.
Ooh, and they did exactly this in the last game, the early goal. I think it was 9 seconds, this time 4, smashing that kickoff, and Snowy pretty much having a clean run into that net there. Ooh, it suddenly got spicy. It at least feels like it's not going to be a runaway Bravado win if they go at Orlando Pirates going to be putting up a fight.
I mean, Orlando Pirates threatening to run away with it. That's a lot of goals in the last 2 games against not very many. Looking for another here, Snowy. Can't find that angle, though, and Daisy lacking a touch. He might have a chance to redirect, but instead to die for the one to go up. Using all the boost in the tank for that 50. No one there to follow, so skill steal. Got time, got space, but drops that ball down, so no flick. Just the 50-50 Darth with 2 consecutive. Snowy coming in for the shot, but will be denied by Daisy.
Yeah, but that Bravado corner very overpopulated by Bravado players. They do get a clear here, and key in game 1 was the boost control. Pirates thieving the Bravado boost throughout that game, which made it a bit of a struggle and certainly contributed to that rather large goal differential there. Great 50 from Happy Meal, but dispossessed by Skill. He waits for it. The controlled touch was nearly lethal, but he gets bumped off of it. And now possibly it's a 2v2 here. The demo, and to die for can just walk it in because nobody was home.
I have no idea about the names of positions in NFL games, but I think Daisy was maybe running the role of a linebacker, possibly? Anyway, he's just running in front of the ball carrier, taking care of whatever came their way. Shoot, let's give him an assist for that, I feel like. He's only got 32 points. He needs it. 0 goals, 0 shots, 0 official assists, and 0 saves right now. But he had everything to do with that leveler, even though he wasn't credited with it.
Indeed, and not even the assist, as you quite rightly point out. Daisy again is going to get it to float in front, but I think there's been a defensive demo in front of the net, which will give possession back to Pirates. There's been an awkward touch back, but Happy Meal quite composed, looking to control it out, but the pressure persists, and Daisy, man, the job this guy does for his team, it is just monumental with the clears. I mean, that is all Daisy. Laying it on a plate to die for, clearing it out, controlling it, getting the demo, and then a juicy pass for the finish.
And I think Bepic it was that highlighted Daisy's ability to get a good clear from an awkward save, if that makes sense. So if he's flat-footed on his goal line, he seems to always put it into an area that's not dangerous. There's no chance for a follow-up that's direct, and he buys times for his team. So very calculated and calm in that defensive end, and then you see it just lead to transitions that are just lethal. And when you've got someone like To Die For getting on the end of those transitions, look out defense. And look, that's also like Daisy's scoring goals for fun as well. The top scorer, maybe. I need confirmation on that, but he could be the top scorer for Bravado in this tournament. But it doesn't matter at all. All of their goals extinguished, and right now Orlando Pirates managing to get this game back level.
And Snowy with a bump on Daisy on his way to take that shot. And in the lead up to that, I was saying that this game, following the pattern of the last game, with the exception of Pirates getting a quick equalizing goal. They took their time, but they have equalized it now. They're back on level terms, and they are on the offensive, at least for the moment. Happy Meal can't follow it. Snowy gets in front. He's now going to look for a pass and or a demo. Gets the touch toward the net, but it goes over, and now Happy Meal can look for the clear. Pirates doing well, though, to keep it sort of resting over in the Bravado half, at least for now, although now Happy Meal picks it up. Daisy causing havoc on the goal line, trying to open things up. Can they make something happen? To Die For trying the clear, hits Skill Steal on his way back and nearly gets them in trouble, but we are still level at 2 apiece.
And it was Skill Steal that accidentally denied his team an opportunity to transition towards an unguarded net, and instead they're having to defend down in their own net right now. All three players missing, a bit of miscommunication to boot. They do recover, do the Pirates. Now they're going to get an opportunity here. Happy Meal by himself, recovers well onto the corner, does get the touch over Darth, but Skill Steal keeping the pressure on for now. The clearance comes in, but Snowy disallowing it from crossing half-time. To Die For and Daisy, it's a big challenge, and they've not come out the best end of it. Skill Steal with a chance to bump, can't find it. To Die For had to respect it anyway, but Happy Meal finally breaks the press.
Almost something here. Skill Steal. There's a 1v1 here. Can he make it happen? He tries to bully his way through, and To Die For just holds his ground, gets the car in front. And Skill unable to get through, and now a dunk might set something up here. Skill Steal with half a clear. It's high and loose into the middle. Darth is up to the side wall, and he gets a pass to himself. It's awkward in front of their net, but no one there to finish it off, and it's a frenetic close here. Are we going to see our first overtime of the series as we come to the last 20 seconds?
This bounce, all important right now. Skill Steal's going to look for the flip reset, does find it. Daisy cuts it out. Snowy's going to reach this unimpeded. Not enough boost. Oh, yes, he does! My goodness, I didn't think there was a chance, but he had the perfect read. 16 boost when he touched the ball there, used it to perfection, and finds what could be the winner in game number 2.
And wow, and maybe that's what's been missing. Snowy's had a struggle. They've all had a struggle. But my word, quite for me, certainly the goal I've seen of the night. They're going to get another to put the kibosh on it. Oh, and it's been scrappy and nervy at times, but what a finish we're seeing from the Orlando Pirates.
Goodness. All hope lost for Bravado here in game number 3, folks, in my excitement. Misquoted, but what a way for Pirates to come out and really stamp their authority on the series. A decisive win in game number 2 to level it, and then here in game number 3, a hard-fought battle, but one that they did look to have the advantage for. Bravado spending long periods of time without any kind of offense. Only 3 shots registered over the entirety of that game, 2 of those resulting in goals. And efficiency aside, Bravado, who have been very efficient and have been just excelling with that kind of strategy, you just need more than 3 shots. It's so low. It's so difficult to score against this Pirates side that seems to have figured something out on defense.
And, it wasn't as decisive a scoreline as the previous game, 4-2 as opposed to, I think it was 6-2 in the previous. But this felt like a more important win, just in the context of where we are. Because we said we're not going to read anything into that last game. They've come out here. They've done the business. Now, can they continue it? Can they now go forward and put themselves onto a bracket reset point by winning the next game?
Goodness. That would be something if they were to suddenly go up 3-1 in this series after the last series between these two teams. I don't know with these two teams, Greybeard. We could see Bravado suddenly win both or 3 games in a row from now on 4-0.
All right, well, early goals for Orlando Pirates in both of the last 2 games. Can they get one here? It was 9 and 4 seconds. They don't get either here, but they'll be looking for it. They're on the right side of the pitch. And interestingly, an interesting stat coming out of just before that last game, Snowy, who's sort of known for his offense, doing a lot of work in defense, 7 saves when the entirety of the rest of the players have 8 combined between them. So he's been called on a lot in defense. Skill steal now in defense, touches it off, should be able to continue it, gets the better of that 50, but it remains in midfield for now. So no early goal for the Pirates, but they haven't conceded either. Happy Meal with a miss, might actually set up to die for, might turn into an unintended fake. Okay, and earlier on, Pirates were conceding those sort of plays. They've somehow kept it out when earlier they would absolutely have found a way to have had that ball go into their net.
And I think a big part of it is finding better clears, even when the save is awkward. Oh, goodness.
No.
Snowy downfield, just camping, lurking, waiting, and Skill Steal picks him out with precision. And I mean, you say precision, but crossbar down and in. Goodness gracious me.
Well, as Mr. Bepic said in the last series, it's the Pirates' way. Spot down. And they managed to take the first goal for the 3rd consecutive time. And what changed them from what was going down in the last series, the upper bracket final.
Daisy with an opportunity to steal some boost and look for some bumps. Skill Steal coming back and getting a vital little interception on that ball. So Darth, no boost in the tank, just flipping, flailing at that. Now Skill Steal and Snowy need to figure out who's going for this. They do, but to die for gets the win on the 50-50. Daisy with a big dunk. There's no one there for to die for to make contact with, but it didn't matter. I think just his presence diving across the box meant that Pirates needed to think about it, and suddenly their positioning was out, and the whiff comes in, and that is a gift given and a gift taken graciously by Bravado.
Oh, indeed it was. Starting off with a very sort of heavy touch from Darth, trying to get a 50, and it just squirted toward the goal, and it was so awkward for Skill Steal. So a game leveled up, And we've been here before. Well, listen, it's Orlando Pirates and Bravado. We've been everywhere before. Nothing, almost nothing new here. A level game between the top two, the best two teams in the SSA region, and they are locked in a titanic struggle for the last grand final of our season.
Oh, it's a long play forward from Snowy. I thought for a moment it might have had the elevation to cause some awkwardness, but Daisy chilling with it and looks to get the flip reset, but the scoop not enough to beat the defense, and it actually sets them up for a monster clear to die for. Fluffed his lines a little bit, but improvised with some creativity there to get that ball past the oncoming Orlando Pirates players. A demo from Daisy's not going to help. Happy Meal needs to clear that one away. Can't get to the follow-up. Snowy now looking for a bump to die for. Had to go up early, so not much momentum with the clear and struggled to make contact with that ball. And right now, Pirates pushing forward, really looking like they're the next team to score, at least trying to convince themselves and us that they will score first. Because as we enter this final 2 minutes, seems like goals are hard to come by, and the next goal could well be the winner.
But it's been a very good period for Pirates, but they're going to concede on a counter. Oh, my word. And now this time, Happy Meal linking up with To Die For. Sumptuous play from around the corner, and desperate last defender couldn't get to it. To Die For there for the tap-in.
And it's just skill steal. He's just crept up into the middle of the goal. As soon as that ball heads to the far side, the far post, it's going to be awkward for him, and he couldn't get back to it. If he sits a little bit further back in the net, he's fine. But right now, looking to try to find a way back into this game, and Bravado holding on. Their scramble defense finally showing up, and it might give them a chance to transition. Daisy can't find the doink, so the attack is going to break down.
Oh, dearie me. Okay, a defensive demo will give Pirates some time now. Snowy, gets past one. Does he get this dunk? Well, he gets the 50, squirts out to the orange corner. He can't get the boost steal, so he's going to have to retreat a little, and that'll put a dampener on the intended attack here. Oh, Snowy, yeah, he pulled out of that, realizing that he was the third man and they might be stretched at the back. Had to retreat, but now they're under pressure. That's going to be in! Oh, these two teams, they just won't make it easy for each other.
And this looks like the Bravado Orlando matchup that we've seen today up to this point. Bravado finding a quick way onto offense, drawing out the defense of Orlando, and then taking advantage of the smallest of positional errors or the smallest of unnecessary boost usage. And right now, they're making it work yet again. Can they? Will this be the sign of things to come? Can they latch on and continue to make this style work throughout the rest of the series? Or will Orlando once again find the answer to it? Right now, they've got 30 seconds to do that here in game number 4. But right now, Bravado looking locked on to level up the series, especially if this goes in. But Snowy seems to be chilling with it.
Yeah, they had such a good period of play where Pirates looked so in control of things, building that play. But 2 counters and Bravado are going to take this down. We're going to have a level series once more, though it could have got sweaty if that one went in. They might get themselves a consolation at the end, but wow, Bravado doing the business.
Doing it well. Look, they did, in my opinion, get a little bit lucky with a Pirates positional error from Skill Steal, who just should have made contact with one of those shots that was on target and ended up being a goal for Bravado. I mean, there's no other way to look at it. If he's just half a car length back into that net, he saves it easily. Instead, the goal goes in, then Bravado go up by 2, and it's all over at that point. But right now, the thing for Pirates is, okay, they can be heartened by the fact that, okay, it was a defensive error that they let in, right? It wasn't Bravado outplaying them. But then Bravado did find 2 other goals that just came from good offense, and that same kind of offense that was so effective earlier today. And that, for the Pirates, has to be scary.
And they've equaled out on the shooting, 9 shots apiece. So they've leveled up there. Bravado obviously doing a little bit better on their accuracy percentage, scoring 2 more of the goals. But we expect nothing less. Bravado Gaming Pirates locked neck and neck right now, and Pirates continue to be the team at the disadvantage. They're the ones looking for the bracket reset here. They are the ones that have to dig the deepest to find a way through.
And Pirates spending 75% more time on zero boost. That's a horrible stat from their point of view. And 40% less time on 100. So that shows the disparity right there in the way that this game's going. Maybe it's just as simple as that. Bravado needing that boost. It makes sense, right? Needing the boost to apply the pressure that has been so effective. Even if it's not hugely sustained for, 30, 45 seconds, but just the fact that they're hitting the backboard and hitting the target in quick succession with regularity, and then it culminates in a goal. So if they can continue that boost domination, then they're going to put themselves in a good position moving forward, and they've got themselves in a good position here, but To Die For can't get up quick enough.
Yeah, but it was a big change around from the game before where Pirates were controlling the boost, stealing all of Bravado's boost, and clearly not able to do that in the last game, and maybe having a little kind of getting a bit of their own medicine. That's heading toward the net. Snowy will get the touch away, and the push forward by Darth. Snowy looking for a finish To Die For with the save. Skill still keeps it in there or thereabouts in the area. Daisy, with one of his characteristics slightly awkward, presses up to get the save, and then they manage to transition it all the way to the other side, and still probably an opportunity for an attack. Daisy on target, Darth with the clear.
And Bravado just falling a little bit short where they've been so proficient earlier. That shot that was direct and very savable and clearable previously maybe goes high to the crossbar to force some awkwardness out of the defense. Instead, was cleared away. The attack breaks down. They have to start again, but they've done so. And here comes Daisy looking for the flip reset into the double, but he can't get around it, and it will be pushed away.
And a little fortunate because we saw some of that earlier chaotic defending from Pirates. They were kind of scrambling and desperate to get it away and weren't punished for it. They're going to have to do it again. Skill steal, though, this time right on top of that ball for the long clear.
Oh, this is going to be awkward to deal with, but Darth does get up quick enough to make it comfortable. Daisy with a big win. Oh, no. Happy Meal falling on it. Nothing he could do about it. Just bounced straight into him and halts the defense, but To Die For now, looking for the double. This is what I'm talking about. Force the awkward clears away and keep the possession going. A clear like that, it's so hard to keep momentum up. It's so hard to play it out and follow with. And that's when Bravado have been pushing forward and finding a goal from it. And they still might do so. Daisy over the top. Happy Meal with the free shot. And he finds the goal. I think there was a bump in there. But Bravado executing their game plan to perfection right now.
It was either a bump or an epic whiff. Oh my word, it was a savage bump out of the way. I'm not entirely convinced Darth had it anyway, but no opportunity, and it is Pirates that go behind. They may be staring down a championship point for Bravado on Neo Tokyo next game if they can't turn this one around.
To Die For. A little hapless in the air there, skill steal. Unable to make it really count, though, and keep it out of the arms of the waiting defense. Daisy plays it around. Looking for the flick. Not much boost in the tank, which means Snowy able to get up a bit higher. Daisy looking for another bump. He finds it. Happy Meal can't hit the target. Oh, it looked like he was looking for the pass, but surely not. The goal was there for the taking. He's just skimmed it wide, putting some big old slice on that. And the slow play not leading to anything much. Happy Meal stuck under the ball for now. But it's all good. To Die For, able to play that forward. And Happy Meal looking to continue. And right now, Bravado, relentless with the bumps. They're not finding the demos, but it doesn't matter because some of this contact is doing just as good a job at disrupting the Pirates' defense.
Their fingers firmly wrapped around the throats of Orlando Pirates right now. Oh! But just what Bravado did in the last game, Pirates do here against the runner play. They find a way to level it up. They look for a goal when they've been struggling to get it out of their half. They manage to level things up.
And it was, as you said, completely against the run of play, and that is a huge thing for Pirates, having them or giving themselves a chance in this game late on, despite the fact that Bravado looked much more likely to score the next goal.
All right, and now a little bit of a turnaround, a little bit of pressure on Bravado from Pirates, which has been sorely lacking for a long time, and now it's loose in the midfield. Who gets there first? Skill Steal loses out. This is very dangerous. Snowy, though, having none of it, smashes it, gets it round 1, gets it round 2. Does he get it round 3? What a play from Snowy! All the way from defense to clear, to attack, to goal.
And this is why a 1-goal lead means absolutely nothing in Rocket League. Bravado, the majority, the first 4 minutes of this game, looking to be in the ascendancy, looking to be dominant, but they just couldn't find that 2-goal buffer. And here come Pirates, Snowy as well, roaring back, and they find a way into the lead. It feels like they've only had 2 shots in the last 3 minutes or so, but those 2 shots, enough to take the lead late on. And with 30 seconds remaining, they've found another one to die for. Getting back, pushes it onto the crossbar, and finally gives his team some hope. Never mind, Skill stealing that hope away.
I am stunned by the turnaround in this game. Bravado had them by the throat. They were gasping for air. They couldn't get their heads above water. And bang, 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 level up lead 2-goal cushion.
Goodness gracious me. Tonight for puts this in. We're going to hit the pause champ. All right. Okay, kickoff shenanigans are unlocked right now. Let's see if they can find a way back into it with 15 seconds. It's plenty of time even to lose the kickoff and give themselves a chance.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm emotionally prepared for a level up overtime here. Oh my word. Well, it might just happen because here come Bravado. They want to do it. Snowy gets a clear that's at least going to burn off 4 seconds from the clock. Darth will try and just keep possession for as long as possible. He does very, very well. And that was fantastic defensive play. Burn off those seconds and bang it to the ground the moment the clock hits 0. And what a game. It feels like Bravado owned 3.5 of those 5 minutes, but Pirates come out victorious.
I mean, Bravado looked to be the better team. I don't know how they've not managed to find more goals than the single, but that's just it, right? Rocket League, it's a game of the finest margins when you're at this level. And when you're ahead by the finest of margins, just a single goal, that game can get flipped on its head, and Pirates able to do that. Snowy especially, finding that perfect time to score to just take the wind out of the Bravado Gaming sails and put that wind, I guess, into their own pirate ship sails. I really should have figured that one out earlier, but hugely impressive stuff from Pirates, able to snatch that victory from what felt like the jaws of defeat.
And I mean, I was honestly looking at Pirates going into Neo Tokyo, staring down the barrel of championship point. But here they are on bracket reset point themselves. So a massive turnaround for them, and they will have a bit of momentum. But now, this is it. Can Pirates close it out here? They have been phenomenal. Pirates at their best, they are phenomenal at closing out series. But you just feel that there's nothing cut and dried about anything here. And we wait to see if they can indeed close it out.
All right, chat, we've given you our opinions and arguments for what might happen next. But I want to hear it from you. One's in the chat if Bravado force a Game 7. 2s if you think Orlando Pirates are going to secure the bracket reset here on Neo Tokyo.
All right, well, Happy Meal. Oh, my word. Argy-bargy in front of the net. Oh, it's scrappy and crazy. They survive for now. Snowy's up. Oh, Happy Meal's going to give the African bouncer, but it's over the crossbar. Oh, what is going on? It's a massive scramble. Somehow Pirates survive it, but it's not over yet. Snowy desperately trying to get it out. Finally, Skill Steal at least gives a moment. They get their heads above water, take a massive breath, and try something here.
Darth might have found a way back in, but was cut out. Snowy needed a touch, and he knew it. Happy Meal was lurking. Continues to do so. The risk of a bump forces Skill Steal to go up early, and he can't make contact. Snowy scrambling it away, and Happy Meal turning on this with plenty of boost in that tank. The touch isn't a good one, though. Too close to the wall and able to be dealt with. Daisy faking the redirect. Snowy not buying in whatsoever. And now it's Darth's chance. Looks for the crossbar. Can't get back to it. Snowy denied at the last.
That just felt like gold, but it doesn't happen. And Bravado doing what they spent a lot of the last game doing, threatening the Orlando Pirates goal. But Pirates doing what they did last game, somehow keeping it out and almost finding a goal on the other side on the counter. They still do keep it out, but most of the attacking play, the pressure, the territorial is all in favor of Bravado. But here come Pirates trying to make something happen on the other side. Snowy off the ceiling into the middle. Shoots to die for, saves, and scrambling. No one can get the rebound. Oh my word. And these teams, Munts, they do it to us every single regional. And Snowy finally finds the net.
And who else but Snowy to take the lead here in an all-important game number 6. There was some bumps on the backboard. Skill Steal, the offender there, just giving a little bit of space to his teammate to slam that in. But I gotta say, Snowy has stepped up massively here in this grand final. Darth looking to get himself on the board, but the crossbar not letting him do so. Right now, Bravado, they need to settle things down. To Die For's awkward, and he can't get the touch away. And here comes Darth, the flip reset. Gets bumped back to the ball, and here come Bravado on the transition.
Oh my word, and you know, we've been dying to see, oh my word, we've been dying to see the mechanical plays from Darth, and he has struggled all night long, almost pulling off a remarkable one there, and that shot coming across the net just way too quickly for him to put away. And you mentioned the 1-goal lead means nothing. Orlando Pirates have it now, and you do feel at any moment that could just flip and change around. We'll see the equalizer, and then a leading goal maybe to Die For, looking to control it, gets it past one, trying to bring it around the corner. He gets the pass in front. Darth with the touch away. And the shenanigans between these two will continue. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Skill Steal's really struggled with those balls high above net. That was just the latest in a number of chances that have come from him missing the clear on the backboard or just above his net. Right now, to Die For, putting pressure on Surely. A shot coming in. It is blocked a little bit too directly in front of net, but the demos are going to open up a little bit of space for To Die For to move into. Darth gets the spawn near side, but Daisy's up. Daisy smacks it down, and as we enter the final 80 seconds, Bravado equal this up.
Okay. And again, they just refuse to make this easy for anybody. The craziness continues, and we saw a demo leading up to that goal. We've just seen a second. The last game, amazingly, not a single demo. The shot toward net is somehow kept out, I think, by Darth. Skill Steal now looking for the transition, but Happy Meal will put paid. No, he back into the middle. Darth, does he get some kind of read here? Well, he gets a touch, but a demo might give a second bite at the apple. Snowy with the intercept does get the dunk down. He's looking for a pass, but the touch away by Happy Meal. Skill Steal finds for Bravado. I beg your pardon, for Orlando Pirates. They're back in front.
And Snowy with the drop down off the curb. Happy Meal does fantastically with it. The problem is, To Die For, he has to react to that and think that the miss is coming in, and because of that puts himself into the back of the net, and then that ball fast to follow. With 45 seconds remaining, Pirates in the driver's seat to force the reset, because again, Pirates starting in the lower bracket here in this grand final, which means if they do find the win here, we've got to do this all over again. But here come Bravado. They're not going down without a fight, and they even it up with 31 seconds remaining.
Oh, come on. Come on! All right, we're going. But is there any other result here than a game 7? Well, 30 seconds. How does it wrap up? We haven't seen an overtime, which is unusual between these two, or have we? Did we see an overtime? I don't think we did.
Not so far yet in this series, I do believe. Oh, Happy Meal nearly finds the open net. 15 seconds, Snowy! And Darth combining to put it high. It'll give Skillsteel a chance to get this one wide, and maybe Orlando Pirates mustering up a final attack, but instead, it's Happy Meal, it's Bravado, the drop down, it's overtime.
Of course it's overtime. Why wouldn't it be overtime? Here we go. And you feel like it's going to be an epic? No, it's not. Oh, my word. We're going to Game 7. Bravado Gaming, Orlando Pirates. Let's go, Commandos. It's howling time.
I hate that so much, Greybeard. I hate it so much. But I wouldn't have it any other way. Look, it wasn't an epic overtime, but it secures a place as an epic series. A Game 7. This just seems so familiar. Maybe, okay. Could it happen? Pirates win Game 7 and then sweep in the second series? Could they do a Bravado? I don't know at this point. I'm flabbergasted. I'm confused. I'm a little bit scared, Greybeard. But holy, am I having a good time.
Muntz, the answer to your question is yes. Pick a scenario. It's possible. Between these two, think of something. It's absolutely possible with these two teams. And the word that my favorite made-up word for a situation like this is to be flabberstaggered. Because it's just, it's unbelievable. And as you've quite rightly pointed out, it is a joy to watch. And these two and how tight and how close they have become through the course of this season is just wonderful stuff to see.
I also just want to clear up an argument in the chat. Bath does in fact rhyme with Darth, with the accent of the Southern Hemisphere. To back you up in that. So I just want to let everyone know that as we enter game number 7 here in the first series, the potential first series of this grand final, a grand final that has been enacted so many times throughout this season between these two teams. And oh my goodness, it's been a good time. It feels like it's been the shortest amount of time. Daisy nearly finds her way through. Happy Meal with the follow, pushes it wide. And Greybeard, I just wanna thank the universe again for putting me right here, right next to you, watching these two teams play Rocket League. And I think Snowy can thank the universe for that one. A little bit of pinball into an open net.
Yeah, and it's always a good feeling when the fortune goes your way. And you know, up until last regional months, a Game 7 would be a sure thing for the Orlando Pirates. No longer, because that was a scenario that finally got busted, where Bravado took down a Game 7 against the mighty Orlando Pirates. But it is Pirates in front. They were in front for a lot of last game. They weren't able to bring it home, close out the series then. They're going to have to do it on Champions Field in the decider if they are to have a bracket reset. So we could either have, this could be the last game. The last game of the season could be before us, or we could see another 7.
That is insane. I guess, technically Bravado currently on tournament point as Daisy looks for that flip reset. Skillsteel surely not getting back to that. He's not, but Bravado on that precipice of putting themselves firmly in the discussion as best team in SSA. That's not something I thought I would say at the beginning of this the beginning of this split, let alone the last one or the one before. But Orlando Pirates, the gap shortening between them and the rest of the rabble. And right now, the opportunity, the time shortening between them and a chance at a bracket reset. They've got the lead for now. But Bravado, they feel like, now I get to say it about them, it feels like they've got at least one goal in them.
All right, well, out of 6 previous encounters in Champions Field, Pirates have won 5 of them. Bravado, one of them, but importantly, the last one. Oh my, that was an ideal opportunity for Pirates to get what would seem a luxurious 2-goal lead. They missed the opportunity, and it remains on a razor-thin knife edge lead of a single goal. Maybe now 2 goals. Darth does get the awkward read down off the ceiling, off the ground. 2 goals for the Pirates.
And maybe the Game 7 curse is coming back to the forefront for Bravado. We saw the palpable relief on their faces in the interview after the last region. It was the first time they'd managed to beat this Pirates side in a Game 7. But maybe it was a fluke, Greybeard. Maybe they do need 2 match points to be able to beat a team like the Pirates. Only time will tell, and right now that time running out less than half the game remaining here in game number 7, deciding if this will be a bracket reset or the final series of the grand final.
Munts, I think you've just used the word maybe far too many times for there to be anything approaching certainty. Now maybe they'll win, maybe and that's the joy of these two. It's all just full of the maybes. And maybe 2 goals is enough to win. Maybe Bravado will level it up and take it in overtime. All of the scenarios remain possible. Oh, the demo! Surely they find a Darth off the backboard. Snowy will get the 3-goal lead.
And Pirates looking clutch right now. They're looking to take maybe out of the equation and starting to definitively write definitely if they can. I don't know, maybe it's definitively, definitely. I'm not sure how to spell it either, but it looks like Snowy does. And right now, the spelling, you can't spell definitely without a 3.
One of 2 things is going to have to happen, I think, for the next time we get to cast SSA Rocket League. Either we need... Oh, look at this. This is going to be a 4th goal. Snowy's going to get a hat trick, and now suddenly, Pirates looking like the Pirates of old, running away with a Game 7.
Oh, goodness gracious me. We're going to get the bracket reset we're all asking for. Look, I backed Bravado, and I still feel justified in doing that, right? They put themselves in the position to win it, but once they got there, it was all Orlando Pirates, all Game 7 long, and right now it's looking to be completely out of reach for Bravado, and the worry here is that Pirates are going to be so heartened by this Game 7 win, and that maybe Bravado might struggle to get the momentum needed to start the next series how they want to. And if you let Pirates get an early lead in a game or in a 7-game series, it could be over just about before it's begun.
And 3 months ago, is this going to be goal number 5? Yes, indeed it will. No, it's going to go wide. Yes, but Snowy will find the finish. Goal number 4, goal number 5 for the team, 4 for Snowy. And yeah, they're putting the kibosh on this. But to finish my thought, 3 months ago, predicting a Bravado win was pretty much a wasted prediction. These days, it doesn't need much justifying. There's a lot of reasons why a Bravado prediction for a win is not the wasted prediction it once was.
And
oh my goodness.
And 81% of people were, or at least 81% of the channel points went Bravado's way. Only 19 in favor of Orlando Pirates XD. That's unreal. That's unreal. For a matchup this close, that's crazy to me, guys. 40 seconds now, and this is an absolute rout performed by Orlando. Bravado, at this point, they're mailing this one in. They're already trying to brainstorm how to get back on top and find a way back into the series. All right, chat, I want your predictions now already.
Muds?
Okay.
Muds, the last little period has gone, from a casting perspective, all the drama and excitement's kind of been sucked out suddenly by an Orlando Pirates runaway here. But let's not forget what's about to happen. We're about to have our second successive bracket reset in a regional final, and it's been a reversal of fortune by the teams who did it. It is crazy what's going on here.
Also, both of those bracket resets came on the back of Game 7s. It's like...
Oh, my word.
Oh, goodness. I just don't. I don't even know anymore. But, okay, chat. What's going to be the game score next series? Just hit us with it. Hit us with it. Game score and who wins it. Because this is just so unpredictable. I don't know how... I'm slumped in my chair. I'm just.
But you know what, Munch? Why are you surprised? Why do you sit there like there was going to be anything other than us being slumped in our chairs after an Orlando Pirates and Bravado Gaming grand final? What the hell? Tofu, another bracket reset!
The one! Oh my goodness, we are spoiled here in this region. What a series! All the way to Game 7, Bravado clutching up in Game 6 and then getting absolutely eviscerated in Game 7. Orlando Pirates. I don't know, Blake, do you have some words? I have none.
Well, I could repeat the words I was using in the green room, like, oh my word, that's all that series was until Game 7, when Pirates seriously turned it on. They were not interested in having their regular season ended in that fashion, that close to a bracket reset. I cannot believe, actually I can believe, the Pirates' resiliency put on display right there. Bravado as well fought back to get it to Champions Field. They just didn't have enough to get over the line in the first best of 7.
Green room comms for the last hour have just been monkey noises and words we're not allowed to say on broadcast. But look, let's go over to Stats Corner and see what Jake Bittner and Taylor Francis made of that first grand final series.
Well, I can certainly let you know, Elliot, that we were also in the Stats Corner going, oh wow, oh my. About all the percentages and the statistics that we found as well. You didn't truly think that this series wasn't going to get bracket reset, did you? Despite the fact, Joda, that we talked about the last time, Orlando Pirates coming from the lower bracket, Bravado Gaming did win in the first match. But what can we say about Orlando Pirates XD in their efforts in making this a win?
Well, there have been some trends that have been staying and some that have been thoroughly broken, and something that I alluded to pre-series, we talked about the importance of shutouts. Bravado having only shut out Pirates 4 times over 60 games, Pirates having shut them out 10 times. So that was a potential way we're saying the defense looks shaky and that they haven't been able to shut them out recently. That could be an issue, but in this best of 7, Pirates did not shut out Bravado a single game. Bravado scored in all 7, but it was not enough for them regardless. The defense, not necessarily shaky for the Pirates, but they proved that they didn't need to keep the games low scoring to win them.
Exactly, yeah. It was a shootout for sure, and we named the one striker in particular to pay attention to in this match. It was Snowy, and, well, the scores lined up for it as well. Top in score, about 500 per game. Shots, you're looking at 4. Goals, at least 1. Looking more so at 2. And the boost plays as well from the Orlando Pirates XD was stifling for Bravado Gaming. Bravado forced to be very efficient with it, as you had Darth and Skill Steel stealing a lot of their opponent's boosts, aptly named, and Snowy using the most boost per minute at 440. They were boost demons, and they showed it in the statistics, but Joda, we're just not done for the day quite yet, are we? What is it going to take for Bravado Gaming to rival back and, well, maybe turn this story on its head and give them the advantage?
Yeah, well, as you say, Bravado, they were efficient with their boost, but they were spending less time on 0 boost than Pirates, significantly, and significantly more time holding 100, which is good, but they weren't disrupting Snowy's rhythm and stopping him getting all the boost he wants. I think they need to go out more specifically with the goal of stifling Snowy, because he's just been on fire to die for. Is the golden boot holder so far for the spring split. He's been scoring tons all split, and he has been their top scorer so far this series. Shooting 42% has been really good, but Snowy's been matching him blow for blow, so it's just not been enough. Obviously, enough to get them very close. And the other things I think I have to point out is that Happy Meal has been struggling. He is a pretty solid shooter. Normally, he's converting 29% of his shots, currently at 8%. Not something he will be happy with at all. And I can think of a couple plays where he found the post that will have frustrated him. And the only other thing other than that, that I think is significant is that with demo goals, Bravado got 3 goals directly from demos, Pirates just the 1, so they were doing better on offense with demos, but obviously with the sheer amount of goals in the game, Pirates scoring over 20 in the series, a couple extra goals on demos just isn't enough to... It's only a drop in the ocean.
It's not, yeah, exactly. And the demo goals came so early on in the series, they were hardly a factor. There was a game towards the latter part of the series where there were no demos whatsoever. So it's got to come maybe to incorporate in that play style from the Orlando Pirates, but and the Bravado Gaming. But we will see if Bravado can use those boost stealing and the demo goals to boost their abilities in this final match of the final regional of the SSA. Hashtag this is SSA. We are thrilled from the stats corner. Back to you, Desk.
Thank you so much, Taylor and Jake. What a way to go into the second grand final series of the final day of the final regional of the season here in Sub-Saharan Africa. Could it have been any other way, Greybeard?
No, it has to be this way, right? But last regional, we saw the bracket reset end in the 4-0 sweep, and that's my only fear. We've seen that. Let's not do that again.
Let's not do that again. All right, well, look, let's kick off the talent predictions in a slightly different order. Luke, we're going to come to you first. We've had the bracket reset. Pirates just about closing it out 4-3 there on Champions Field. Last time that happened, it was Bravado Gaming. They swept the bracket reset. Do you think we're going to see Orlando Pirates do the same? Who's going to take the final regional?
I've been saying this to Greybeard all tournament long. It's like, with these two teams, we've seen it all. They've done it all. You just can't predict things, and it just feels like a coin flip at this point. And I feel like I've been flip-flopping on my Bravado, all my Pirates predictions, so I'm going to stay with it. There's no other reason why other than just stubbornness. I'm saying Bravado.
Okay, all right. A little bit of stubborn Bravado support. I appreciate that. Blake, who are you predicting?
Well, in the last prediction, I said Pirates solely so we could be in this position with the bracket reset so I could make more monkey noises and excited noises in the green room while I watch the next best of 7 unfold. And I also said that if we got here, I'd probably pick Bravado, and so I'm going to do that. They got us here, but now I'm going to take Bravado because I would love to see them take 3 out of the 9 splits regionals, with the Pirates taking the other 6. It's just a nice little even interval of 3, and I think Bravado has what it takes.
Okay, all right. 2 for Bravado there, Greybeard. Are you going to make it 3?
I'm not. You're a Digital Devils fanboy, and I can respect that. I have always been an Orlando Pirates fanboy, and the reason I have is they've been the backbone of Rocket League in South Africa for so long, and they showed it through the majority of the season. And I would like to see them close it off and go to Worlds as our best team. So I'm going with Orlando Pirates.
Okay, I love that. And look, first up, I think Orlando Pirates have this. I think they finished out that first series so strong with a huge goal difference there in the final game. They're going to come into this all guns blazing. Bravado are on the back foot, but my justification for predicting Bravado in the upper final and in this first grand final series is that the storyline of them being able to hold up under this kind of pressure against the Pirates as they really gun for yet another victory would just mean so much to the region. So look, I would have predicted Pirates. I think they are going to win quite probably, but my heart says we need Bravado to do this. Let's see what they can do. Put me down for Bravado Gaming, Mr. Sunderland, behind the scenes, pressing all the buttons. Ladies and gentlemen, definitely now, for the very final time this season, It's about to kick off. A best of 7 grand final bracket reset between the Titans, Orlando Pirates XD, Bravado Gaming, no lives remaining. It's do or die time. Muntz, Greybeard, take it away.
It is indeed do or die time, Mr. Munson. Here we are once again, casting a bracket reset, and Mr. Elliott there it was a long way for him to hedge his bets. There is pretty much what he was doing.
Yeah, I think he made a prediction, the least decisively way possible, right? It was in name only was that a prediction. But look, I can't blame him. This is so difficult to split, and if you really look at any series or any individual game between these two teams, and you can't predict the next one. It just doesn't seem to mean anything. It doesn't seem like there's any game-to-game momentum between these two teams. It seems like every time that clock hits the 5-minute mark and starts counting down, we start all over again.
Well, we are, and as I said to Elliot, and I'll say it again, is we've seen the sweep. I don't want to see that. I want to see it. You know, we were slumped in our chairs at the end of the series. I feel the only fitting end to this would be for us to be slumped in our chairs once again.
And look, I think everyone should join me in a gamer lean right here, because I tell you what, these players are going to be leaning forward. They're going to start getting real sweaty. And look, this is the dream right here. No second chances. It's all leveled up. Whoever wins this best of 7 will be crowned champion. My goodness, what a way to end what has been a wonderful split. What has been an amazing, historic season for SSA Rocket League. And this is SSA, and they're in the RLCS, here to stay. And these two teams, the very epitome of that competitive spirit that we've seen all year long. And Snowy, who else to open the scoring?
And there we go, Snowy picking up where he left off. The work from Darth with the pass in front, the finish from Snowy. And when Orlando Pirates score early, we saw this in the last series, if they score early, they are very threatening throughout. They've smashed this kickoff. Darth with the shot. What a save! The follow-up from Skillsteel off the backboard. Oh, it's scrambly, but they do keep it away. Almost going down 2 within 30 seconds, but they do keep it to just the 1.
The 1 for now. Orlando are going to look to transition here, and it's Snowy down to Darth, looking for the double. Happy Meal getting in the way. Daisy, not much boost. Happy Meal's going to take that corner to get on the end of a path, but he's pushed off it because of a little bit of a bump attempt. And that gives some space to Orlando Pirates to get the clear, and Happy Meal, who's been big defensively in this opening minute, even if his team has conceded in that time, it has been Happy Meal more often than not making the saves and finding those clears away.
Oh, big miss by Daisy on the backboard, and that just was always going to be punished. Darth to the backboard, Daisy goes up, he whips it, and Skillsteel accepts gifts.
He will, yeah, he'll take that donation. And I gotta say, of all the players on this Bravado side, Daisy's the last one I'd expect to have a misread off the backboard, and that's 2 now in a row. What has gone wrong with Daisy right now? 2 goals straight up attributed to Daisy missing a backboard read.
And yeah, we've not seen that from Daisy all night. That man, I mean, we've commented on it so often. He has been so solid. And wow, a 3-goal advantage. So much time left though. Early, is this going to be 4? No, to die for does get up. Will get, how far does he get this clear? Takes it to the corner. That should allow Daisy to get the clear, but intercepted by Snowy. Snowy on an absolute tear right now. That's high and loose in front of their net. Half a clear from Happy Meal to die for is dunked down. And they are under the cosh here early in the bracket reset series.
I don't know what a kosh is, but I'm sure they're under it right now. But Happy Meal easing the pressure a little bit with a goal here, taking a little piece of that pie and finding the opener here in what is, I guess, the real grand final. Also, that piece of the pie is because it's 3.14 on the scoreboard, just so everyone knows.
Akosh is that little rubber baton. Oh no! Oh no! Disaster for Bravado Gaming off kickoff. Skillsteel will get the goal. I don't know what happened here. Oh, to die for. I don't think he rubbed all the sweat off his controller from the last series and missed doing something there and not getting to the kickoff.
I don't know what's happened right now to Bravado. Right? I was worried that at the end of the last series might put this team into a predicament where they find themselves on the end of just momentum, but they've dug this hole themselves. The missed touches, the misplays, like this from Daisy, like it's just so out of character for this Bravado side. This isn't an Orlando Pirates that have just dominated from the get-go. This is a Bravado Gaming that has just thrown this game away from the opening whistle.
And the best thing they got going for them right now is they've got time in this game to reset, to kind of take a breath and find a way back in. It's unlikely, but they can at least get back to their level of play. The other thing they got going for them is it is a best of 7. So a game 1 loss is not critical. It's not the end of the world. They will have time, but they're going to have to figure themselves out pretty chop. Otherwise, it is going to be one-way traffic.
It is continuing to be one way as Darth air dribbles that one up. And again, we're looking at a half-time and a very one-sided win. Or at least one-sided game so far for one of these teams. It's hard to look at the rest of this half and take any kind of stock in it as Skillsteel finds another. Because again, we've seen this before, right? We've seen Orlando with monstrous victories over Bravado. Sometimes even in series that they've gone on to lose. But this does feel a little bit different. This is a lot of times in the last, I guess, 8 games now that Orlando have found a way to just absolutely deconstruct Bravado.
Yeah, and that goal, that last goal, was very much an Orlando Pirates goal, but a function of being allowed to, because I think there's a bit of shock going down. A punch-drunk Bravado Gaming just not performing where and how they normally would. And you know, the one thing about Orlando Pirates, they have a brutal killer instinct. They will want to, if they can make it 12 goals here, they will, because they want to kick this team while they're down. They want to try and extinguish all hope if they possibly can. But months. Think of a scenario with these two teams. We've been here, and it is not inconceivable that an Orlando's Pirates stonking of them, and they come back and win the next one by a similar goal margin. So certainly not writing any obituaries just yet.
I mean, it's a struggle right now to figure out as the Brazil is secured here for Orlando Pirates. Only time will tell if they score even more. Now equaling their record from the last series. That's 7-0 in game number 7. It's now 14 goals to 1 in the last 2 games. So, I don't know what to say about that, Greybeard, because again, it's a Bravado side that can just turn things around and start again next game. But I mean, that's 2 in a row now that we've seen 7 goals or more.
The surprise here is that they just haven't been able to reset during the game. You know, all very well, you have a horrendous start. Maybe they get a second here if Daisy can get onto it. He can't. Snowy seemed to so easily get to that and clear, and you feel 5 games ago it would have been a lot harder for him to have cleared that away. But they haven't been able to come back from a bad start. It's just the pain has seemed to continue throughout the game.
Oh, Happy Meal nearly found something a little spicy then to finish this one off with, but it wasn't to be, and I do agree with some elements of chat. This does feel like jitters from Bravado. It does feel like nerves, and maybe those nerves continue, but they're going to lessen at least a little bit once we hit that game number 2, and if they can find an early goal to settle themselves down, then we might be back to the normal, to the Bravado that we know and love. But for now, it's Pirates with a dominant victory here in game number 1 of what is the final series of this RLCS season.
And it's weird. It was 7-1, but it felt like an uneventful game. Well, that's not true. It felt like all the events happened really early on. Like within the first minute, it felt like this game had run its course, and then it was a sort of 4-minute clock rundown. But what a bizarre turn of events, and certainly not one we would have been expecting. So, Bravado, do they have a game to come back here?
I hope so, and I do expect at least some difference in the gameplay. Whether we see them take a win here in game number 2, or if it takes them a little bit longer to really get composed and back into the series properly. The worry there is that they leave it until too late, right? It can be too little too late at that point, and I would even suggest if things don't go well in game number 2, take a timeout. Don't leave it until match point. We know these teams just don't take timeouts, but when you're getting beaten this handily, something needs to change. You need to do something different. And I think a timeout might be the play, just to ice Orlando and maybe get a little bit of your normal panache back, because right now Bravado just getting beaten all ends up.
Yeah, I think that's a very solid point, but maybe they find the way right here and make the immediate comeback, the turnaround. They at least have a little bit of pressure early on. Can they make something of it? Oh, Skill Steal looking to line up a shot, gets bumped off of it, and now a whiff. This is heading toward the net. Snowy gets half a clear. It's not enough. Oh, how have they missed? Oh, my word! Bravado should be 1-0 up right now. It was a scramble craziness, and we're at 0 goals.
They needed to be careful of an overcommit. All 3 players in the opposition's net or on their back wall. They do manage to reconvene on the back line. Not too much boost in the tank, and they don't have too much to defend this with, but they do so. But on comes Snowy. Skill Steal trying to just sneak that away to die for. If he plays that high, it's difficult. Darth had nothing in the tank, and as it was, able to make a save. Daisy trying to lay a little bit of an egg, just hatch an egg on that mid boost. Has worked out for him. Gets it around 1. It's awkward for Skill Steal. He's been called off it maybe, but Darth not very comfortable. And eventually, the Orlando Pirates able to get in the way, break down the offense, and here they come on the transition. It's going to be an awkward one from To Die For. The shot comes in. It's top corner, but Daisy looking like the defensive stalwart we've seen so far today, apart from the last game, able to get that one clear.
Well, already a minute and a half in, and this has been a much better game for Bravado. This immediately looking more like the contest between these two sides. Locked at 0-0, both scrambling, and Bravado almost getting goal number 1. So they have stopped the bleeding. That's the great news. And now they just got to look to find a goal here, find a way to take a lead, to get them, to completely settle them. This heading toward the Orlando Pirates net. Snowy takes it away, taking his time, gets it past 1. He's got no boost here. Feigns an attempt at trying to pass. Doesn't get it. Still can't. Daisy's up. Does he get it? Oh, what a block from Darth to keep it away.
6 shots now from Bravado. Only 2 from Pirates. So it does matter, because that's hit the post, and Bravado escaping with it. And escaping with the ball as well, but that's a monstrous clear, and it seems like Pirates putting emphasis on these huge clears downfield, trying to just break out of the press that has been relentless all day long from Bravado, and I have to say it's been working, sending Bravado packing back towards their own net, chasing the ball a long way. Does seem to be opening up space for the Orlando Pirates offense. Right now, Bravado do seem to have made adaptations to counter it, but they're still not out of the woods yet as Orlando play it high. There's no one there to follow. Darth's too late to it, and Daisy manages to get it out over the top.
And the pressure continuing. Darth trying to disrupt things high in the air. Happy Meal toward the net. This should be easily cleared. Skill Steal with a good one. Daisy has to retreat to his own corner. Picks up boost. And let's see if he can get one of those trademark Daisy clears. Skill Steal high in the air into the Bravado corner. And we are deadlocked at 0. This is more like it. So maybe Bravado have done enough. Skill Steal. Oh no! Oh my word, and you know what? This is where we've seen Pirates get into massive trouble, not for the first time. Skill Steal making a hash of all of that and just presenting an open net.
Making a habit of making a hash of those defensive touches above his own net, high up near the ceiling or on that backboard. It seems like it's a weakness in Skill Steal's game. That's the third time now in the two series between these two teams that Skill Steal's made just a misread. Kind of, I guess Daisy maybe caught a little bit of that energy in game number 1, but Skill Steal taking it right back and holding out the crown of unable to beat defensive on that back wall.
And how bizarre would it be after a 7-1 drubbing to then come back and win a game by 1 goal in the whole game, if that's how it ends up. Happy Meal trying to make it 2. Does he get the touch on this? He does! But it can be cleared, and now we're 40 seconds away from an Orlando Pirates after a dominating Game 1 opener.
35 seconds to play. 35 seconds for Pirates to equalize and try to move ahead in the series. That's 25 seconds now for Bravado to hold on and level it up. And what a huge moment it would be for them, leveling up a series after going down so definitively.
Oh,
and it's Daisy who does find a dagger. 15 seconds on the clock. Still theoretically time. But my goodness, is it unlikely at this point for Pirates to get back in. What a response by Bravado.
And it does look like a sweep is going to be off the table. Pirates, the only team that could sweep at this stage, but 2 goals down and 10 seconds to go. You would expect that they are going to lose game 2 in the series. Going to be leveled up. And once again, Munts, pick a scenario. And these two teams.
Yeah, my goodness, though. I cannot stress enough how impressive this is for Bravado right here. And we've said it before, right? It seems like no matter what happens in the previous game, these two teams just seem to reset. Like from the beginning, as that clock hits 5 and starts counting down, there's just no way to predict. There's no such thing as momentum. So Bravado, the huge response, as I get attacked by my dog here. It's just huge for this series as a whole. Bravado coming back with a vengeance. We wondered if it would be a case of them taking another game to get started, and if Pirates were going to be able to run away with a 2-game lead, or will Bravado be able to find an answer here? The right answer was that they found the answer immediately, and for me, that's the best answer as well. That's the answer that promises the entertainment down the track.
Indeed, and Pirates going from 11 shots and 7 goals to 5 shots and 0. So what a turnaround. But we said it at the end of the last, despite their drubbing, Bravado, these two teams, they find a way to not die when they're playing each other. And so we see it, a leveled series as we go into game 3.
Goodness. Goodness.
Yeah, that's a good one. That pretty much sums it up. Here we go. Let's go, Commandos. It's telling time. Game 3. Is this an early goal for the Pirates? Skill Steal trying to set up a pass to himself off the backboard. Doesn't come. They don't get the early goal, but they might still have an opportunity to dive for. Is going to get it long distance. And I think it was Daisy not able to read it on the corner. And, okay, so no early goal yet for either side.
Snowy, though, looking to progress forward, just gets beaten to it. By to die for, and Darth likewise with Daisy. Happy Meal with the chance to die for, waiting in the box for the redirect. The backflip secures it, and Bravado complete the momentum switch with an early goal here in game number 3.
Oh, dearie me. Scoring with the back of his car, reversing into it pretty much, banging it past Snowy. And Bravado with the goal. So, big turnaround for them. This is good. Demo right off kickoff. Snowy taking his time and squirts it past to dive for. That was He just took it real slow, and it looks like waited for To Die For to stop his car, and then banged it, and no momentum for To Die For to save.
And we saw that play earlier in the day in the upper final, though. I think it might have been Darth that had the ball in offense. To Die For on that near post, playing it slow, and Darth looked to fake the flick and then push it over the top into the top right corner. And that's like the statistical play, right? Because you're more likely to score above the defender who's crept off the back post. But in that scenario, To Die For able to backflip and get the save. Snowy maybe learning from his teammates' mistakes there and just punches it to that far post. Beats To Die For to the punch and punches their way into a level game. So Orlando Pirates right back into it off a nice little solo effort from their talisman Daisy there. Does pick up his savior medal, only 1 and almost a half minute into the game. Goodness, some defending being done here by Bravado. Oh. Never mind, there's no defense there. Darth with the free hit into the top corner.
I think that was fully a minute of defending and pressure from Orlando Pirates leading up to that goal, kind of just stifling them there, and we see the mistake as allowed them to put that away, and it is Pirates after conceding first who have the 1-goal lead, and it bears saying again, 1-goal leads are very fragile, especially with these two. As we get to see right here, right now, 2-2.
We also get to see that satisfying 2-3, 2-3-2 on the scoreboard. But my goodness, those 1-goal leads, tenuous at best, as you were saying, and they just mean nothing in this matchup. If you're ahead by 1, it doesn't matter if you've got all the pressure, if you've got all of the opportunity, because the other team might just come down the other end and completely annihilate that advantage that you have. Right now, Orlando looking to regain it. As tenuous as it is, you want to be 1 goal up rather than a goal behind, obviously, right? It's not rocket science. Although, I guess it is kind of rocket science, because it's Rocket League.
Ooh. Excuse that. Skill steal! Oh, Daisy with the goal line save. And Pirates do well when they're stealing boost, and they did very well at it in the last game, but still managed to go on to lose, taking 14 of Bravado's bursts, but Bravado not caring much and still finding a way to take that game. And as we approach halfway here, deadlocked at 2 apiece, with Bravado looking for, I didn't see it through the smoke. And that was Happy Meal, who's had a quiet series, but he did all the work here to set up that goal.
What looked like a bit of an aimless flip reset into the corner turns into the perfect setup for a pass around the defense. And oh goodness, Bravado switching it on when it's needed, finding that goal advantage now, and Orlando Pirates having to come from behind despite taking 2 leads already in this series. It is Bravado with the lead as we enter the second half. How's it only the second half? Surely it's the final 30 seconds. Both these teams feel like they've been battling for an immense amount of time, but they're going to continue to battle right here. Darth has an angle into the top left corner, and he takes it. Perfect finish, finding that leveler on the 2-minute remaining mark.
I'm ashamed to say I didn't believe at that tight angle, but my word, he found it, and they're back level. So we started off with a 7-1 takedown of Bravado, a very tight 2-0 win by Bravado, and now we've got like a 6-goal even game here. These two teams, will they just not? I don't know. It just on it goes with these two.
Oh goodness, you're actually like, you're just saying exactly what I'm feeling, and it's a whole lot of yep, wordless, just nonsense. I don't know at this point with these two. I felt like we were settling in for a little period of play. To Die For just tease up Daisy at the far post.
Well, we had 8 goals in game 1. We've had 7 here, but a lot more of an even spread this time, and Bravado with the 1-goal advantage. But we have seen how fragile they are. To Die For does get the touch away, but Snowy wanted to have a better touch there to set something up. This is going to be awkward for Pirates. Snowy should have it. Yeah, he's not going to have the boost for the follow. Skill steal, looking for Darth. Can't find him in the middle. He was there, prowling, looking for the loose ball. But now Daisy with a miss will relieve Pirates for a moment. Happy Meal shoots, scores! 2-goal lead.
Daisy had so much time to think about what he was going to do with this ball that he just missed it completely. But in the end, it didn't matter because Happy Meal's waiting in the middle. And he takes the shot, and suddenly we have separation, Greybeard. It feels like it's been 17 years since these teams have had more than a goal between them. But we have it here, we have it now, and right now Orlando Pirates have to do it right here, and right now they need a goal. Otherwise, this game number 3 might just be out of their reach.
And I have a feeling I'm going to rue not wanting a sweep out here, because we're probably going to go to a game 7, and it's going to be not only a late night, but I'm going to be a late night and fully exhausted. But you know what? Would we have it any other way? It's just so delicious. It's so wonderful. Last 30 seconds. Pirates looking to get back in it. The double! It's a beauty! It's delicious! It's Darth! And it's a 1-goal sweat fest for the last 20 seconds.
Oh my, as soon as he got that first touch to the backboard, we knew he was hitting the target. And he found that target, he found the top corner, and he's found a way back into this game for his team. There's only 20 seconds left, but it's Darth again with the flip reset over the top of one. He's looking for the bump. They've still got time. Daisy can't find another touch. Snowy puts the pressure on, the bounce down to die for, gets in the way, and with that clear, might have secured this game, but that ball not done yet. It's gonna have to be 0 seconds. It's gonna have to be a full length of the pitch affair, and Snowy's not done yet. Will they get back to it? They will not. Bravado move ahead in the series, taking game 3 and taking a single game lead.
Okay, so order restored, I guess. I mean, that first game, we were so... It was like, oh, okay, are we going to see a team fall apart here and a sweep, a walkover that's going to be a massive anticlimax for the last series of the entire season? But no, Bravado scrape out a 2-0 win, and then a thriller down to the wire, but it is Bravado 2-1 up.
I can't stop smiling, Greybeard. This is as good as it gets, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I cast a lot of Rocket League. You don't see this kind of rivalry. It doesn't matter where. I've casted in EU, I've casted in NA, I've casted in OCE, I've casted in MENA, and nowhere do you get rivalries like Bravado versus the Pirates here at the finale of SSA RLCS. These two teams, these juggernauts, battling it out every single time, Greybeard, and every single time it's an epic. And right now we are witnessing just yet another chapter in the epic that is Bravado versus Pirates. I'm so excited to be here. I'm so grateful, and I just don't know what is going to happen next. It's going to be a goal for Bravado. They take the lead in game number 4.
And it's a kickoff goal. Oh, no, Snowy under that. And a bit of a reactionary jump there. I mean, he would have known he had no hope of getting to that ball, jumped anyway. And, yeah, to die for, finishing it off. So, Bravado putting themselves in the drivers, potentially, to put themselves on 3 long championship points if they can hold on. But the chances of 1 goal being enough, especially one scored after 4 seconds, not very likely.
It does feel a very different vibe to the last series between the two teams. Well, I should say the first series between the two teams, where it felt at times that Orlando Pirates just wouldn't score against this Bravado side. At this point, it does feel like both teams are able to score just about at will, but no will enough to push that one home as Happy Meal missed the double. Daisy looking to start again, but he's got some time and some space. Snowy alone at the back. Daisy squandering the chance he had, and it's Darth down the other end. Big double commit though, Greybeard. Darth needs to scramble and needs to get back to this one just to slow it down, and he does just enough to delay the Daisy counterattack.
And, you know, they'd pretty much packed away those double commits that had been plaguing them all night. We haven't seen it in the back half of the last series or in this series so far, and it just concerns me because it's an indication that they might be getting a little frustrated. After their clapping of game one, they will have feel they should have been in here on sweep point. But they find themselves behind Bravado, and so they just got to be cautious of that. You know, they're at their most dangerous when they just play the Rocket League they're so good at playing. Just focus on the basics, and you'll find your way back. But they remain 1 goal behind. They have pressure here. Skill steal with another whiff. Darth has a go. That's going to be wide. He might get the pickup. That's going to be on the backboard. Snowy can't find it to die for. Gets the clear, and now has an opportunity. Skill steal does get there, but it is still pressure for Bravado.
They had a moment there, but a vital miss coming in, and the attack breaks down. And Pirates with a chance to breathe, a chance to head back and pick up some boost, but if Daisy hits the flip reset, which he does, they've got to get back and defend it. It was the only way to get through, to get around that ball and put it on net, and he found it with just about perfection. No scoop on it. Skill steal, no flip reset in the attempt there, just smacking the ball, and that was cut out as well. But both teams firing off shots, both teams finding defense equal to them.
And you know, both of these teams, okay, Daisy, no, Skill will get the touch away. It's not a convincing clear, but it does relieve a little bit of pressure for the moment. Both of these teams owe a debt of gratitude to each other because with a lack of high level competition for these two teams to hone their skills, it is the two of them that have pushed each other to the brink again and again and again, and it has resulted in the sort of entertainment we're getting here, which is, as you've already pointed out, glorious. What a save from Daisy, and it's a Daisy we didn't see in game one, but a Daisy we've seen throughout the night.
Oh, we count down to the final 90 seconds of game number 4. Happy Meal, 0 boost in the tank. Daisy, not much more, but both of them finding big 50s on that side wall. It's enough for To Die For to get some boost, and he's able to get that ball away. Happy Meal loses out to Darth in the 50, but To Die For's there once again to back him up, but that's a weak touch. He needs one here. 2 misses consecutive from Bravado, and Pirates don't miss from there. They're going to take the equalizer, but it's just shenanigans from Bravado's defense.
Yeah, but I'm very glad to see Skill still putting that away because he's not had a great series. A couple of mistakes leading to goals, whiffs in the midfield. He's been off the boil compared to him, and now he's back on. And the flick! Oh, he puts it just wide. It would have been magnificent, but he fluffs his lines at the last, and it remains level. But Snowy, maybe Happy Meal does get it to the corner. Skill still looking to bring it back round. Can he get a pass in? He can't. And we come last minute, and we don't know who's taken game number 4.
Daisy looking to set something up, but it's all a little bit too readable for Darth, who gets the monster clear. Happy Meal struggling with the reads off that bottom curb. Snowy continuing. Snowy slowing down, being a menace. Does just about enough to open up the angle for Darth, but he forces it to the post. And here come Bravado with an opportunity To Die For. Nothing in the tank, but he manages to squeeze at midfield. Daisy has a chance to win this unimpeded, but he just drops it down. It's awkward for To Die For. The Inner his only option, does manage to get back to it. A little bump from Daisy helping him across, but the danger not gone yet. We enter the final 5 seconds, all leveled up, looks certain for overtime unless we get something special here on the 0-second mark. It stays alive, but Daisy surely going to let it drop, and it will die there in regular time, but we have another OT.
Well, we don't have Orlando Pirates Bravado games without overtimes, and they're not going to disappoint here. Game 4 overtime, an important one for Orlando Pirates here. They lose, and they are staring down the barrel, a massive barrel. They're going to have to pull off a Game 5 or a best-of-5 reverse sweep and win 3 in a row. So they have more on the line here. Snowy fluffing his lines, uncharacteristic. Darth trying to get it forward. I think a little short on burst, and now removed from the equation. An open net for Orlando Pirates. Where's the spawn? He can't get back in time. Pirates Pirates, I beg your pardon, Bravado Gaming will have 3 championship points.
Someone tell me if Darth went for the corner boost instead of heading straight towards the net. Maybe he guessed wrong and the boost wasn't there. He did. He went out to the boost first and that shot going to the far post. Oh, it's just pain. It's pain for Pirates, and now it's gonna hurt even more when they look at that game score because they have to, as you said, win 3 games in a row against a resurgent Bravado. Who expected this after seeing Bravado lose 2 consecutive games, 7-1?
I really thought Pirates would have done enough in that game 1 to completely sort of suck the life out of them, but what a return, and each game has been more tense than the last since we've seen that, but that is 3 on the trot from Bravado, and now Orlando Pirates have to reciprocate if they are to win this bracket reset, and I guess the only scenario we haven't seen is a team winning the reset and then losing the second best of 7, so that's the one scenario that's still open to us, and Bravado beautifully positioned to do just that.
And in Rocket League as a whole, that's the most common scenario, right? It's very often we see a team make a lower bracket run, get the bracket reset, and then just seem to run out of gas. So that's the norm. Again, SSA, they don't like to follow the norms of the Rocket League community as a whole. They're not here to do what's already been done and walk the well-traveled road. They're here to trailblaze, to break new ground. Right now, it's Bravado looking to do that in this situation and secure the grand final, secure the championship after having the bracket reset go against them. They have a chance. They're on the threshold, Greybeard. It is tournament point right now for Bravado.
Well, the entire season could end on Wasteland Night if Bravado can prevail here and find a way to beat Orlando Pirate for the 4th game in a row! But a demo and a shot from Darth gets Pirates in front relatively early. So, yeah, we know these teams don't give each other an easy run through, and certainly Pirates not going to roll over and let it all just happen.
Not at all, and we know that, right? Pirates are never going to just roll over and let anything happen, even when it was they got swept last regional in the grand final. We saw fight from them. It was a close sweep, but, I mean, right now, Bravado not rolling over here in game number 5 either, and they do level it up after not very much time has elapsed.
Very little time has elapsed, and that's going to be, once again, and I've said this a lot about the Pirates, that's going to be infuriating for them. They don't want to be doing this sort of thing. Maybe an Insta response on the Insta response. Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, the touchdown off the crossbar. Skill steal with a finish.
Back and forth, and still skill finding. I just call him Still Skill. At least that's the first time I've messed his name up today. It's usually a few of them. Again, I just want to make everyone aware of how much I dislike the name Skill Steal as a caster. Try saying it 10 times fast. I challenge you, chat, to do it. But right now, goodness, Orlando Pirates finding a way back into the game, maybe back into the series, because again, they need a win. They need a win right here or they're out. And their opponents will be crowned champions. Right now, their opponents pushing forward on offense, trying to find a way back into this game.
All right, well, they do have the lead, but they're going to want to get a multi-goal lead because, what a save! Is it enough? It's not enough! Oh, and don't you just hate it? You get the miraculous save, only to get punished on the rebound. Level game.
And as to Die For makes an impact on the offensive end, I want to highlight his impact on the defensive end in that last game. This is provided by our stats gremlins in the stats corner. To Die For, To Die For made 7 saves in one game. And that was the first time in SSA RLCS 2021-22 that a player has done that and also won the game. So it shows how much pressure Bravado were able to withstand and take a game win despite that fact. And it also shows what a potent defender To Die For is, although he can't keep that one out. Skill Steal, able to put it into the top corner.
Oh, and another one of those to die for, getting to the ball, but he can only smash it into the corner and into the net. And once again, it is Pirates in front in a do-or-die game for them. But my word, and nothing ever is easy between these two. They have had to fight nooth and tail for their little victories, and they don't seem to last long.
Daisy needed to get a touch on that 50, otherwise it was going to be a full length of the pitch. Transition to Die For was on his way back, but didn't have too much momentum. Needs some touch here. Snowy's lurking and waiting for an opportunity. Almost had it. Oh, Happy Meal taking that away from Daisy, who had full boost in the tank, and instead is going to have to use that boost to prevent a Snowy counter-attack. Bump coming in, Skill Steal unable to make the touch. It's a huge dunk from To Die For, a big demo. Snowy there to save the day, or at least the shot. I don't know about the day just yet. Darth with a follow-up save. Skill Steal finally getting a clear, but To Die For not allowing the Pirates team to find a way out. Eventually, though, they do so. Snowy with the shot, with the follow, and with the 2 go-ahead goal.
You know, there's a stat that nobody keeps track of. Nobody keeps track of. But just by gut feel, I know that we're close to a highest ever here, is how many times do the casters groan? Because it seems like a lot between these two. It just goes on. And look at this. Pirates with a 2-goal lead, looking for a third. And even with a 2-goal lead, 2 minutes to go, Pirates will know they cannot rest. There's the catch-up goals are just lurking around the corner at every moment. And here come Bravado looking for it. Snowy disrupting things high in the air. Daisy, though, going to get it close. And here it comes. It's going to be awkward for the Pirates. Great work from Snowy to kind of keep that. Oh, he pops it over one. Can he get the follow? He can't. It is cleared away. But finally, Pirates having a good, positive period of play here where they look like they're controlling things far better.
Daisy, though, is going to look to pinch this infield, but he can't stay close to that ball. Does find the infield play anyway, and Happy Meal over the top of the defense, slamming it down into the net and finding a way to halve that deficit.
Okay, so... And you know what's scary? 1 minute and 16 left. You know what? It might as well be 12 minutes. It's so long for a 1-goal scoreline.
I mean, we've seen both of these teams eliminate those single-goal leads like it's nothing, but it feels like Pirates do have opportunities to lengthen the lead once more. Skill Steal kind of forcing a flip reset here, but that was a chance to apply some pressure. Meanwhile, Happy Meal should be able to get this away. The corner boost into Die For's hands. He plays it one way. The bump on Darth. A second bump from Happy Meal, making it awkward. Darth gets his revenge, but it might not matter. But Skill Steal able to set it up, and Darth off the back of a demo does look for the shot, but Happy Meal respawns in time to get the play away.
All right, we get to the last 30 seconds, and you know what? There's probably even money on an overtime here. Oh my word! They come close and squeezed out, but To Die For trolling. Daisy will get it, and of course it is. 21 seconds to go. They found 2 goals to bring it back level once more.
And it was just moments ago that any kind of touch from Daisy would have led to a goal. And you know when he misses that it hurts. But instant redemption for the 4th goal. That equalizer. 4 goals apiece now as we enter the final 15 seconds. Will it end in regular time? Or will we see another OT? A 4-4 OT would be one for the ages. But neither of these teams ready to give up the chance at a regular time win just yet, although Skill Steal with the dunk, look the bump, but nothing to follow, and Orlando Pirates almost finding a way through at the last, but instead we will head to an OT.
what I can't get my head around is we are moments away from the end of our season. This season could end in a split second. It could be over, or we could be here for another half an hour. It's Gene, that kind of season, that kind of series, and what a fitting close. But surely we go to Game 7 here. This is dangerous.
No.
They can finish it. It's a double commit. If they can hurry, they've got an open net to find. Oh, but they're scrambling back, and Pirates not quick enough to take advantage. Maybe now. Oh, another open net. Darth shoots. He misses and saved by To Die For. Oh, how is this still going on? Oh, please, Muntz, take over.
To Die For is just immense on defense, getting back in time. The transition was fast, but not fast enough. All three players from Bravado in the way of the net, but Darth eventually makes good on the pressure, finds the shot to the near post, finds the winner, and keeps Pirates alive.
You know what? I am thrilled that Pirates have won this. I am thrilled that it is not over, but my word, I'm not sure how much longer this could go on. Months. Okay, well, do or die for Pirates, and in game 5, they have to dude 2 more times.
And look, we're entering just phenomenal territory, down to the nitty-gritty, and we're going to have to enter it without our stats back up, because that game was so crazy that ball chasing has literally gone down. They can't handle the stats coming in, the performances being put on by these players right now in front of our very eyes. A 4-4 overtime in game number 5? Like, are you kidding me right now? It's just shenanigans. Pirates stepping up, huge. Darth, a big performance from him. We saw Skillseel, who's been shaky at times, pick up and just play phenomenally throughout the last 5 minutes of play. And it's been massive for Pirates, and they've needed every little bit of help they can get to just squeeze past this Bravado Gaming side, who again, after being so thoroughly dominated at the end of the last series and the beginning of this one, they've turned things around, they've made the adaptations, and again, this is just heading towards the epicest of most epic finishes, Greybeard. I can't stop smiling. This is just wonderful. This is Rocket League, and this is SSA.
Sometimes you get to cast high school games where the score ends at 19 or 20-0, and then times a lot rarer, unfortunately, you get to cast this sort of thing. Oh, an early double attempt, is that in? Oh, it's scrambling. Oh, no, Snowy's put it out of the way of Darth, who could have put it and could have been an early goal, and the shenanigans continue.
They do indeed, and Skillseel looking to continue them even further with the double tap. He can't find the read, and Snowy can't find the shot. Happy Meal's taking it away, but straight into the arms of Darth. Again, a defensive stand. Will it be enough? To Die For says yes, and finds the clear to the corner. Snowy at fault for a couple misses there, but my goodness, that has to be a goal for Pirates. I can't believe it's not, and it might in fact be a counter-attack for Bravado. Happy Meal to the crossbar, but no one's there to follow.
4 shots in the space of 10 seconds. How did that not go in? And now Pirates looking incredibly vulnerable backwards to the ball. They do get a clear. Okay, here we are on... so there's going to be no sanity here. It's chaos, madness, and insanity all the way to the finish line with Bravado Gaming. Orlando Pirates, Skillseel now putting a shot wide that really should have been on net. And I do think the adrenaline running on empty for both these teams, perhaps a little bit of fatigue setting in here. And why wouldn't it? Because there is never a slow, dull, controlled moment between these two teams.
I mean, can you hear my voice? The struggle in it? There's just not a moment to rest. I can't even have a nice, gentle monologue at any point because there's a double commit on defense and a clearance needing to be made by Happy Meal. And once he makes it, there's a chance to transition. But here comes Skillseel and Snowy in the follow-up with the top shelf finish and the go-ahead goal. And Pirates looking to move forward and try to force that game number 7.
Somebody clip that. Muntz calling a still skill goal.
It's been like 100 games, Greybeard. Give me a break.
Oh, I love it. Pirates in front, looking to force a game 7. Can they do it? They probably can, but 1 goal leads, they mean nothing. It might as well be 0-0 at this stage with these two teams and half the game to go, more than half the game to go. You just know 1 goal is not going to do it. And it is Orlando Pirates under pressure, protecting that fragile 1 goal lead for the moment.
And that 1 goal, it might be enough. Right now, Bravado struggling to find shots, let alone shots on target. They've only found 1 so far. They're going to get a second, and it's going to be a goal on the stroke of halftime. We're back to level footing, and it's just from out of nowhere to die for in his own half, sniping the open net.
And Darth getting caught by surprise there, and the way he turned, it was almost like, oh, I'm sure I've got a teammate behind me to take care of that. No one there. Leveled up, exactly half the game gone, and we are level, and Pirates will have to build again. It is they who are fighting for their lives here, fighting to stay in it, and they will know if they can force Bravado to a Game 7, they have a massive statistical advantage. Now winning 6 out of 7 Champions Field encounters. So that's where they want to be, but they're under pressure by Bravado for the moment. Oh, and a miss is going to make things very awkward.
To die for, gets a valuable touch forward, might have a follow-up skill steal. I said it correctly that time. Finding the defense on that near post, but more defense in line. Happy Meal with the pinch to the bottom corner, but he can't quite get it on target. To die for with the double tap around the defense. Snowy's awkward, but finds the touch regardless, and Skill Steal gets the clear away.
All right, To Die For's been bumped, an opportunity, but Snowy has got no boost. Forces a 50 high and loose into the middle. Darth will connect, and again it's high and loose. Who gets here first? Skill Steal will, but it is Bravado resetting on the defensive and will be able to get a long distance clear and avert any immediate danger. And the shenanigans, the pace, the craziness continues. Happy Meal stands firm on his goal line to get a clear at least to the midway field. Now it's high and loose in front of Bravado's net. Pirates net! That demo set something up for Daisy, can't get it on target, and it's still level, but we are sub 1 minute.
And I might not know how to say skill steal, but at least I know what part of the field we're on, Greybeard. Skill steal! Finding a way through, but he can't get it on net. Snowy with the follow. Neither. Right now having to track back as To Die For with the ball in his hands and boost in the tank. Can't find a way through. The defense will find a way through. Happy Meal, though, demolishing his own player. A second bump, and Orlando Pirates take advantage of what has to be said. A huge error from Bravado.
If you go and look back, you know how many sweeps we've had in the playoff brackets, since day 2. We've had a lot of them. We're on the verge here, months, of having a consecutive Game 7. 14 games, the maximum we could have. And of course, and you know why? Because this is SSA, but let me not call it now, because here come Bravado. They want to force an overtime and maybe put an end to the Orlando Pirates party looking to go to Game 7. The last 10 seconds, Pirates desperate to hold on, To Die For with a miss. That should do it. Skill Steal leaves it in the middle. We're now run out of clock. The ball just needs to bounce, and bounce it does. We are going to Game 7. Of course we are.
Greybeard, halfway through that game, I complained about you not giving me a break because we've casted about 100 games between these two teams. Stats Corner helpfully pointing out that it hasn't actually been 100. This was the 17th game between the two teams, this regional alone. So I guess we're heading into the 18th. I'm not 100%
No.
It's
Months.
too many to count.
It might be 17, but that's 100 in caster games.
It's at least 100, Greybeard. And look, once again, all I can say is you just can't predict these two teams. There's no momentum. It doesn't matter what happened in the previous game. These two teams, they start from scratch every single time. And they perform every single time. I'm just getting word. We're guaranteed with this final Game 7 over 100 minutes of active gameplay between the two. So we might not have had 100 games, but we've had 100 minutes. And that is just pure insanity.
Well, this insanity continues. So now So now we have the potential Game 5 reverse sweep by Orlando Pirates, but we are on Champions Field, and Orlando Pirates undoubtedly hold the advantage in Game 7 matchups, but it is not 100%. Bravado have done it before, and they're going to be looking to do it again, but this is guaranteed to be the last game of the SSA 21-22 season, and we still don't have a clear idea of who will be the final regional champions. Pirates looking for the goal. Skill Steal puts it wide after a demo kind of sets things up. Their early pressure from Pirates. They want to get that early goal. They want to get the middle goals. They want to get the late goals. But so do Bravado.
And you know if Orlando find this opener, then Bravado will start to think about that Game 7 curse. But that curse, not to be, at least not yet, to die for. Opening up the scoring, punishing the overcommit, and winning that 1v1 against Darth.
And there again, doing to Darth what Snowy did to him earlier, waiting for Darth to become stationary and then pushing it past him. And it is Bravado with first blood. But does it even bear saying a 1-goal lead with over 4 minutes left? Oh my goodness, it could have been a quick response for the Pirates. But it's not to be, not just yet. It may just happen here. Happy Meal with the long clear. And now to die for. Got an open net to shoot at. He finds it. 2-0 to Bravado.
Huge, immense, massive. This goal right here, so much time to think about how to get this on net, so much time to think about the implications of missing the target and the implications of hitting it. And right now, to die for puts it all out of his mind because he did put it on target. They find the second goal, a 2-goal buffer, which so many times between these two teams has been enough. But then the doubt creeps in. We saw a 4-4 overtime that ended in a 4-5 loss for Bravado. So Orlando have the goals in them. Now more than ever before, will they need them on the precipice of defeat in the final regional? Bravado looking to close it out. It's only been 90 seconds, Greybeard, but it's already turning into an intriguing game of Rocket League.
How close are these two teams? Well, in the last game, the boost was exactly equal. The ball spent exactly 50 seconds. Oh my word! Have they done it? How Happy Meal is going to get a third for Bravado. Are they breaking the curse once again of the Game 7? 3 goals may well be enough, but 3 clear minutes left.
And Happy Meal just 1v3ing the entire Orlando Pirates side down the right wing, into the flick, past the last 2 defenders. My goodness, what a way to take this game by the scruff of the neck. But Skill Steal with a chance to set up Darth, but he's beaten to it by Happy Meal, who will get the clear. Daisy picking up pads on his way, finds the 50-50, and Happy Meal's there to follow.
All right, I didn't get to finish my thought. So last game, the boost was equal. The ball spent 50% on each side of the pitch, and the demos were equal.
Wow.
This is how close these teams are. But right now, it is not equal. It is Bravado with 3 delicious, very comfortable goals in front to take it down right here, right now. After Pirates have won 2 on the trot, they looking to get themselves back in this. We come to halfway. They're going to have to start pretty soon, but they're going to have to defend here. Darth does do it, and that might have put the end to everything with a 4th goal. Pirates still in it, but the clouds are gathering.
Darth just bumps Snowy into the clear and gets after the ball, and it might have set them up for some offense here. But to die for, shutting it down, feeling himself, looking for the redirect of the sidewall. Daisy there to follow it up, but Darth getting in the way. Happy Meal likewise shutting down the counter, and we devolve back into the 50-50 battle in midfield. But it's Pirates that win out for now. Snowy with the 1 and done to die for, picking up the possession and taking it out, and a little bit complacent there, maybe feeling a little too spicy in the sky. And look, 3 goals ahead. They can afford to feel a little bit of complacency. But 1 goal for Pirates would turn this game around and really put the sweat on to Bravado. And there it is.
Surely now, there it is. Skill Steal gets it. 3-1 now, Muntz. And suddenly, a comfortable thing looks a touch sweaty. Still massive advantage for Bravado. But maybe now Pirates can settle and fight their way back in.
I mean, it's what they needed, right? It's the foundation. Better now, better late than never. And they do have time. 90 seconds on the clock for them to find 2 more goals just to force the overtime. They've also got to stop Bravado from finding another goal and lengthening that lead. And right now, they're struggling to get themselves out of their own third. Our Pirates, they're going to have to defend an air dribble from Happy Meal. We've seen him go over the top multiple times today. Big misses here. Daisy needs a touch. He's got the boost and gets it to the crossbar. And Happy Meal's going to have the dribble.
And here comes Snowy trying to set something up. A bit of a heavy touch off the ceiling, trying to find skill still. He's intercepted. Now it's 2v1 on the other side, but Darth will get it back. Can he control this for some kind of setup play? Happy Meal having none of it. The touch toward net. Oh, it's wide. Can Skill still get the rebound? He kind of touched away by Daisy. And Daisy, with one of his trademark clears, doesn't get it all the way. Snowy bringing it right back with sub 1 minute, 40 seconds. This could be it. It's going the wrong side for Orlando Pirates. They've got now 30 seconds, months, to find a way to force an overtime. But if this goes in, which it does, Bravado may have just sealed victory for the 3rd time out of 9 regionals.
And surely they have secured it here. 3 goals to the good now, less than 30 seconds. And it all came down to the double bumper attempt from Pirates on the Bravado backline. The shot was off target. If it had just been on, it would have trickled across the line and we'd be separated by a single goal instead of 3. But 20 seconds left, there's just no time. Bravado, they've cleaned it up. They've taken the final victory, surely. And right at the last, snatched that potential title of best team in the region away from Orlando Pirates. At least there's a discussion to be had about it. I know you disagree, Greybeard, but at least there's a discussion to be had, and that is huge for SSA. It's huge for this region. It's just so amazing. Can catch up. The gap has closed, and this region has a chance to push forward, use this as a foundation, and become some...
It is stunning, wonderful, magnificent, and you know what? We have had the greatest of pleasure and the honor, the privilege, the joy of watching some outstanding Rocket League, and this region, it just delivers again and again and again. We're going to go back to the desk, but wow, what a conclusion to series number 1 of SSA Rocket League. Well done to everybody.
Oh my goodness me, hands down. This is the best script we have ever written. Never before. We have outdone ourselves here. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Game 7 in the first series, and we hit the bracket reset. Game 7 in the bracket reset, and Bravado hold their ground for the first time all season. They are able to stop Orlando Pirates returning after losing a regional, and they managed to hold on to the crowns. Bravado Gaming finish the first ever season in Sub-Saharan African Rocket League Championship Series as the victors. Oh my goodness, Blake! We were just... We've spent the last 90 minutes screaming.
Yep. That's true. At our monitors
Same.
and at each other and at the players that were making insane plays on the field. I mean, the script was so good. Even Elliot was losing his mind, and he knew exactly what was going to happen. I mean, there is a certain hashtag that was invented for moments like this. Something about this being SSA. Hashtag this is SSA. I can't believe that is how we end this season. That was unbelievable.
Oh my goodness. Greybeard, thoughts?
It sucks to lose, and I know Snowy, Darth, and Skillsteel are going to be furious, but the pride they need to have, along with Bravado Gaming, should be huge and immense. They have taken this region. What they have done for us and this region is so freaking important. And I'll restate what I said during the game is. They owe a debt of gratitude to each other, these two teams. These guys can't scrim RLCS bubble players in North America or Europe. We've had to make a go of it ourselves here and locally, and they have pushed each other to the brink and beyond, and it is magnificent, and it is so fitting to see how it is. It's just disappointing that it's ended here because can you imagine, this was the second regional, the third, the second split, the third split would be insane, but this is how it ends, and these two teams should be so proud because, damn it, I am massively proud of them.
Look, we could not have asked for a better finish. Genuinely, this is, as I was saying this before in the green room, this is the most entertaining that it could have possibly been. I don't know how it could have been any better than this. This region is on fire. It has rekindled my love of RLE sports and taken it to the next level. Luke, thoughts, feelings, facial expressions? I don't know anymore.
I'm honestly numb. Wordless, expressionless, facial feelingsless. Whatever the case, there's just a lack of it right now because this has been such a roller coaster from the moment I stepped into this region a few splits ago. You instantly fall in love with it. You fall in love with these players, you interview these players, and you see that depth of understanding of the hurdles that they have, and then they make it this far to a grand final at the end. They're qualifying for Worlds. There's prize money for the significant money in the region for the first time in a long time, and then they put on a show like this. We could not ask for a better return on our investment than just seeing these two best of sevens. Like, if there was nothing else in SSA RLCS except for these two best of sevens right here and right now, it would have been worth it. Let alone all of the other storylines that we've seen, like Nibble, the Digital Devils run today, making it to that lower bracket final. All of those stories. Just amazing to be part of this region, an amazing way to finish it. And I guess I said that I was out of words, but there were a few more. There are a few more in there.
I was going to say, if this is you out of words, then I don't even want to know what conversation is like with you when you're feeling more loquacious. Look, okay, build it up. Let's take a breather on the panel for a second, and for the final time this season, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a sojourn over to Stats Corner. Jake Bittner, Taylor Francis, wrap it all up for us, please.
Well, it's an absolute pleasure to be joined here with Joda. My name is Pyro J for the Stats Corner once again. It has been a long series, a long match, a long history of these two teams. I would argue the rivalry of RLCS Orlando Pirates XD and Bravado Gaming. We have replays all the way back from when they were water, and we have more stats to give there, but I want to start briefly with how close these two teams were throughout this final series. I have even statistics on demolitions at 16. I have even statistics of shot percentage at 31. Even the boost stealing was even. Joda, this was a rivalry, a match made in heaven, and what a match it was.
Yeah, it was so close. It's hard to break down just how fine the margins were for you, but if anyone was here for that gap between the bracket reset and this, after that heartbreaking loss in Game 7 for Bravado, we painfully wanted to gently point towards Happy Meal, who normally shoots well. He normally converts around 29 to 30% well on his team average. He was down in the single digits, not where anyone wants to be. This game, he was able to step it up. He joined his teammates. He was up in the 20s. To Die For continued on it too. He ends the split, the top scorer for Spring, the highest in total goals, the highest in goals per game, and a shooting percentage of over 41% in this grand final. He could not have chose a better time to clutch up.
Incredible. I mean, the clutch factor from Bravado Gaming, absolutely there. I have to make a testament to all the replays that we pulled. We have over 106 games played between the Pirates and Bravado amongst the whole season. And let me just throw out some stats. It is Stats Corner after all. 929 shots from the Pirates throughout the season, rivaling 785 from Bravado. You have over 250 goals from Pirates, but still Bravado not at that stat line as well, but still they come up with the win. These are unreal numbers that these teams have put up. Maybe even half of them put up just between playing each other in these bracket resets, these constant grand finals. Amazing stuff. But Joda, it's the last stats corner. And you, as the queen of violence, come on. We gotta get the demolition statistics. Do you have anything for us in the physicality department?
We do, absolutely. Coming into the grand final, Pirates in the upper bracket, they gave very few demos. They got caught out by Bravado, giving over 4 per game. Really aggressive from them. They didn't have an answer for it. They went into lowers and played Digital Devils, one of the other most aggressive teams in the region, who tried to emulate it, going for nearly 5 demos per game. But in that clash, Pirates were really aggressive themselves. They delved into the scrappy battle, took all those demos, and in the grand final, they listened to us. They took on that same approach. They matched Bravado for demos, so we got an ultimate clash, full violence at both ends, and that's definitely a big part of why we got 2 Game 7s, a far cry from that 4-1 earlier in the day. And yet, this is the first time we've ever said it, really. We asked Pirates to make an adaptation, Pirates adapted, and it still wasn't enough.
It's hard to put into words how this series ended up Bravado Gaming's way, but it did. As this is the last stats corner, gotta give a shout out to Mockfish and Atch, 2 amazing people from the stats corner who have carried this approach, and Joda as well. Just a magician in the statistics department. But that is all from us, Elliot and the desk. Back to you.
Give a round of applause in your own homes. I don't care that no one can hear you. Everyone on the panel, everyone watching, to Stats Corner and all of the statisticians that we've had on broadcast this season. Jota, Pyro J, Actional, Macfish, you have really taken this broadcast to another level. We are just so appreciative of the hard work that you do, both on and off screen. It's easy to forget. They're not just doing Stats Corner, they're doing that, and then they're going and feeding us live stats all the way through every single series, then finding more to talk about on their own panel segments. So just an unbelievably good job from something that's never been done before to a classic and a staple feature of the broadcast. So incredible work there. But ladies and gents, we have one more thing for you, and it is the all-important grand final champion interview. A Happy Meal from Bravado Gaming joining us on broadcast. Congratulations once again, not just the winners of the final regional, but now you have defended your title successfully for the first time in RLCS history. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I won't lie. There's a lot of Rocket League we've just played, and I'm tired. I'm tired. My throat is kind of sore from all the communication, and I mean, obviously I'm happy. Like, let's start with that down. Obviously, that's the first emotion, but I'm tired. It was a hard fought picture. Honestly, that was some gritty Rocket League from the two of us. The two teams.
Very much so. I mean, a whole bunch of clutch Rocket League as well. I mean, the 2 Game 7s. Did you change anything from the first Game 7 to the second one to improve? Because I would say that second one went a lot better for you than the first.
I wouldn't say we necessarily it's really difficult to change during the game. I think if you try to change too much, there's nothing you can do. So it's very small things, And most of the time, like when one of, like, if I make a big mistake, or David makes a mistake, or Daisy makes a mistake, those things, like, as a player, you'll pick up by yourself. You need to adapt. Like, if you're going for 50s and they're not allowing the 50s, you can't just keep doing that. So it's difficult as a team to say like what we exactly changed, but I can guarantee all 6 of us on that field, including like Pirates, all of us, will change little things every single game. You don't want to concede a goal the same way. Unless it's like a great goal. But let's be real, like, a lot of those goals are just breakdown of defense. That's how Rocket League's mostly played, right? Breakdown of defense, demos. That stuff is something you can avoid by just playing more solid. And small changes add up to like the bigger picture, which is the win or whatever. We didn't change it. We definitely changed stuff, but it wasn't a conscious effort. We had some like notes on stuff we shouldn't do, but yeah, I wouldn't say it was a conscious effort to change much. Just keep playing, keep pushing.
So Happy Meal, you end this first inaugural debut season of RLCS for SSA, regional champions, and overall you've won a third of the regionals. When I spoke with Snowy at the very start when we did an interview, he was keen to win all 100% of them. I chatted with Skill Steel. He was a bit more realistic and said, we want to win certainly a large number of them. And it didn't look certainly the first split, it looked like they would run away with all of it. If at the beginning of the season you were told, okay, you guys will take 3 of these, 3 out of the 9, would you have been happy with that? Would you have taken it?
Well, I think the first thing is to understand that our team is young. Like, it's incredibly. We just formed. Okay, we're that's more than 6 months now. Pirates have been around for a long time. Obviously, they've had a lot of roster changes, but they've had a way of playing. They've also been on top, and like everyone who joins their team from, like I say, like a new player, they don't understand what team they're getting into. Us, yeah, I definitely think we took 3 players like who were previously like part of. There were the 3 good players and put them together. But it took a long time to get our team to play the way we want to, and there's still a huge improvement in front of us. So would you? I was hoping we'd win all of them, but obviously that's not something you can realistically expect. I mean, so the Pirates didn't win all of them, and they expected to. But winning half of so they've won 6 and we've won 3, I think. So winning
Correct.
so like that's I'm happy with that. Like, it's really good. It shows that we are able to compete, and there's like victories in those. Winning game 7s, a bracket resetting, and we got bracket reset, and we won the bracket reset. We've also bracket reset Pirates while in the low bracket and also beat them. Those are, even though like you could argue saying like the Pirates played worse, or we could have not been bracket, like we could have won the up bracket. Those are huge achievements for the team, and it's important that we like recognize them. Those are big mentality barriers that we've overcome. So I'm really proud of the team. I wouldn't say I don't know what to say about the 3 regions. I want to win as many as I can. I'm not here to lose or come second. Obviously, first is always the goal. So I'm going to keep trying to win as many as I can. But 3, right now, I'm happy. I think the team played really well in all of those regionals, and we deserve those wins. So, yeah, that's what I can say.
I absolutely love your frankness when it comes to discussing these topics. It's such a pleasure to have you on, Happy Meal. Thank you for coming to talk to us. You guys, Orlando Pirates and Bravado Gaming, you guys have played 106 games, individual games in series this season. 106! That is absolutely mind-blowing. Do you think that you guys spurred each other on as sparring partners, and do you think that you're going to continue to do that as you build up to heading to that World's Wildcard tournament?
It's a very interesting, it's a good question, firstly. I think I don't actually know, to be honest. I don't know, because we are not the best, consistently the best in the region. It's very difficult to tell what they think of these results, right? Are they disappointed that they lost? Of course they are, but are they thinking, well, we should have played better, it's fine, we'll go next? Or no, Bravado have seriously stepped up to the point where they are now be better than us, and we need to get better. Now that's the mentality they have decided. I think 100% we've pushed each other, without a doubt. They've certainly pushed us. I mean, you can only credit them for being the best opponent you could ask for. So that's something they've pushed us without a doubt. I mean, whenever I play against them, it's literally it's every second I have to be focused, every movement, every action. If I make a mistake, it's a problem. So I hope so. I really hope so that it's become like a sparring, 2 sparring partners pushing each other to the absolute limit. And if that is the case, then I think we can't really ask for more out of 2 teams.
Well, it looks like it. You guys have improved so much, both teams. I was watching that grand final in awe of how much you've developed as the season's gone on. There were some championship level plays being put on display there. And I got another question about Worlds. First of all, I can't wait to see you there. That's going to be phenomenal to watch you guys on the stage. But is there something that you guys are thinking about moving forward specifically to work on for Worlds, or have you thought that far yet?
Well, look, I guess I'll be frank. I think we were pretty much we were very confident we're going to wildcard since the beginning of when we joined. We were wildcard spot open. It's very likely going to be us and Pirates. Obviously, we got a bit screwed over in the first split because of the forfeits, and there were some big problems with the bracket. But we always knew, there was no doubt that we were going to be. We are very confident that we're going to be top 2. It was very, very strong within our team. So we've been planning for the wildcard for the whole year, for the whole season.
Wow.
Obviously, we haven't been, grinding towards the wild card, but like it's always in the back of our minds. We've always working hard. The thing that's scary about the players that we're going to be up against is just simply their mechanics. Obviously, their rotations and their decision making, their experience, that's very important, and they will have something to teach us. But what's going to separate us hugely is the difference in on the ball, the efficiency. That stuff is not really something you can prepare for as a team. Individually, you need to prepare for that. I don't think I have my own opinions on what we'll achieve there, and I'm excited to go and learn and do the best I can. But the difference is very is very, very, very large in terms of like our mechanical ability at the top tier versus theirs. And every single one of those teams going to the wild card is an amazing team. So I don't know. Can you really prepare for someone like that? I don't think so. But we're trying our best. We're trying our best.
Well, you're going to represent us, and regardless of whatever happens, I think this debut season for everybody involved has been phenomenal, and there is no doubt that we are sending the very, very best that we have to offer. We know we've got a long way to go, and you and Snowy have been very frank about that. But it's a recognition that this is the beginning. And just a very quick question. For the format for next season, what do you hope to see for SSA? A change in format that will be most beneficial for SSA?
Within the region, I don't really see a problem with the way it's currently being. Every region's dealing with the same format, so I think that's fair. I do think double elim is a bit brutal. That's fine though. Like that's just part of the game, and you got to deal with it. So maybe like a group stage into double elim, like more consistently, but not that crazy thing they try to pull in split 2, which is like that was nuts. I think go ahead.
Well, yeah, I think I wasn't clear on my question. I was more. Major spots, the inclusion of SSA for major spots. Is that a key thing? Is that something we should have and that we're ready for? Is that a big thing for next season for us?
I personally think no. It's a bit of a maybe controversial decision. I don't think we deserve a major yet. How can we justifiably say we deserve that? Like the community stream is great, and I really appreciate it. It's necessary, but we're not even part of the main stream on. Like we don't get acknowledged as a main region. How can we be put on the major? It's not something I'm looking towards. I think if they do give us one, even just one spot, like hypothetically, of course, every single one of these players here, including myself, will appreciate that to the full extent. But I don't think I'm not looking for some entitlement towards a major spot. If they don't give me one for the next 3 years, I'm still going to play every regional. It won't make a difference to me and hopefully my team. It would be nice, but I think we've got to prove ourselves big time. I don't think 2 teams going to wild card and coming. Well, I think we have to make into worlds. Honestly, I think that's the best bet at getting a major spot next season. But what will come after that is probably just the development of the scene, showing that we are very, very it's okay to have 2 top teams, but the middle need to be fighting all the time, and new teams must be entering the scene. It mustn't just be 16 teams, pretty much the same set, and then they just keep going. Now, it needs to be new teams, new players. And needs to be like other stuff, smaller tournaments. These things will show Sonics that there's a lot of interest and a lot of depth in the country, or the region, sorry, and that will maybe open them up to a major spot. It's not just about how good we are; it's about other things, the support and the commitment to each per player and region. So, yeah, I don't think so. But if we do, obviously that's amazing. But yeah, that's all I can say.
Bravo.
Happy Mill, thank you so much for coming to talk to us. You play, I don't know how many hours of Rocket League under the most intense pressure I can even imagine. And then you come in here and we're just like, Happy Meal, here's 6 questions in a row that you haven't had time to prepare for. Answer them immediately. So I'm not going to ask you another question. All I'm going to say is thank you so much for talking to us. And do you have any final words or anyone that you want to shout out, anything like that? Please go ahead.
Okay, well, firstly, thanks for bringing me on here. It's really cool chatting to you guys. Secondly, my teammates, I think they've really, I haven't seen improvement like this is, and the work they put in behind the scenes, I love them. And my coach, he's doing a good job. My manager, the Bravado, honestly, those guys, everyone is just doing a great job facilitating our Rocket League. And of course, I got to give credit to Pirates. Without them, we would not be where we are. They are the contributing factor in our improvement, and I guess that's like a kind of a backhanded compliment because they're the reason we won, in some way. But honestly, just and also credit to everybody involved in making this season an amazing season and something that I can look back and think that was something I was really grateful to be part of. Thank you all, admins, casters, production team, all of you. I love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Happy Meal. Thank you so much. Congratulations, reigning and defending regional champion for the final time this season. Have a fantastic rest of your evening. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Happy Meal from our newest champions from the region. Goodness me. Bravado Gaming retain their title, Greybeard. I think that that exhalation of breath right there just about sums up the night we've had.
I refuse to be upset because looming in my mind this whole weekend has been, this is the last, we're coming to the end and now we're here. But you know what? I refuse to have any sadness about it. I am ecstatically happy. I'm exhilarated at what we have seen over the course of the last 9 months from the players, the chat, just everything I've seen. It's so amazing to be a part of it, and it's ridiculous at my age to have the opportunity to have meaning in my life from a bunch of youngsters who just make me so damn happy. And I love all of them, all the players, the teams, everybody involved. Wow, I'm a happy man.
Let's take a very brief look at the bracket for the last time this season and just take it in. Look at this. How did we get here today? I don't want to go all the way through it like we usually do. I just want to bring it back to panel. But have a look, ladies and gentlemen. And Luke, we haven't heard from you in a little while. Orlando Pirates down to the lower, in through the bracket reset, but shut out in Game 7. What a night.
I mean, even excluding those 2 Game 7s in the grand final, like, this was just a wonderful regional from Orlando being knocked down for the second time this season, only the second time, to go up against Digital Devils, who made a fight for it as well. They kind of built on those we called it a close sweep a few times up in that upper semi-final, but they came down and they really fought to try to find a way to the grand final. In the end, Pirates too good for them. But that result, again, it just shows that there is starting to be depth in the region. Okay, I'm not saying Digital Devils are ready to be a bona fide top 3, top 2 contender with regularity, but they're definitely making life difficult for those top 2 teams, and that's just the first small step that this region needs. And right now, I think I do agree with Happy Meal. It's about those small steps that are going to let you climb over a long period of time, and that's a sign of it.
Blake, I'm honestly lost for words. I just, what do I say? It's been such a crazy 6 months. It
has. It's been a crazy 9 months. I mean,
that's
with
true.
The fall split as well. All 9 regionals completed. Orlando Pirates, we knew coming in they were the best team, and now we're not so sure thanks to Bravado. I'm thankful for all the confusion that they've brought us in terms of figuring out who's the best. I mean, Greybeard and I, this past week, were so smug we knew exactly what the order of the teams were, and then everyone comes in here and throws it into complete disarray. I need to stop looking forward to next season because it's so far out, because I'm getting so excited, and now I have to wait 4 months, maybe more, to get to there. But it's going to be great. The development throughout this season was so huge, and I imagine the offseason it'll go further, and the next season we get to see the results of that. We get to see new teams. Greybeard with his prediction that no team is going to be the same going into next season. Everyone making roster changes. That'll cause a lot of development and change as well, and hopefully new orgs, new format. It was a wild ride this season. It'll be even wilder next season.
Greybeard, as the man, the myth, the legend from the region, do you have any final words before the very end?
I know, Elliot, you're going to do a round of thanks, and I'm going to leave that to you. But just in case, so they aren't left out, there's a long list of admins, and please watch the credits at the end, because there's a long list of admins who make this happen, led by Noob Slice and Nobody, who do an outstanding job. But I just want to reiterate what I've already said. I can't wait to see how this all develops. We've done so magnificently. We were surprised into this. Nobody saw it coming. We were smacked with this season, and we're so thankful and grateful to have a chance. And I think we have done the best possible job of putting out the best foot forward. Yes, we're the smallest region. Yes, we've got a long way to go. But we have grabbed the attention of so many people, important people, I hope. And the future looks amazing. And everybody involved in this community, please carry on. Keep grinding Rocket League. Find your friends that gave up on the game. Get them back in. Let's have more tournaments, more things, more content, more of everything. And for the next season, let's make it our best ever. But congrats, Bravado, Orlando Pirates, everybody else. Honestly, I am so thrilled to play a part in your journey and see how you go. And thank you.
Well, that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, for the final time this season, we're done. Thank you so much for coming and watching us and enabling us to actually have someone to deliver this broadcast to. This community has been just incredible. I feel genuinely no compunction about saying that we have the best community in RLCS. It has just been a pleasure.
100%.
Putting this on for you, engaging with you. The Twitch chat is always incredible as well. Thank you so much for allowing us to do this. Thank you to everyone who has put so much hard work in behind the scenes. As Greybeard mentioned, the admin teams who keep this running, Noob Slice, Nobody, and his full team of staff, all coordinating to make sure that every single game runs on time, or usually far too quickly, frankly. We have to tell them to do a worse job a lot of the time because they do too good a job and they don't get enough recognition for their hard work. They are utterly sublime and they deserve a ton of credit, as do our statisticians, as do our everyone, our on-screen talent, our Chris, our broadcaster behind the scenes, our observers, and of course our graphic designer, our 3D artist extraordinaire, Shady. His name is Roland. He is the reason that we have had hype chambers for the winners, for the pre-game, for the game 7s, for the bracket reset. Every hype chamber you've ever seen on this region was thanks to him, and he has been such an invaluable asset to our team as we delivered the highest quality that we could muster. But I think that's about it. Someone's going to slap me after this for forgetting to thank them, but if so, I'm sorry. I don't want to drag it out forever as much as I very much do want to drag it out forever. So stick around, watch the credits. There, everyone that I will have forgotten will be. But that's it. There's nothing left to say. Thank you so much for watching, ladies and gentlemen. Until next season, good night.
Peace.
Authorization accepted. Shame to even let you see. You still have a piece of me. Shame to even let it show. But I can't let it go. 'Cause I'm holding on. make me fall